Chapter 51, Limited Edition. Kanna wasn't entirely sure why she had agreed to Kyle's plan. Maybe it was because she really did need some galleons, or perhaps it was the way Kyle had framed it, a chance to prove to everyone that she could handle things on her own, that she had the ability to survive. Whatever the reason, she had found herself reluctantly agreeing. After dinner, the three of them, Kyle, Cedric, and Kanna, gathered around a table in the common room to go over their strategy for the next day. Anyway, Gryffindor has the Weasley twins helping them, so they're covered. The main focus is Slytherin, Kyle said, turning his attention to Kanna. Tomorrow, find an opportunity to bump into that Rowell, what's her name? Kanna, quietly attentive, whispered, Rowell and Yaxley. Right, those two, Kyle nodded. Try to casually run into them and say hello. Kyle thought for a moment before continuing, the first floor corridor would be ideal. Both Hufflepuff and Slytherin use it to get to the Great Hall, so it's easy to make it look like a coincidence. Just find an excuse to walk with them. Kanna nodded, her expression serious as she scribbled down notes. Once she finished writing, Kyle went on, I'll be ahead, talking to Cedric, complaining about how difficult it is to find my way around the castle and how easy it is to get lost. Cedric will pull out the regular map to show me. At that point, you step in. Show some disdain for our map and pull out the limited edition. Disdain. Kanna put down her quill and tried a few unimpressive facial expressions, which made Kyle rethink that part of the plan. Forget the disdain, he said with a sigh. Just pull out the map and casually mention that it's a limited edition and that there are only 10 of them available. Got it. Make sure to remember that line. And if they ask for more details, Kyle added, tell them you have connections that can get you these maps. Offer to help them out as a friend if they're interested. Okay, Kanna said, repeating the instructions silently to herself to commit them to memory. At that moment, Cedric chimed in, curiosity getting the better of him. What if they don't ask? Kyle shrugged casually. Then we sell to someone else. The whole idea of turning regular goods into exclusive, limited edition items had been Kyle's brainchild, and he knew it would appeal to pureblood families. Adding Kanna to the equation only made the plan more convincing. Rowell and Yaxley, being purebloods themselves, would likely show off the maps if they got them, making them ideal spokespersons for the product. And if they didn't bite, they'd just revert to the original plan, release the limited edition maps and let word spread. Soon enough, the Slytherins would come looking for them. The only risk is attracting a professor's attention, Kyle explained. The maps aren't exactly dangerous, but selling them for 5 galleons each is bound to get noticed. If it gets too much attention, it might get banned before we can sell them all. So we do it quietly, he continued. Once we have the galleons, it doesn't matter if we get caught. The worst they'll do is dock some points. Cedric, hearing this, was almost in awe. Can it really work like that? Kyle grinned. Of course. Cedric had always understood that pureblood families love distinguishing themselves from ordinary students. That was why he had gone through the effort of tracing the maps with gold edges. His original plan had been to sell them for just 1 galleon, but Kyle's idea of multiplying the price by 5 had suddenly given the maps a whole new allure. Even if the Slytherin first years figured out they didn't need the map itself, they wouldn't care. What they truly craved was the prestige of owning a limited edition. It wasn't that purebloods were gullible, they were just rich and enjoyed having something different, something special. Cedric himself had always wanted to replace his Fopper quill with a nicer one, not because it was any more practical than an ordinary quill, but because it was more beautiful, more eye-catching. Besides, it could write an extra 2 lines before needing to be dipped in ink again. Cedric smacked his lips thoughtfully and asked, Kyle, are you sure there are only 10? Yeah, just 10, Kyle nodded confidently. He had done his homework, asking around. Although there were 13 Slytherin first years, not all of them came from wealthy pureblood families, so 10 seemed like the perfect number. Those who didn't manage to buy one would have a solid excuse to justify why they missed out. With that confirmed, Cedric and Kyle shifted the conversation to that afternoon's Quidditch tryouts. As expected, Fred and George Weasley had joined the Gryffindor team as beaters. Additionally, a second year which named Alicia Spinnet had secured a spot as a reserve player. This year's Gryffindor team is going to be tough to beat, Cedric said, his expression serious. Their lineup is just too strong. I've seen Alicia train, and she's on par with our chaser, Matt Brinton. Plus, there's Oliver Wood, the best keeper in Hogwarts right now. His save rate is the highest among the 4 keepers. It'll be hard for us to get past him. Really? Kyle responded nonchalantly. Then I guess you'll have to cheer up. Kyle's lack of interest didn't go unnoticed, but Cedric didn't dwell on it. As a first year without a broom, Kyle wasn't part of the team, so he wasn't as invested. He could only be a spectator, cheering from the stands. Cedric continued discussing Slytherin's team, this time focusing on the brooms. The Slytherins had 5 Nimbus 1700s, which gave them a significant edge on the field. When the topic shifted to Ravenclaw, Cedric paused briefly before moving on without much comment. We have to give our best in every match going forward, without any mistakes, Cedric said, his tone growing more determined. Nobody wants to end the semester in 3rd place. That's why Harris has increased our group training sessions from 3 times a week to 5. His voice grew louder with passion, but Kana, who sat nearby, seemed entirely unaffected. She stared at the parchment in front of her, lost in thought. The idea of having to approach someone tomorrow made her so nervous that she hadn't absorbed a single word Cedric had said. In fact, during the planning session earlier, Kana had thought about quitting countless times. Each time, though, just as the word quit reached the tip of her tongue, a quiet voice inside her urged her not to speak it. She didn't understand why, but in the end, she chose to listen to that voice. Before long, Kyle and Cedric yawned and decided to head back to their dormitory for the night, leaving Kana alone in the common room. She continued flipping through the parchment, still deep in her thoughts about the upcoming day. Chapter 52, they gave too much. The next day, at the same time, in the same Hufflepuff common room, Kyle, Cedric, and Kana sat together again. Only this time, there was a pile of golden galleons on the table in front of them. 1, 2, 3. No need to count. Kyle glanced at Cedric, raising an eyebrow. Exactly 60 galleons. That much. Cedric's mouth hung open, his whole body feeling dizzy, as if he were in a dream. In fact, it really did feel like a dream. Today's plan had gone surprisingly well. Kana had been so nervous that she'd completely forgotten the specific process and, like a salesperson, pulled out the map as soon as they met. No, even a salesperson would at least say hello and make small talk, not jump straight to the point like Kana did. This left Kyle and Cedric standing there, unsure if they should continue with the performance. But soon enough, they had their answer. Raoul and Yaxley's reaction was just as unexpected. Without even waiting for Kana to speak, they eagerly asked where she got the map as soon as they noticed its gold border. After learning that only 10 copies had been made, they dropped their previous haughty demeanor and eagerly struck up a conversation with her. They took Kana's arm, laughing and reminiscing about the banquet from a few years ago, acting like they'd been best friends forever. Kana just went along with it, stumbling her way through the whole interaction. By the time she made it back to the Hufflepuff table, she had 10 galleons in her hand. She had only a vague memory of when she received the galleons. It might have been while they were in the corridor, or maybe at the entrance to the Great Hall. Raoul and Yaxley were great conversationalists. On the way, they had seamlessly shifted the topic from the feast to the complex structure of Hogwarts Castle and, just as naturally, had asked Kana if she could help them get a map. After she agreed, the conversation smoothly returned to the original topic without any awkwardness. Though Kana's goal aligned with theirs and the two sides were mutually benefiting, Kyle had to admit that Slytherins did possess a unique knack for socializing. At the table, the first thing Kyle said to Kana was, "Remember to stay away from Slytherin in the future, or you won't even know when you've been sold out." Cedric, sitting beside him, nodded in agreement. To avoid further trouble, after lunch, 2 gold-edged maps were handed over to Raoul and Yaxley. After their publicity, it took less than 2 hours to sell all 9 remaining maps, leaving only the sample in Kana's hand. Some of the smaller houses even requested their family crests be printed on the maps. Kyle initially resisted, but they offered so much money that he couldn't refuse. The price doubled, who could resist? And that's how they ended up with 60 galleons. Sharing the spoils, sharing the galleons. With everyone watching expectantly, Kyle pushed half of the galleons in front of Kana. As agreed, we'll split it equally. No, you've counted it wrong. Kana shook her head, counted 10 galleons from the pile, and placed them back. Then she looked at Kyle, puzzled. 3 people should split it equally, so it should be 20 galleons. Are you that bad at arithmetic? Kyle opened his mouth, but a lump formed in his chest. Just let it go. As long as she's happy, Cedric said, laughing so hard he nearly passed out. Kyle, bad at arithmetic. Cedric could laugh about that for the entire school year. Kyle grumpily shoved the 20 galleons over to her. He couldn't understand how Cedric, who'd always been so kind, had become like this. Good grief, does he not even have the decency to gloat behind my back? Cedric, completely unfazed by Kyle's bad mood, picked up one of the galleons and rubbed it between his hands. So many galleons, I can buy 10 Fopper quill pens with this. Fopper quill pens. Kyle frowned. What's so special about those? And why are they so expensive? They're pretty, Cedric said matter-of-factly. I've had my eye on the yellow one for a while. That color really suits Hufflepuff. Kyle thought of something, and his lips curled up before he quickly suppressed the smile. He replied calmly, then you should buy a few more, so you can switch them out in the future. No, just one for now, Cedric said after a moment of thought. The rest will go to my father. Hearing this, Kyle couldn't help but glance at him. Just as he was about to say something, Cedric continued, maybe if he's happy, he'll upgrade the broom he got me from the Clean Sweep 7 to the Nimbus 1700. Kyle swallowed the words that had been on the tip of his tongue. The Nimbus 1700 was 200 galleons more expensive than the Clean Sweep 7. 20 galleons to 200. Cedric's hopes were wildly optimistic. But then again, knowing Mr. Diggory's personality, once he learned that Cedric had made the academy team and earned a full 20 galleons, he might just get him that Nimbus after all. Kyle's eyes lit up as a sudden idea crossed his mind, but it was too late to act on it now. He'd have to wait until tomorrow. After dividing up the galleons, Cedric went to the kitchen and returned with biscuits, desserts, and other snacks, along with a large pot of pumpkin juice. The three of them decided to have a small celebration in the common room. Kyle lifted his glass of pumpkin juice and was just about to take a sip when he noticed Kana across from him. She was pulling out 7 or 8 small bags and putting 2 galleons into each one. Seeing Kyle's confused look, Kana explained, "I'm afraid I'll lose them again, so it's better to keep them separate." Cedric, astonished, asked, "Kana, you lost galleons?" Kana nodded and briefly explained what had happened. After hearing her explanation, Cedric smiled and thought carefully. There shouldn't be any on the Quidditch pitch. After every flying lesson, Madam Hooch inspects the pitch, so if anyone dropped something, it would be found quickly. And when I was training yesterday, no one mentioned finding 20 galleons. How about this, tomorrow I'll ask around to see if anyone's seen them. It's okay, I don't mind anymore, Kana said, pointing to the small pile of bags in front of her, her eyebrows curving as she smiled. These will last me a long time. You're just going to lose 20 galleons and not care? Cedric didn't respond, but somehow, the pumpkin juice in his hand suddenly tasted like bitter lemonade. Chapter 53, Hagrid's Letter. Selling the map had undoubtedly been a success. The young wizards were thrilled, the professors were pleased because no one was late to class anymore, and Kyle and his friends had made a tidy sum. If anyone was unhappy, it was probably Filch. Ever since Fred and George became wealthy, the smell of dung bombs often filled the corridors. Filch was furious and determined to catch the twins in the act, following them around all day. But Fred and George always found clever ways to lose him, leaving him more frustrated than ever. Meanwhile, Cho and Kana got to know Kyle better through all of this, especially Kana. She no longer hid from Kyle in class, and her social anxiety seemed to have improved. Now, when she earned extra points from a professor, she could even manage a thank you, just like everyone else. Hogwarts' first-year curriculum remained relatively light, with usually only 3 classes a day. But if you counted the homework, it was a different story. The young wizards had to spend all their spare time in the library just to finish the feet-long essays assigned to them. And they had to be careful not to increase the font size. Anyone who tried that trick learned a harsh lesson. The last student who attempted it not only lost 5 points, courtesy of Professor McGonagall, but also saw his workload doubled, earning him a black eye from the resulting sleepless nights. In the end, McGonagall cancelled the punishment out of fear that the student might collapse from exhaustion, but since then, no one dared to play that game again. Well, almost no one. While homework was a nightmare for most students, it was a breeze for Kyle. To him, writing essays was easy. And since there was no plagiarism check for first years, he could write almost anything. He would borrow a few sentences from relevant books, add in a few more for good measure, and then summarize everything neatly. In less than 20 minutes, he would have a polished essay, earning praise from professors for his extensive reading. Except for one professor. In Potions class, Professor Snape, who preferred not to be named, seemed to grow more displeased with Kyle by the day. Snape always found reasons to deduct points from him. Kyle could do nothing about it, so he tried to avoid Snape as much as possible. After each point deduction, he would buy a bottle of Sleekeazy's hair potion, planning to one day send an entire case to Snape anonymously. On Halloween, Kyle was sitting in the library as usual, engrossed in a book. It wasn't until dinner was about to start that he brought the unfinished book, The Great Duel Masters, to Madame Pants. "How many days this time?" Madame Pants muttered without looking up. "1 day," Kyle replied. She murmured. Madame Pants remembered Kyle well, since he borrowed books frequently. After a brief note of his name and the time, she handed the book over. Since it was Halloween, the Great Hall had been decorated with colorful adornments earlier that day. Pumpkins carved into all sorts of shapes floated above the hall, creating a festive atmosphere. 1,000 bats flapped against the walls and ceiling, and a large cloud of them hovered over the dining tables. When Kyle entered, it was still early, but the hall was buzzing with excitement. Nearly half the students had gathered around the Gryffindor table, where Fred and George were putting on a show. Each wearing a pumpkin head, they imitated the signature move of the headless hunt, drawing laughter from the crowd. Even the professors didn't stop them, enjoying the spectacle as much as the students. Dumbledore, always in good spirits, even pulled out sweets and tried to trade them with the other professors. Unfortunately for him, no one seemed interested. Even the ever-polite Professor Sprout declined the cockroach clusters he offered with a smile. "You were in the library again." Cedric poked his head over as Kyle sat down at the Hufflepuff table. "Books on duels, what are you reading that for?" "Charms homework," Kyle replied, handing the book to Cedric. "I need to make up for the points I lost in Potions class. Professor Flitwick loves to see practical applications of basic spells." Cedric, aware that Snape had been targeting Kyle recently, gave him a sympathetic look. "So, did you learn anything useful?" "Forget it," Kyle sighed. Obviously, no wizard would use the unlocking charm in a duel. Cedric bit his lip to keep from laughing out loud. He had thought Kyle might have used something like the floating charm in class, but the unlocking charm. That was just too much. Even first-year students knew better than to try that in a duel. His mouth tightened further, trying to suppress the laughter. Kyle shot him a suspicious look, sensing that Cedric was probably thinking something rude. But before he could say anything, an owl landed nearby, extending its talon and dropping a note onto Kyle's tray. "For me," Kyle muttered, opening the note curiously. The handwriting was messy, but he could still make out the words. "Dear Kyle Chopper. Hagrid." Kyle blinked, surprised. He hadn't expected Hagrid to invite him to his cabin. Still holding the note, he stared blankly ahead. By this time, Cedric had stopped laughing and asked curiously, "Who sent you a letter?" "Hagrid," Kyle said. Cedric thought for a moment. Keeper of keys in the Forbidden Forest." "Yes," Kyle confirmed. "What does he want with you? Did you know him before?" "The letter says he's collected some mooncalf manure," Kyle explained. "I visited him once when I needed fertilizer for a couple of ornamental plants I was growing." "Can I come with you?" Cedric asked, intrigued. "I've always been curious about his place." "Sure, why not?" Kyle shrugged. "It's no big deal." He took out the quill he always carried and scribbled on the back of the note, "Okay, I'll come by tomorrow afternoon with my friend." He fed the owl a few nuts and watched it fly away. After that, the dinner began. Since it was Halloween, the feast was more elaborate than usual. There was a whole aromatic roast beef leg, pumpkin pie, caramel apples, and a variety of sweets. Kyle scanned the selection and was relieved to see there were no cockroach clusters. Thankfully, the headmaster's peculiar tastes hadn't reached the kitchen yet. Chapter 54, Humble Kyle. After the Halloween feast, the little wizards, full and happy, made their way back to their dormitories in groups. Once the students were gone, the professors also departed one by one. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore looked calmly at Snape, who stood before him with a grim expression. "Severus, what can I do for you?" Dumbledore asked, his voice gentle. "It's still about what happened 2 weeks ago, Dumbledore," Snape said, his face emotionless as he placed a gold-framed map on the headmaster's desk. "That Kyle Chopper selling maps at school. There should have been results by now." "So, that's what this is about," Dumbledore responded, taking a measured sip of his black tea. "May I hear your thoughts? People like him, who blatantly ignore school rules, should be expelled." Snape burst out, his tone sharp. "That's not a very good joke, Severus," Dumbledore said, shaking his head slightly. "You know that Hogwarts school rules do not prohibit students from selling items on campus. And, as far as I understand, this particular map was originally sold by Miss Prince to Slither." "That's a betting." Snape interrupted, his voice rising in frustration. "I investigated, Kyle gave her all the maps." His voice grew so loud that even the surrounding portraits, which had been pretending to sleep, couldn't ignore the outburst. One portrait, depicting a big-nosed wizard, angrily chimed in. "Watch your tone, young man. This is the headmaster's office." Snape, however, paid the portrait no mind and pressed on. "I should have insisted that Kana be transferred to Slytherin instead of listening to you and leaving her in Hufflepuff." "I think it's for the best," Dumbledore said with a gentle smile. "Don't you think Kana's former personality was a bit too withdrawn? As the last descendant of the prince family in the wizarding world, that's not a good thing. And, Severus, you can't protect her forever." Snape was silent for a moment, his jaw tightening before he impatiently changed the subject. "We're discussing Kyle Chopper here. If he's bold enough to sell a map for 5 galleons today, what's next? Robbing Gringotts tomorrow? Even if he can't be expelled, there must be some form of punishment." Dumbledore considered this, swirling his tea thoughtfully. "You have a point. 5 galleons is a bit steep for a first year. But tell you what, I'll speak to the students myself. If they feel they've been cheated, I'll take appropriate action." Snape fell silent once again. In truth, he had already asked around when he confiscated the map, and Raoul's response at the time had been, "Cheated? Professor, you're joking. It's only 5 galleons. What's the big deal?" Even if Dumbledore went to ask the students, the answer would likely be the same. Snape knew he could easily persuade the Slytherins to change their minds and denounce Kyle in writing. But doing so would be too underhanded, even for him. He was biased, yes, but not shameless. Besides, hiding such manipulation would be difficult. If exposed, it could lead to significant trouble. "Kyle also has problems with his character," Snape suddenly added, his voice sharper. "I've observed that he's talented, but his performance in class is very average. At such a young age, he's already so hypocritical. Aren't you afraid he could become the next Dark Lord?" "I would call that humility, Severus," Dumbledore replied calmly. "It is easy for a person to shine, but much harder to restrain that light. That is a rare and valuable quality." "So?" Snape glared at Dumbledore. "You're not going to punish him? Not if he hasn't made a mistake." "Very well." Snape's expression darkened further. With a dramatic swirl of his robes, he turned and stormed out of the headmaster's office. As he left, whether by accident or design, the hem of Snape's robe flicked the portrait of the big-nosed wizard, hitting him squarely on the nose. The wizard shouted after Snape, "Come back and apologize, you impolite Slytherin brat." Snape ignored the outburst, but Phineas Nigellus Black, another portrait nearby, could no longer hold back. He stormed over, grabbing the big-nosed wizard by the collar. "What did you just say about Slytherin?" he demanded. "What, do you want a fight?" the big-nosed wizard retorted angrily, punching Phineas in the face without another word. Phineas, unwilling to back down, quickly engaged him, and the two portraits began wrestling furiously. The other portraits, seeing the commotion, gathered around with snacks, watching the fight with interest. "Stop fighting, you two," one portrait called out. "You're both grown men, why are you pulling his hair? That knight over there, put away your sword." "Oh no, that sir is reaching for his sword. Someone fetch the hunter in the corridor, he still has his axe." The headmaster's office quickly became lively, filled with shouting and laughter. More portraits crowded into their frames to watch, their collective excitement turning the room into quite the spectacle. Behind his desk, Dumbledore cheerfully added sugar to his tea, unfazed by the scene. Fighting portraits were nothing new, it was one of their few forms of entertainment, and as long as no damage was done to the frames or canvases, he saw no reason to intervene. However, the sudden sound of Professor McGonagall's voice outside the door made the portraits freeze in place. "Minister, are you here to see Albus at this hour?" The portraits' ears twitched, and they quickly abandoned their brawl. In a flash, they fled the headmaster's office, with the fat lady and two knights dragging the bruised and battered combatants, Phineas and the knight, away. They couldn't be seen in their current state by the Minister of Magic, it would be a disgrace to Hogwarts. Just then, the door to the headmaster's office swung open. "It happened so suddenly, Minerva." "There was nothing I could do," came a low voice. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, walked in, a strained smile on his face. "Albus, long time no see. How are you?" "Long time no see, Cornelius," Dumbledore said, rising to embrace him. "Would you like a cup of tea? Or perhaps some pumpkin juice?" "Tea would be great," Fudge replied, still looking a little nervous as he rubbed his bowler hat in his hands and glanced at McGonagall, who stood nearby. Dumbledore snapped his fingers, and a steaming cup of tea appeared on the table. "Sugar." Fudge shook his head, sitting down. His unease was palpable, and he kept glancing at McGonagall. Sensing that Fudge wanted to speak privately, McGonagall made her way to the door. "Albus, I'll be off then," she said, leaving the office. The moment she left, Fudge leaned in closer. "Albus, I can't hide it anymore. Those smuggled magical creatures." As the door closed behind her, Fudge's voice was cut off, but Professor McGonagall could guess the reason for his late-night visit. Cornelius Fudge, like many politicians, had a habit of hiding inconvenient information until it could no longer be suppressed. Only then would he seek out Dumbledore for advice. With a heavy sigh, McGonagall pursed her lips. Cornelius Fudge's lack of responsibility was far worse than Millicent Bagnold's ever had been. Chapter 55, The Plight of Magical Creatures. After Halloween, November arrived, bringing cold weather that made the young wizards even less inclined to get up in the mornings. At 8 o'clock, Kyle, wrapped in a thick robe, yawned as he entered the great hall for breakfast. As usual, all swooped into the hall, delivering letters and packages. Among them was a much-anticipated package for Cedric, his new broomstick, a Nimbus 1700, just as he'd hoped. "Excellent, Cedric, excellent," an older Hufflepuff player said, slapping Cedric on the shoulder. "You're the seeker, and with this Nimbus 1700, the gap between us and Slytherin just got a lot smaller. I've seen their seeker in action, honestly, he's little more than a troll who can ride a broomstick." Hufflepuff's first Quidditch match was against Slytherin, and they had been worried about the equipment gap. But with Cedric's new Nimbus 1700, their morale soared. The broom alone might not have been enough, but with Cedric as seeker, it was a different story. In training matches, Cedric had caught the golden snitch in just 5 minutes, coming within seconds of breaking the Hogwarts record for fastest seeker. With a top-class broom and a talented seeker, the Hufflepuff team couldn't see how they could lose. The idea of Slytherin scoring 150 points in 5 minutes was laughable. Kyle was also excited, even though he wasn't part of the team. It would be great if Hufflepuff could win the Quidditch Cup. He glanced admiringly at Cedric's new Nimbus until he felt a sharp tingling in his fingers. An owl had landed in front of him. "Sorry, little guy, I didn't notice you," Kyle apologized, quickly feeding the owl a piece of dried murtlap rat meat before taking the letter it had delivered. The letter read, "Dear Kyle. Your father, Chris." After reading the letter, Kyle's mood deflated. He had suspected his mother wasn't as easy to persuade as Mr. Diggory, but he was still disappointed. And the letter had taken so long, he'd sent it in early September, and now, in November, he was finally getting a response. What could Chris have been so busy with that he hadn't been to his office in 2 months? Was Mr. Newt Scamander off traveling again? Before Kyle could ponder further, Cedric slapped a copy of the Daily Prophet in front of him. "Kyle, check this out. No wonder it took my dad so long to send me the broom. On the front page was a picture of numerous magical creatures, all caged. Next to the image, the bold headline read, "The plight of magical creatures." Kyle read the article. According to sources, on September 3rd of this year, the Ministry of Magic's Department for the Elimination of Dark Arts failed to apprehend a group of magical creature smugglers, leading to the escape of a large number of smuggled magical creatures, including 3 highly dangerous XXXXX-class beasts. Chopper urged the public to treat the swooping evil as highly dangerous. If spotted, wizards and witches are to flee immediately and send up a red sparks charm. The Beast Division and Aurors will respond as quickly as possible. Kyle's eyes widened as he finished reading. Now he understood why his father had been so busy. From the looks of it, over 50 to 60 magical creatures had been captured, making this one of the largest magical creature smuggling cases in the last 30 years. But that wasn't the point. The point was the Nundu. Kyle couldn't help but wonder how the smugglers had managed to capture such a dangerous creature. Not only is a Nundu incredibly agile, but its breath is lethally poisonous, capable of wiping out entire villages. The Ministry of Magic's description clearly states that under normal circumstances, it would take more than 100 skilled wizards to subdue a Nundu. Even if there was some exaggeration in that claim, it still demonstrated just how dangerous the creature was. For comparison, it only takes 10 wizards to subdue a dragon. Fortunately, it was the swooping evil that got away, Kyle remarked with genuine relief. It wasn't that Kyle underestimated the swooping evil. While it, too, was classified as XXXXX, it had barely reached that level of danger. The Nundu, on the other hand, was rated 5X only because the Ministry of Magic scale didn't go any higher. The two creatures weren't even in the same league. Cedric and the older students, or anyone with a basic knowledge of magical creatures, nodded in agreement when they heard Kyle's words. They understood the magnitude of the difference between the two. The younger students, however, were far less concerned about the Nundu. Most of them didn't know much about magical creatures, and their focus was on the escaped swooping evil. The phrase, highly dangerous, printed in the Daily Prophet certainly caught their attention, and it didn't seem like an exaggeration. Luckily, we're at Hogwarts, someone said with relief. With Dumbledore here, we're definitely safe. The others quickly echoed this sentiment. Yes, with Dumbledore at the school, what could possibly go wrong? The mood around the table lightened immediately, and the students started chatting more cheerfully. But the liveliness didn't last long. The realization soon hit them that a dangerous creature was still at large, and their initial confidence in Hogwarts' safety was soon replaced by more pressing concerns. Suddenly, a young wizard stood up, abandoning his breakfast, and sprinted toward the owl shed. His reaction reminded the others of something important, sending letters to their families. Several students jumped to their feet, following suit and running either to the owl shed or back to their dormitories to fetch parchment and quills. In a matter of moments, the previously bustling Great Hall had emptied, with only a handful of students remaining at the Hufflepuff table. Chapter 56, A Bet with Hagrid. Because of the news in the Daily Prophet, the young wizards were distracted and found it difficult to focus during their lessons. This was especially true for students from Muggle families, who, after quickly gathering as much information as they could about the swooping evil, began to worry intensely about the safety of their loved ones. The swooping evil, after all, was one of the most dangerous creatures in the wizarding world, known to feed on human brains. The thought of it potentially roaming free in a Muggle community made them even more anxious. Even while sitting in class, many kept glancing nervously toward the windows, hoping that an owl would soon bring reassuring replies from home. The professors did their best to comfort the students, slowing down the teaching pace and offering words of reassurance, but there wasn't much else they could do. It wasn't until the second class of the morning that the atmosphere began to improve. "Cheer up, children," Professor Sprout said as she walked into the greenhouse for Herbology class. She saw the young witches and wizards looking glum and gave them an encouraging smile. Just now, Mr. Newt Scamander issued a statement confirming that no traces of the swooping evil have been found in either the wizarding or Muggle world. So, it has probably flown to another place, and you don't need to worry about the safety of your families. As she spoke, Professor Sprout took out a collection of briefings she had saved for years and began telling the class about Newt Scamander's many accomplishments. Kyle noticed that some of the briefings were quite old, with the oldest one faded and worn. It detailed Newt's significant contribution to defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald, complete with a photograph of a young and dashing Scamander. The students, after hearing about Scamander's achievements, felt a great sense of relief. If the most renowned expert on magical creatures was confident, then they trusted his word. The fact that Scamander was a close friend of Headmaster Dumbledore made him even more reliable in their eyes. By the time lunch rolled around, the atmosphere in the Great Hall was much livelier. "I can't believe I forgot I had classes this afternoon," Cedric grumbled, disappointed, as he picked up a potato still in its skin. "Looks like I can't go with you to visit Hagrid. What a shame." Second-year students had more homework than first years, and rarely had afternoons off except on weekends or during holidays, so Cedric couldn't join Kyle for the visit. "It's just to get some mooncalf manure." "What's so bad about that?" Kyle asked, taking a bite of his bread. "What, are you going to keep ornamental plants too?" "No, I'm more interested in mooncalves," Cedric replied. I've heard they perform a complicated dance in the moonlight. It sounds amazing, but I've never seen one in real life. You probably won't get to see the dance, Kyle shrugged. That only happens at night, and by then it'll be past curfew, unless you're up for a nighttime adventure. I know, Cedric sighed. That's why I just want to see a mooncalf, even if it's during the day. That's still possible, Kyle nodded. Although mooncalves sleep during the day, they usually stay in caves, and you can still catch a glimpse of them, assuming Hagrid keeps them near the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Kyle put down his pumpkin juice and said, "How about this, let's go right after lunch. We've got over an hour before class, so we should have time." Cedric's eyes lit up. Really? Is that okay? Of course, there's no set time for it. At that moment, Kyle noticed Kana sitting next to them, showing interest. Casually, he asked, "Do you want to come along?" Kana hesitated briefly before nodding. Thanks to Professor Sprout's stories about Newt Scamander, Kana had developed a fascination with magical creatures and was eager to see them up close. After lunch, the three of them headed to Hagrid's cabin by the Forbidden Forest. This time, they didn't bother knocking. When they arrived, they found Hagrid watering his pumpkin patch. After Halloween, the massive pumpkins had disappeared, leaving behind small seedlings. "Go into the Forbidden Forest?" Hagrid asked, shaking his head vigorously after hearing Kyle's request. No. First-year students aren't allowed in there, it's too dangerous. It's fine, Hagrid, Kyle said with a smile. No one knows the Forbidden Forest better than you. Besides, the mooncalves are at the safer edge of the forest, and with you guiding us, we'll be perfectly safe. Even if you say that, I still... By the way, Kyle interrupted smoothly, you know so much about magical creatures. I bet you'll be the next Care of Magical Creatures professor when Professor Ketleben retires. Me, a professor? No way. I'm not nearly as good as Professor Ketleben, Hagrid mumbled, looking flustered even through his bushy beard. Cedric noticed Hagrid's discomfort but pressed on gently. We trust you, Hagrid. You know the Forbidden Forest and its creatures better than anyone. Hagrid hesitated for a moment, then sighed. All right, but you have to promise to stay close to me and not wander off. If you do, I'll send you back immediately, and you won't be allowed near the Forbidden Forest again. We promise, Professor Hagrid, the three of them said in unison, grinning. Hagrid blushed at the title, but his expression darkened slightly as he muttered, I can't be a professor, don't say that where others might hear. You need to have a little more confidence in yourself, Kyle said seriously, stepping forward to pat Hagrid on the back of his hand. Give it 4 years, and I'm sure you'll be a professor. Impossible, Hagrid shook his head. You don't need to comfort me. Kyle's eyes twinkled as he proposed, how about we make a bet? If you're not a professor in 4 years, I'll arrange for Newt Scamander to let you take care of his dragon for 2 months during the summer holidays. Hagrid froze mid-step, turning toward Kyle with disbelief. Mr. Scamander has a dragon. Yes, Kyle confirmed with a nod. It's been sent back 3 times by the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary because of its terrible temper. It attacks anything that moves after it leaves Newt. After the 3rd time, they refuse to take it back. It can't be released into the wild, so it's kept in a box. Hagrid's eyes widened with excitement. I agree, he said immediately, unable to resist the allure of spending time with a dragon. Chapter 57, What to do when the dog has no appetite. Who in the wizarding world would refuse to raise a dragon? Hagrid certainly wouldn't. And as for his grumpy disposition, so what? Children are supposed to be a little mischievous, after all. Being sent back by the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary only proves those people are incompetent. Just look at how scrawny they are, like walking twigs, how could they possibly manage to raise a dragon properly? All right, if you become a professor. Kyle began. No problem. Hagrid interrupted before Kyle could finish. With a wave of his hand, he said, I agree to the bet. He didn't even stop to consider whether Kyle could actually convince Newt, or whether Dumbledore would allow a dragon at Hogwarts. He just agreed right away. It almost seemed like Hagrid was worried Kyle might change his mind, as he quickened his pace, leading the 3 of them, who had to jog to keep up, towards the mooncalf's cave. You lot stay here, don't go any further, Hagrid said seriously, turning back to the group. Mooncalves tire themselves out when they dance, so they need plenty of rest during the day. You've got to be as quiet as possible. Kana and Cedric nodded quietly, their eyes curiously fixed on the cave entrances that looked like tents. But where was Kyle? The mooncalves didn't interest him, he'd seen them countless times with Newt. His attention had shifted to the wiggontrays surrounding them. Compared to other places, the wiggontrays here were tall, thick, and stretched high into the sky. Kyle approached one and knocked on its trunk, which sounded solid and firm. Noticing Kyle's actions, Hagrid whispered an explanation. Because mooncalves stomp their droppings into the ground, wiggontrays grow really well around them. By the way, this is also a botruckle's nest. Kyle glanced up and soon spotted countless little green seedlings scattered throughout the wiggontrays. It was exactly like what Newt had shown him. In that magical suitcase, the botruckles and mooncalves were neighbors. Kyle picked up a branch from the ground. Hagrid, can I collect some branches? You can, but what do you need them for? I've got some ideas. When they emerged from the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid was carrying a large bundle of dead branches in his hands. Kyle had wanted to use the floating charm to help, but Hagrid found that unnecessary and insisted on carrying them himself. Once they exited the forest, Cedric headed back to the castle for his classes, leaving Kyle and Connor behind. Unlike their previous visit, Hagrid warmly invited the two of them to stop by his cabin. As soon as they entered, a big black dog came bounding toward them, tongue hanging out and tail wagging furiously like a fan. Kyle reached down and gave the dog's head a good scratch, nearly rolling his eyes in pleasure. It felt great. All right, Fong, come here, Hagrid called, placing a grayish pot on the floor. Fong immediately rushed over, diving into the pot with excitement. Hagrid patted his head and said, "Eat slowly, there's more if you need it." As they chatted, Kyle glanced around the cabin. The space was small, consisting of a single room. A ham hung from the ceiling, along with a pheasant, and a brazier with a copper kettle sat boiling water. In one corner was a large bed covered with ragged quilting. The room looked rather shabby, inconspicuous at best. But Kyle noticed something else. The ham was made from Tebow warthog, and the rope used to hang it appeared to be a shiny, white silk, likely from an acromantula spider. And the cushion they were sitting on? It was made from unicorn hair. Though not entirely tail hair, it was still an impressively luxurious cushion, the most expensive one Kyle had ever sat on. Once Hagrid sat down, Kyle introduced them. "This is Connor, and the one who just left is Cedric. They're both Hufflepuffs like me, but Cedric's a second year." "Hello," Hagrid greeted Connor warmly. He then handed both her and Kyle a piece of rock cake from the plate next to him. "You must be hungry. Try some of my cooking." Connor picked up the rock cake, only to feel its unexpected weight, as though she were holding a brick. She blinked, wisely choosing not to take a bite. Kyle refrained from eating as well, but he cleverly asked Hagrid for another piece, saying he would share it with Cedric later. Hagrid, delighted by this, generously handed Kyle the entire plate of rock cakes and encouraged him to come back for more anytime. Kyle, of course, didn't want them, so he took only 2 and stuffed them into his pocket. He wasn't planning on eating them either, even if they tasted decent, without a giant's teeth, they were practically inedible. However, they might prove useful for self-defense. Lately, Snape had been pushing him to his limit, and Kyle felt on the verge of a breakdown. If worse came to worst, the rock cakes would make an excellent tool for self-preservation. He could always claim he offered Professor Snape a rock cake, but Snape had simply failed to catch it. After handing back the plate, Hagrid looked at Kyle, an awkward expression on his face. "Well, I've got this dog, but he's been a bit sluggish lately, not eating much. What do you think could be wrong?" Kyle instinctively glanced at Fong, who was eagerly devouring his second bowl of food. Lacking energy. No appetite. It couldn't be Fong, so Kyle looked back at Hagrid, puzzled. Hagrid quickly clarified. "Not Fong, the other dog." "Oh." Kyle realized Hagrid was talking about the 3-headed dog. Kyle looked around the cabin but didn't see any sign of the creature. "Didn't I tell you before?" Kyle said, turning back to Hagrid. "You just need to let him loose in the Forbidden Forest." "I did, but it didn't work," Hagrid replied, sounding a bit frustrated. "He perked up while he was out there, but as soon as I brought him back to the cabin, he became sluggish again." Kyle was momentarily speechless. Hagrid's unique way of thinking never failed to amaze him. Did he really believe he was just walking a regular dog, and then bringing it back here? "Hagrid, the 3-headed dog." Kyle began. "Just one head. Just one head." Hagrid interrupted, denying it frantically. Kyle took a deep breath, ignoring Hagrid's protests, and continued, "The 3-headed dog is a large magical creature that naturally prefers open, spacious environments. If they're kept in a small, low-ceilinged space for too long, they start to feel depressed." "It's not small in here," Hagrid muttered defensively. "Well, it's fine for you," Kyle explained patiently. "But within a year, a 3-headed dog can grow to 3 meters tall, and its body can stretch over 5 meters in length. By then, it'll barely be able to turn around in here." Chapter 58, What an Ugly Dog. Kanna was completely dumbfounded during the entire exchange between Kyle and Hagrid. "Who am I? What am I doing here? And what on earth are they talking about?" she wondered. Weren't they just talking about a dog with no appetite? Now they're mentioning a 3-headed dog. What even is that? A dog with 3 heads? But there's no such creature in this house. Kyle. Kanna quickly interrupted while Hagrid was deep in thought. "What were you talking about just now?" But Kyle didn't answer her directly. Instead, he turned to Hagrid and motioned with his head. "Come on, don't hide it. I'm not a professional veterinarian, I need to see it for myself." "I didn't." Hagrid started to protest, but after a moment of hesitation and remembering the sorry state of his furry friend, he sighed in defeat. "All right, but you can't tell anyone." "Of course," Kyle nodded. I swear on Cedric's character. Hagrid, too wrapped up in his own thoughts, didn't quite catch what Kyle said and stood up to leave the room. But Conna heard it loud and clear. Why did you swear on Cedric's character? She asked, confused. Don't worry about the details, Kyle replied with a dismissive wave. If I had one, I would have sworn on mine. Conna fell silent and moved aside, not sure what to make of that. Hagrid returned shortly afterward, and it was clear the place where he had hidden Fluffy wasn't far from the cabin. Once back inside, Hagrid hurriedly drew the curtains and lifted the moleskin coat draped over his arm, revealing Fluffy, the infamous three-headed dog, tucked beneath it. Fluffy was now almost as big as a cow. Realizing he'd been brought into the cramped room again, he quickly lowered his head and lay flat on the floor, trying to make himself as small as possible. Conna was utterly shocked. She had never imagined Hagrid would actually bring out a dog with 3 heads, and it was so ugly. The three-headed dog, like many large magical creatures, was not what one might call cute. Fluffy's giant mouth, packed with sharp teeth, took up nearly half of each head. His nose was wrinkled up, with folds of flesh that resembled a washboard. Does the three-headed dog have Sharpay blood or something? Kyle mused, scratching his head. He wasn't entirely sure. He had never seen one before, and even Newt's magical suitcase didn't have everything. In fact, even in Greece, the three-headed dog was an exceptionally rare magical creature, almost as rare as a basilisk. Kyle figured that whoever sold Fluffy to Hagrid must have been an outsider. What luck, Kyle said to himself, reaching out to stroke Fluffy's rather unattractive head. The fur was stiff, feeling almost like a well-worn shoe brush left out in the elements, definitely not as pleasant as Fong's soft coat. Fluffy, ever the feisty one, didn't appreciate the gesture. Realizing one of his heads was being petted, he opened his mouth and tried to bite Kyle's hand. Kyle dodged quickly and gently patted the middle head. Don't be naughty. I'll give you a treat later. At this, Fluffy calmed down instantly and responded with a couple of soft woofs. How about some murtlap dried rat meat? Kyle suggested after a moment's thought. It's tougher than beef, and I bet you'll like it. Woof. Came Fluffy's response. 30. Kyle frowned. No way, that's too much. I only have 9. You 3 can split it. Kyle was busy haggling with Fluffy when Hagrid, who had been observing the whole exchange, nearly jumped out of his skin in disbelief. Looking from Kyle to Fluffy, he asked, Did Mr. Scamander teach you that as well? Kyle just smiled and didn't answer. In the wizarding world, many knew that Kyle had a knack for communicating with magical creatures, but the explanation given to the public was simple: Mr. Scamander taught him. Since Newt had never denied this, most people accepted it as the truth. After all, as the greatest magizoologist of the century, Newt Scamander was expected to know some tricks that others didn't. However, only a select few knew the real story: the Weasleys, Newt himself, and Dumbledore. But Hagrid certainly wasn't one of them. By Merlin's beard. Hagrid said, looking at Kyle with awe and a hint of envy. It seems Mr. Scamander thinks very highly of you. I begged him for ages, but he never agreed to teach me how to talk to magical creatures. These are just little tricks, Hagrid, Kyle replied, smiling as he fed some dried murtlap meat to Fluffy. Besides, you already understand what Fluffy's saying, even if you don't speak his language. Yes, I do. Hagrid said proudly. I always know what Fluffy wants, and he knows me too. He was a real handful when he was little, but if I sing, he always falls right asleep. To demonstrate, Hagrid began singing softly while gently patting Fluffy. Kyle could hear Fluffy's thoughts loud and clear. It's starting again, my head is killing me. Just sleep, it'll be over soon. Go to sleep, now. As Hagrid sang, all 3 of Fluffy's heads gradually drooped, and within moments, they were snoring loudly. Their synchronized, well-practiced slumber made Kyle feel almost sorry for the poor creature. See. He's asleep, Hagrid said, beaming with satisfaction. Kyle laughed awkwardly, glancing at Hagrid's happy face. After a moment of thought, he decided against revealing what Fluffy had actually been thinking and shifted the conversation back to a more pressing issue. He's getting really big now, Hagrid, Kyle said, stroking one of Fluffy's heads. You must have noticed he's been in a low mood ever since we brought him into this room. You need to let him loose in the Forbidden Forest as soon as possible. I know, Hagrid sighed, looking troubled. But I'm just not comfortable with it. Fluffy's still so young. What if something happens to him without me around? Kyle raised an eyebrow. He had a strong suspicion that Hagrid should be more concerned about the well-being of the other creatures in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid hesitated for a moment before continuing, his eyes darting around the room. And if I put him in the Forbidden Forest, Dumbledore might see him. What if he decides to send Fluffy away? Then put him deeper into the Forbidden Forest, Kyle suggested. Don't forget, this is a delicate time. The Ministry's Aurors are tracking down every unknown magical creature. It's better if Dumbledore finds Fluffy than them. But he's not one of those creatures, Hagrid protested, his face flushed with excitement. I checked thoroughly. The Greek who sold him to me wasn't in any of the photos the Ministry released. The Aurors won't care about that, Kyle said calmly. What they'll care about is the fact that you happened to purchase an unknown three-headed dog right before the group was arrested. That's enough to make them suspicious. Chapter 59, the Headmaster's Office. Kyle and Connor returned to the castle shortly after leaving Hagrid's hut. Once they were gone, Hagrid sat alone, pondering until evening. In the end, he decided to follow Kyle's advice and release Fluffy into the Forbidden Forest that very night. Although reluctant, he knew there was no other choice. First and foremost, it would make Fluffy happier. And if Fluffy was happy, Hagrid would be too. Kyle had made a valid point, the situation was tense. Just earlier, Professor Orin from Defense Against the Dark Arts had complained to Hagrid while gathering materials in the Forbidden Forest. The professor had been frustrated that, due to the day's daily profit report, the Ministry of Magic had deployed most of their best teams to track down any magical creatures with uncertain origins, to show they were handling the matter seriously. This crackdown made it nearly impossible for Orin to buy the supplies he needed. Instead, he was forced to catch them himself in the forest. Hagrid chuckled, remembering how Orin had cursed Fudge as an idiot in his frustration. At the time, it had seemed amusing, but now Hagrid regretted not joining in the cursing. The truth was, Hagrid had bought Fluffy in a pub, and there had been quite a few witnesses. Even though they didn't know what exactly he had purchased, if any of them were caught, they might try to save themselves by reporting that Hagrid had been buying magical creatures. After all, for those people, a correct guess could help them avoid punishment, and a wrong one wouldn't hurt them. So, for Fluffy's safety, and to avoid causing Dumbledore any unnecessary trouble, Hagrid had no choice but to release Fluffy. Surely, those Aurors wouldn't dare search the Forbidden Forest, right? But if they did, Hagrid wasn't too concerned. After all, the forest's depths were home to werewolves and manticores, so what was one more three-headed dog? Meanwhile, back at the castle, Kyle was sitting in a corner of the common room, sorting through the bundle of wig entree branches he'd collected. Connor watched curiously as he worked. I was going to ask you, she said, eyeing the branches. Why are you messing with those dead sticks when there are plenty of branches in the kitchen that you could just grab anytime? These aren't just ordinary branches. They're from wig entrees, Kyle explained. Wig entrees are magical rowan trees. Anyone touching their trunks is protected from attacks by dark creatures. Connor blinked. She knew that much, but what did that have to do with the branches? After all, branches and trunks weren't the same thing. Kyle, noticing her confusion, sighed. Never mind, you'll understand later. He picked out a particularly straight stick and set it aside. Then, as if the thought just occurred to him, he asked, by the way, how did you know there are branches in the kitchen? Have you eaten there? The kitchen was located close to the common room, and Kyle had been there a few times. However, every time he approached the door, he was promptly swarmed by house elves. The kitchen stove was farther inside, and the only way to fully see it was to sit at one of the long tables. Considering how enthusiastic the house elves were, Kyle mused, it was impossible to visit the kitchen without getting roped into a meal. And halfway through, they'd probably try to serve you an entire cow. I'm not. Don't say things like that. Connor's face suddenly turned beet red as she stammered, I was just curious and went to take a look in the kitchen. I see, Kyle replied nonchalantly, focusing on sorting the wig entree branches. By the time he finished, he realized Connor had quietly returned to the dormitory, leaving him as the only one still in the common room. Remembering that tomorrow was the weekend, Kyle decided to pack up and head to bed early. He had no intention of staying up late. After all, the next day was important for Hufflepuff. The Quidditch tournament was starting, and their first match was against Slytherin. The next morning, the Hufflepuff students were up bright and early, energized for the big game. After breakfast, they donned their uniforms and grabbed the cheer flags they'd made, heading to the Quidditch pitch to support their team. Kyle was supposed to join them, but after finishing breakfast, a plump ghost suddenly floated toward him. Hello, Kyle. I hope I'm not interrupting your breakfast, greeted the fat friar. Hello, friar, Kyle replied politely. Care to watch the Quidditch match with us? Hufflepuff has a good chance of winning this year. I prefer gobstones, I'm afraid, the friar said with a hint of regret. Unfortunately, Hogwarts cancelled that game decades ago. Oh, I see. Sorry to hear that, Kyle said quickly, not wanting to make the ghost feel bad. I hope I haven't ruined your day. Of course not, my boy, the friar smiled warmly. The best part about being a ghost is that nothing ever really goes wrong. But speaking of things, I'm afraid you'll have to delay your plans to watch the game. Dumbledore wants to see you in his office, 8th floor. The password is Butterfinger. Dumbledore wants to see me. Kyle was caught off guard. Curiosity piqued, he asked, do you know why the headmaster wants to see me, friar? I'm just the messenger, the fat friar shook his head with a gentle smile. All right, I'll go now. Thanks, friar. After saying goodbye, Kyle immediately made his way to the 8th floor. It wasn't every day the headmaster requested a meeting, and Kyle wondered what it could be about. Hopefully, he wouldn't miss the Quidditch match. Thanks to his familiarity with the castle's layout, Kyle quickly found the ugly stone gargoyle guarding the entrance to the headmaster's office. Butterfinger, Kyle said aloud. With a jump, the gargoyle moved aside, and the wall behind it split open to reveal a set of revolving stairs, slowly ascending like an escalator. Kyle stepped on and rode the stairs up to a large oak door with a griffin-shaped knocker. He hesitated for a moment before giving the door a gentle tap. The griffin knocker came to life, flapping its wings as the door slowly opened. Kyle stepped into the headmaster's office and couldn't help but look around with wide-eyed curiosity. The room was spacious and circular, filled with odd, fascinating little noises. Various strange silver devices cluttered the desk, spinning and emitting wisps of smoke, their purposes entirely unknown to Kyle, but he was certain none of them were mere humidifiers. Along the wall stood a stone basin engraved with mysterious symbols, and next to it was a colossal mirror. The mirror towered to the ceiling, framed in gleaming gold, with two claw-shaped feet supporting it on the ground. Chapter 60, Helping the Headmaster Soothe His Pet. The Mirror of Eriste, a legendary alchemical artifact, had the power to reveal a person's deepest desires, whatever their heart most longed for would appear before them when they stood in front of it. It was a mesmerizing and magical object. Is this some kind of mirror of the mind? Kyle mused, resisting the temptation to take a peek. He deliberately looked away, knowing the allure could be overwhelming. It seems you recognize the Mirror of Eriste, Dumbledore's gentle voice came from behind Kyle. The headmaster had appeared without Kyle noticing. I'm glad you were able to resist its temptations. This is something many adult wizards find difficult to do. People often waste away in front of it, entranced by their own visions, sometimes even driven to madness. I just don't want to add to my worries, Headmaster, Kyle replied with a chuckle as he turned around. I'm quite content with my life as it is. A very wise choice, Dumbledore nodded approvingly. He stepped closer to the mirror, his fingers brushing the ornate golden frame. I must admit, you've already surpassed me in this regard. Even I find it hard to resist looking at the mirror from time to time. Curious, Kyle asked, so, what do you see when you look in the mirror, Headmaster? The true meaning of magic? Or perhaps a deeper, more profound theory? Dumbledore smiled warmly, his eyes twinkling. You've made me blush, Kyle. I'm afraid I'm not as great as you imagine. What I see is myself holding a pair of thick, woolen socks. Kyle raised an eyebrow in surprise, but Dumbledore winked. There are never enough socks, you see. Christmas comes and goes, and I haven't received a single pair in ages. People always insist on giving me books. Kyle couldn't help but suspect that Dumbledore might be dropping a subtle hint, especially since Christmas was only 2 months away. As Kyle briefly considered whether he should take the hint and give socks as a gift, Dumbledore had already returned to his desk. He summoned a cup of black tea for himself and a plate of sweets appeared alongside. Would you like something to drink, Kyle? Dumbledore offered. Lemonade, please, Kyle replied. With a nod, a large glass of lemonade materialized on the table. Kyle took a sip and found that it tasted exactly like normal lemonade, nothing extraordinary, despite being in the headmaster's office. Dumbledore, meanwhile, was leisurely sipping his tea, showing no urgency to speak. The room was quiet, the portraits of previous headmasters hanging on the walls softly snoring in their frames. Occasionally, one would half open an eye and sneak a glance at Kyle, but they remained silent. The atmosphere was becoming a bit uncomfortable for Kyle, who wasn't used to the quiet stillness. Just then, the whistle of the Quidditch match echoed faintly from outside the window, signaling the start of the game. Finally gathering his thoughts, Kyle asked, Headmaster, what can I do for you? Ah, look at me, Dumbledore laughed softly, patting his forehead. I've been so distracted by my tea that I almost forgot the reason I asked you here. Dumbledore stood up and motioned for Kyle to follow him. They moved to a tall, gilded perch behind the door, where a magnificent fiery red bird was perched. It was Fawkes, the headmaster's phoenix. The phoenix has been sulking with me for a while now, Dumbledore said, looking rather distressed. But I can't figure out what the problem is. Could you ask him for me? Is that so? Kyle turned to Fawkes, who had already heard what Dumbledore said. The majestic bird glanced briefly at Kyle, then shot a displeased look at Dumbledore, chirping in clear frustration. Kyle nodded knowingly. No wonder you're so upset. What did it say? Dumbledore asked, intrigued. Despite his remarkable linguistic abilities, including mastering the languages of snakes and goblins, Phoenix speak remained elusive, especially since Fawkes, when irritated, seemed to speak with an accent that made it even more difficult to understand. With some discretion, Kyle responded, Headmaster, Fawkes says he doesn't want you putting cockroach clusters in its food anymore. Dumbledore blinked, clearly surprised. I always thought it'd enjoy those. Fawkes immediately turned its back to Dumbledore in anger, making it very clear that it did not appreciate the misunderstanding. It was a phoenix, after all, not a chicken. Worms were the furthest thing from its preferred diet. Realizing his error, Dumbledore quickly began apologizing, but Fawkes continued to snub him, turning away every time Dumbledore tried to speak, even covering its head with its wings as if to block out its owner's words. In the end, it was Kyle who managed to calm the fiery bird down. He offered Fawkes a leaf of dittany and a bluebell, which Fawkes swallowed in 2 quick bites, finally appeased. For the record, Kyle hadn't snatched the bluebell from the common room. It had been his reward for helping Professor Sprout clean the greenhouse. Watching it disappear into Fawkes' beak so quickly left Kyle feeling a bit dejected. He hadn't even gotten the chance to warm himself with it. "I knew I could count on you," Dumbledore said, patting Kyle's shoulder happily. "If it weren't for you, I might not have been able to calm it down for quite some time." "It's nothing, Headmaster," Kyle replied, though his smile was a bit weak. "Is there anything else? If not, I'd really like to go watch the Quidditch match." Kyle touched his moleskin pouch, feeling a bit uneasy about staying much longer. If Fawkes got upset again, he didn't have any more herbs to offer, and as a first year, he wasn't exactly stocked up on such things. Besides, Fawkes wasn't his phoenix, better to let Dumbledore handle it from here on out. "There is one small matter," Dumbledore said, turning to retrieve a potion bottle from a drawer. "This is a magic-suppressing potion for McGonagall. I was going to have Madame Pomfrey deliver it, but I suspect he's avoiding the infirmary. So I thought, since you're here, you could take it to him." Kyle accepted the bottle, but couldn't help asking, hasn't McGonagall learned to control his magic yet? "It's not easy," Dumbledore replied after a thoughtful pause. "But Pomona says he's making good progress. By the time he reaches his 2nd year, he likely won't need the potion anymore." Kyle nodded in understanding. "Remember," Dumbledore added, "this potion is important for McGonagall, even if it's not the most pleasant tasting. Make sure he drinks it, don't let him just toss it away." "Don't worry, Headmaster," Kyle smiled, "Michael's my roommate. I'll make sure he drinks it." "That's reassuring to hear." Dumbledore raised his cup of black tea. "Now, go enjoy the match. It should still be going on." Chapter 61, Conflict. When Kyle emerged from the headmaster's office, he was holding a feather along with the magic-suppressing potion. It was a warm phoenix tail feather, a gift from Fawkes. The phoenix had plucked it off right in front of Kyle's eyes as if sensing his departure. Kyle hadn't just broken even, he had profited, trading a simple bluebell for a fresh phoenix tail feather. What a generous phoenix, he thought. After leaving the 8th floor, Kyle hurried towards the Quidditch pitch. But upon arriving, he was greeted by a group of young Hufflepuffs carrying Cedric and rushing towards the hospital wing, all while cursing angrily. "The shameless scum from Slytherin. Rude and dirty, they don't deserve to play Quidditch. Slytherin should be disqualified." Cedric, being carried by the young Badgers, clutched his head with one hand while holding his right leg with the other, his face twisted in pain. Seeing this, Kyle quickly followed. From their heated conversation, it wasn't hard to guess that Cedric had been injured, and that the Slytherin players were responsible. Spotting Ryan and McGonagall in the crowd, Kyle rushed over, patting one of them on the shoulder. "What happened on the pitch?" he asked. Ryan, startled, turned around in surprise. "Kyle, where have you been? Why are you only just getting here?" "The headmaster called for me, so I went to his office," Kyle replied briefly, before asking again, "Never mind me, how's Cedric?" At this, Ryan's face flushed with anger. "It's those shameless Slytherins again. You don't know, Cedric was about to catch the snitch, just a little more and we would have won. But then the Slytherin captain took advantage of Cedric focusing on the snitch and punched him in the head, knocking him clean off his broom." "Yes," McGonagall added, equally outraged. "And do you know what that kid said to Madame Hooch? He actually claimed he thought Cedric's head was a quaffle. That rude, stupid, underdeveloped gorilla doesn't deserve to play in a tournament like this. He should be sent off." McGonagall fumed. "It's not football, McGonagall," Ryan reminded him. "You can't send someone off in Quidditch." McGonagall jutted his chin out stubbornly. "But it's still unfair to just give Hufflepuff a free shot." As Ryan and McGonagall went back and forth in their outrage, Kyle quickly pieced together what had happened. Just as he had suspected, Slytherin had resorted to dirty tactics after realizing they couldn't win the game fairly. Soon, the group arrived at the hospital wing. By Merlin's beard. What on earth happened? Madame Pomfrey was furious. A broken nose and a complete break of the right leg. I don't understand why Hogwarts organizes such dangerous games. Every year someone is brought in, every single year. She wasted no time in mending Cedric's leg, casting her healing spells with practiced precision. Once his leg was set, she sent everyone else away, but kept Kyle behind. With other patients to attend to, she couldn't watch over Cedric herself, and since she vaguely remembered Kyle, the responsibility fell to him. As she closed the door, she muttered under her breath, complaining about the dangers of Quidditch and the incompetence of the teachers who allowed it. Kyle sat down by Cedric's bedside and poured him a glass of water. "How are you feeling?" "My leg still hurts a bit," Cedric admitted, shifting slightly in bed, "but it's already much better." There was never any doubt about Madame Pomfrey's skill. If it had been Cedric's arm instead of his leg, he would likely have been discharged already. It's a pity about the game, though. We were 30 points ahead. Cedric sighed in frustration as he sank back into his pillow. If only I'd paid more attention to what was happening around me. "It's okay, it's just one game," Kyle reassured him. Winning or losing isn't important. Besides, it's practically Slytherin tradition to foul during the match. Even if you dodge them this time, they'd come after you again. And if you keep avoiding them, you'll never be able to catch the golden snitch. You're right, Cedric admitted, scratching his head in frustration. But what about the rest of the games? Hufflepuff and Slytherin would face each other more than once during the season, and Cedric had no desire to end up in the hospital wing 3 more times. Don't worry, Kyle said after a moment's thought. You just focus on getting better, and leave the rest to me. Wait, are you joining the Quidditch team? Cedric asked in surprise. What position would you play, Peter? Kyle snorted. You're thinking too much. Once the competition has started, it's impossible for me to join, even if I wanted to, unless someone withdraws voluntarily. Hogwarts rules on Quidditch were clear, each house had only one opportunity to recruit new players, and it was limited to the second week of the school year. In reality, the captains often selected their teams by the end of the first week and submitted the names to Madame Hooch at the beginning of the second. This gave new players time to train with the team before the matches began, and saved the professors any hassle. After that, no substitutions were allowed unless a player left school, dropped out, or could no longer play for medical reasons. And Madame Hooch was firm on this. Then what did you mean by taking care of it? Wait, you're not thinking of going after Slytherin, are you? Cedric's expression turned serious as he realized what Kyle might be implying. Don't do anything that breaks school rules. I just broke a leg, it's not that serious. And you're only a first year. Most of the Slytherin players are third years or older. They'd be happy to take you on, and Professor Snape won't. Hey, hold on a minute, Kyle interrupted, raising an eyebrow. What's all this talk about first years and third years? You don't think I'm planning to duel them, do you? Cedric froze. Aren't you? You wish, Kyle replied, giving him a disgusted look. I think Madame Pomfrey should check your head again. Chapter 62, the tense atmosphere in the hospital wing. In the hospital wing, Cedric and Kyle locked eyes, an awkward silence filling the air. It was Cedric who felt the weight of the moment more. If he weren't lying in bed, he might have tried to dig a hole right there to escape the embarrassment. I'm glad that's not the case, Cedric muttered, turning his head to the side in an attempt to appear calm. Kyle cleared his throat, his tone suddenly serious. Cedric, why on earth would you want to duel them? We're Hufflepuffs, the most honest and model students at Hogwarts. That kind of thinking is dangerous. He leaned in slightly. Think of Professor Sprout, how disappointed she'd be if she found out you'd become so impulsive, reckless, and disobedient. I haven't thought about it. Cedric shot back, annoyed. The truth was, when he was brought to the hospital wing, he'd overheard some of the others talking about confronting the Slytherins for a proper one-on-one fight. Quite a few were fired up about it. At the time, his head and leg had hurt too much for him to protest, and he had been too out of it to stop them. Now, as Kyle spoke, he'd assumed his friend was thinking the same way. You don't need to explain, Kyle said, not even glancing at him, his voice calm and reflective. I understand. You were seriously hurt, and it's only natural to say something rash when you're emotional. Just be more cautious next time. Here, have a chocolate frog. Before the young Badgers left the hospital wing, they had left some snacks, mostly treats they'd brought to enjoy during the game. Kyle picked up a chocolate frog, unwrapped it, and handed it over. I'm telling you, I didn't think like that. You, wait a second. Cedric paused mid-sentence, suddenly noticing the card in Kyle's hand. What are you holding? Kyle calmly slid his hand into his pocket. Just an ordinary card. Nicholas Flamel. I don't have him yet. No, Cedric said, sitting up straighter. That's not Nicholas Flamel, it's Agrippa. Though he'd only caught a glimpse, Cedric had seen the golden sheen of the card, something that made it unmistakable. The Chocolate Frog Company had commissioned a renowned alchemist to create a unique protection for this rare card. It was a failsafe against people using doubling charms to duplicate it or Accio to steal it. The protection charm was far superior to the one on galleons. There was only one card in the entire Chocolate Frog set that used this enchantment, Cornelius Agrippa, the rarest of them all. Realizing this, Cedric immediately reached out. Give it back. That was my chocolate frog, so the card inside is naturally mine too. Kyle, seeing he'd been caught, stopped pretending. But I'm the one who opened it. If it had been yours, you'd have gotten a Dumbledore at best. It doesn't matter who opened it. The card is Cornelius Agrippa, and it's mine. Cedric retorted, getting increasingly frustrated. I just need this one to complete my collection. Kyle clutched his pocket defensively. I need this one too. Just like on the train, they were back to staring each other down, the tension in the air thick. But this time, Kyle clearly had the upper hand. He shot Cedric a defiant look, then walked toward the door of the hospital wing, opened it, and stepped outside. But then he came back in. Out again. Then in once more. Cedric was at his wit's end, staring incredulously as Kyle teased him. He couldn't believe his friend would stoop so low as to taunt a patient with a broken leg. Okay, no more jokes. Seeing Cedric practically gasping for breath from frustration, Kyle walked back to his bedside and pulled the Agrippa card from his pocket. I really can't give it to you. I need it, Kyle said, his expression unusually serious. I have to admit, Slytherin is really lucky. I was wondering what to do next, and then this card showed up right on time. Slytherin. Cedric put down the shoe he'd been holding threateningly and gave Kyle a puzzled look. What does your plan have to do with this card? Kyle nodded gravely. This is Agrippa, Cedric muttered, his face filled with longing and worry. If I could get my hands on an Agrippa, I'd be willing to fall off my broom a few more times. Kyle shot him a look of disdain. It's just a card. Look at you, completely hopeless. This isn't about a card. We're talking about venting your frustration. On a small scale, sure, but on a larger scale, it could decide whether Hufflepuff wins the Quidditch Cup. Now tell me, what's more important, an Agrippa card or the Quidditch Cup? Cedric paused, Kyle's words sinking in. That's true. He mumbled, feeling torn between his collection and his house's victory. Exactly. Kyle declared, sensing he was making headway. But Cedric couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Kyle was acting way too serious for his usual self. The more Cedric thought about it, the more convinced he became that Kyle was pulling one over on him, that the Agrippa card had nothing to do with Kyle's so-called plan. Why don't you just let me have the Agrippa, even for just one night? Cedric suggested cautiously. That way, I can at least say I had him once. I'll give it back to you tomorrow when I'm discharged, or we could carry out the plan together. Kyle shook his head, standing tall as though he were preparing for battle. No, leave the dirty work to me, he said with exaggerated bravado, patting his chest. Your task right now is to rest and heal properly. Cedric just stared, deadpan. He was sure now, Kyle was definitely fooling him. Narrowing his eyes, Cedric bent down to pick up his shoes again, intending to confront Kyle. But by the time he looked back up, Kyle had already darted out of the hospital wing, quick as lightning. Cedric fumed, watching as Kyle made his escape. At that moment, Madame Pomfrey appeared, carrying a tray. What are you doing with your shoes? She asked, frowning at him. Your bones need time to heal properly. You'll be staying here overnight. I'm sorry, madam, Cedric mumbled, forcing a smile as he sheepishly put his shoes back down. Madame Pomfrey sighed, shaking her head as she began rebandaging Cedric's leg. Honestly, young wizards these days are so unreliable. She finished up and then reached over, placing something on his bed. I found this by your bedside. Remember to keep your belongings tidy. Cedric's heart skipped a beat, his eyes widening in surprise. He looked down at the card Madame Pomfrey had placed in front of him. It was a bearded old man, gazing kindly at him from the card. Cedric's heart, which had been burning with excitement moments earlier, sank like a stone as he read the description. Nicholas Flamel, widely regarded as the most famous living alchemist, is known for his contributions to Kyle. Cedric growled, gritting his teeth as he glared at the hospital wing's entrance. He desperately wanted to leap out of bed, track Kyle down, and give him a well-deserved punch. But one glance at Madame Pomfrey bustling nearby quickly put an end to that thought. Resigned, Cedric sighed heavily and reached for the 2 remaining chocolate frogs. Maybe there was still hope of finding another Agrippa. He unwrapped them with growing anticipation, but a minute later, he sighed again. 2 Dumbledores stared back at him. Defeated, he slipped the cards under his pillow. Chapter 63, Why does it leave a sweet aftertaste? Don't worry, Cedric's fine. Madame Pomfrey said he'll be discharged tomorrow morning, Kyle announced as soon as they returned to the Hufflepuff common room. The young Badgers, who had been anxiously waiting ever since leaving the hospital wing, perked up at the news. Even the Quidditch players, who had arrived earlier but were clearly disheartened, looked a bit relieved. Seeker Cedric's injury had been a huge blow to team morale. Although a substitute had taken over the chaser position, they still lost the match, 60-220, a crushing 160-point gap. At least Cedric's condition wasn't too serious, which was a small comfort. Beater Jazzer, a 7th-year student, exhaled in relief. If that's the case, he'll be back in time for practice tomorrow afternoon. Jazzer, who was in his final year, had one goal before graduating, winning the Quidditch Cup for Hufflepuff. Damn it. Captain Harris slammed his fist against the wall in frustration. This can't just be left like this. Yes, we can't let this slide, someone chimed in angrily. Slytherin hit our Seeker so blatantly. They're showing they don't respect you as captain, and I can't stand it. Captain, another voice spoke up quietly, I heard some of the Slytherin players are going to Hogsmeade tomorrow. Maybe we could. Shut it, Henry, Harris interrupted sharply, turning to glare at him. Remember, no one lays a hand on any Slytherin players. I'll deal with this. Kyle, who wasn't far away, glanced back at Harris after hearing what he said. The captain is still sharp, Kyle thought. We really can't afford to openly cause trouble with Slytherin right now. At the moment, Hufflepuff's house points were only about 10 points behind Slytherin's, a very narrow gap. If Snape got the chance, he wouldn't hesitate to dock Hufflepuff 100 points. And while losing that many points wouldn't normally bother Hufflepuff, there was a real fear that they wouldn't get the satisfaction of hitting back, and they'd still lose the points. That would be truly frustrating. The chance of that happening wasn't small either. Kyle suspected that a certain professor was keeping a close watch on them and might even be the one who leaked the news about the Slytherin players heading to Hogsmeade Village. Shaking his head, Kyle stopped paying attention to the conversation. He called Mikkel and Ryan over, and the three of them returned to the dormitory together. "Kyle, what was so important that you couldn't say it outside?" Mikkel asked, a bit reluctant as he'd been discussing Quidditch with the others when Kyle called him back to the dorm. He glanced at the Wimborne Wasps poster on Kyle's bed and sighed. "I've just started to realize how interesting Quidditch actually is. Too bad first years can't join the team. But I'm definitely signing up next year. What about you guys? Want to come along?" Mikkel closed his eyes, already imagining himself soaring across the Quidditch pitch on his broomstick. He envisioned catching the golden snitch, with the crowd roaring his name in deafening cheers. It was a wonderful feeling. "Wake up first, sleep later." An indifferent voice snapped him out of his daydream. "Quidditch can wait until next year. You have more important things to take care of right now." Kyle waited until Mikkel opened his eyes before reaching over and handing him a blue bottle of potion. "Time to take your medicine, buddy." Michael's smile instantly vanished when he saw the magic-suppressing potion. "No way. I just took it the other day." Mikkel protested firmly. 60 days ago, Kyle corrected him. "You know you're supposed to take it every 2 months. It's been 2 months already. That fast." Mikkel still couldn't believe it. The foul taste of the potion was so unforgettable, it felt like he had just taken it yesterday. "Hey, did you forget?" Ryan whispered from the side. "Halloween was just a few days ago." Hearing this, Mikkel quickly snapped back to reality. Right, it was just Halloween, he thought. So, 2 months really had passed. "Okay, fine, you're right," Mikkel admitted, his eyes darting around. "But I've got stuff to do later. Just leave it on the table, and I'll drink it when I get back tonight." "Okay, don't forget," Kyle said as he placed the potion on the table. Mikkel let out an audible sigh of relief. "Don't worry, I won't. I'm heading to the library to finish my homework. See you tonight." As Mikkel turned to leave, Kyle quietly drew his wand. Incarcerus. Thick ropes shot from the tip of Kyle's wand, binding Mikkel tightly. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Mikkel struggled frantically, but it was no use. He could only watch helplessly as Kyle approached with the potion in hand. "Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer." Mikkel pleaded. "Don't blame me. I'm upset about this too," Kyle said sincerely as he knelt down beside him. "But I have a job to do. Dumbledore gave me the task, and I have to see it through. I'm fine, really." Mikkel insisted, trying to salvage the situation. "Professor Sprout said I've improved a lot. There's no way I'll have accidents like before." "That was the levitation charm, and we've all learned the floating charm by now," Kyle reminded him. "Then I don't need a wand." Mikkel cried out, still struggling. "I can do it without a wand, right?" Kyle shook his head. "Doing charm class without a wand is like playing Quidditch without a broom." Kyle gave Ryan a subtle signal, and Ryan immediately caught on. Rolling up his sleeves, he stepped forward. Together, the two of them managed to get the magic-suppressing potion down Michael's throat without spilling a single drop. Ryan, holding the now empty bottle, asked curiously, "What exactly is this stuff?" "Magic-suppressing potion. It's pretty rare," Kyle explained. "Rare?" Ryan asked. "Yeah," Kyle replied, pausing to think. "Let me put it this way, if you weren't at Hogwarts, you'd need at least 50 galleons to get your hands on a potion like this. And that would be for the lowest quality version." 50 galleons. Ryan gasped. His wand had only cost 7 galleons, and this one potion was worth 7 wands. "Yep. But the one you just saw was made by Professor Snape himself," Kyle continued. "A potion brewed by a master like him would sell for double that in Diagon Alley, around 100 galleons. Even Mikkel, who had been lying on the floor pretending to be a limp fish, suddenly sat up when he heard that number. He had just swallowed something worth 100 galleons. Mikkel smacked his lips, trying to catch the sweet aftertaste. Chapter 64, The Freely Floating Bottom Line. It was evening in an empty classroom at Hogwarts. The flickering light of an oil lamp cast the shadows of the 3 figures present obliquely onto the wall. "I'm glad you came to us, Kyle, but we can't do this," Fred said, lowering his head and hiding his face from the light. "We've known each other for years, but this is the first time you've asked for our help since you got to Hogwarts," he continued. "I can't even remember the last time we had dinner together." "Last Wednesday," Kyle, sitting across from him, paused briefly to think. "You tried to sell my homework to the Gryffindor first years." "My friend, you were very firm in your refusal," George chimed in indifferently. "You have no idea how heartbroken we were when we had to walk away." "I just didn't need detention from Professor McGonagall," Kyle replied. "Selling homework in bulk. You two will come up with anything. Do you really think Professor McGonagall wouldn't notice something like that? She's not Ron, you know. Ahem, well, maybe you're right, Fred said, looking up at Kyle. But why aren't you worried about getting caught by McGonagall today? It's not that difficult, you could have done this yourself, or asked someone in Hufflepuff for help, right? We're being watched closely by Snape, Kyle explained. Oh, I see. So you're coming to us for the dirty work, George sighed. You found your place in Hufflepuff. You like it there, the professors and students like you. Honestly, you probably don't even need us anymore, and you've never even called us seniors. Enough with the dramatics. Are you in or out? Kyle's patience was running thin. Mr. Weasley, I'm going to count to 3. If you don't answer, I'll go find someone else. 1. George, look, he's even threatening us. Yeah, Fred, we're so scared. 2. I think you can count faster. Kyle didn't bother responding. Instead, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a golden card, waving it in front of Fred and George's faces. 3. We'll do it. Fred and George exclaimed simultaneously, suddenly appearing on either side of Kyle, grinning broadly. Kyle, that card you were holding, was that Agrippa? Fred asked eagerly. Kyle nodded. Fred leaned in, his voice full of anticipation. Can I see it again? Just for a second. Kyle, smirking, pulled out the rare card once more and waved it in front of them. Their eyes widened with awe, following the card's every movement as Kyle swung it back and forth. After about 10 seconds of teasing them, Kyle tucked the card away. See this, Agrippa? After we finish the job. You're going to give it to us? George interrupted, eyes wide with excitement. You wish, Kyle said flatly. I'll lend it to you for 10 minutes after the job's done. 10 days. Fred countered, frowning. 9 minutes, Kyle shot back. No way. A week at the very least, George jumped in. 5 minutes. 1 day, that's our final offer, the twins said in unison. Deal. Kyle extended his hand, and the 3 of them high-fived. The agreement was sealed, and now it was time to iron out the details. Actually, we weren't planning on saying no, Fred said with a grin, patting Kyle on the shoulder. We're always happy to do anything to make Slytherin's life difficult. But you'll have to provide the props, George added. That thing needs to be custom-made, and it's very expensive. We can't afford it. Of course. I've already got it ready. Kyle pulled out a stack of gold galleons and placed them on the table. There should be enough for the 2 items. It's 20 galleons in total. More than enough, Fred said, picking up the galleons and rubbing them in his hands. He had never seen so much money before. Though he knew Kyle had made a fortune from selling the map a while back, seeing all these galleons stacked together was a whole different experience. Selling maps makes that kind of money. Kyle, George glanced at the pile of gold in front of him, seeming like he wanted to say something more. Kyle looked at him, puzzled. Never mind, we'll talk about it later, George said after a moment's thought, shaking his head. If it's 20 galleons, Zonkos will definitely be able to deliver what you want on time. Kyle didn't seem too concerned, and after discussing a few more specific details with them, he prepared to leave. I can't wait, Fred said excitedly. Slytherin really messed up this time by messing with you. Kyle glanced at him and reminded, don't say anything. What do I have to do with it? I don't know anything. Ha, cunning chopper. Hey, stupid Weasley. After parting ways with Fred and George, Kyle didn't head back to the Hufflepuff common room right away. Instead, he wandered aimlessly along the 3rd-floor corridors of the castle. He needed to find a particular ghost. The Fat Friar had mentioned someone who liked to linger near the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. But after 10 minutes of wandering, Kyle hadn't found anyone. Just as he was about to head back and try again in the morning, a balloon filled with liquid suddenly flew toward the back of his head. Kyle tilted his head slightly, narrowly avoiding it. The balloon hit the ground with a splat, releasing an unpleasant smell. Ho ho ho, pesky first-year brats, wandering around at night instead of sleeping. TSK TSK TSK, naughty, you'll get caught, came a voice. A small figure appeared in midair, a dwarf with evil black eyes and a wide grin, his legs crossed as he floated. In his hands, he clutched 2 more balloons. Should I tell Filch, you big idiot and brat? That was so much fun. Kyle stood still, watching him with interest. Are you Peeves? For a moment, doubt flashed in Peeves' small black eyes, but it quickly turned into anger. The little brat didn't even run away. Clearly, he's looking down on me. How dare he? Yes, I'm the great Peeves. Peeves hurled the 2 remaining balloons at Kyle. I'll tell Filch about your nighttime wanderings, and he'll lock you up, he said with exaggerated seriousness. I'm going to tell him, for your own good, okay? Kyle flicked his wand, easily deflecting the balloons aside. Unfazed, he replied, I agree with you, but it's still 5 minutes before curfew, so it's not technically a nighttime stroll. Besides, I came here specifically to see you. Come to see me on purpose. Peeves was taken aback. It was rare for any student to willingly seek him out. Yes, Kyle said, lowering his voice as he looked around. I have an idea. I'm not sure if you're interested in getting involved. Chapter 65, New Broomstick, the Nimbus 2000. The following evening, to celebrate Cedric's discharge from the hospital, the Hufflepuff Quidditch team threw him a small party in the common room after their training session. Cedric was doing well, which was excellent news for the team, and their captain, Harris, had even managed to bring back some butterbeer from Hogsmeade Village to share with everyone. Mainly, though, he wanted a drink for himself. As captain, Harris was under tremendous pressure. Ever since the first round of matches, he had been losing hair by the handful. The competition was fierce. Gryffindor had a top-tier team, with hardly any weaknesses. Slytherin, well-equipped and notorious for bending the rules, made them a nightmare to play against. And Ravenclaw, though often underestimated, was a strong, well-balanced team. For Hufflepuff, Cedric, their talented seeker, was almost their only hope of winning the championship. Harris lifted his butterbeer and clinked glasses with Cedric. Don't worry, it won't happen again. I'm going to assign one of the beaters to protect you. Next time Slytherin tries anything dirty, that beater's bat will land on their face first. Cedric frowned, clearly not thrilled with the idea. There were only 2 beaters on the team, and if one of them was assigned to protect him, it would leave the chasers at a disadvantage. If the other team built up too big of a lead, even catching the golden snitch might not be enough to win. After mulling it over, Cedric decided the plan wasn't worth the risk. He explained his concerns to Harris. Don't worry about that, Harris replied, after thinking it over. This is just a preliminary plan. We can tweak it during our training sessions. Cedric tried several more times to convince Harris to drop the idea, but no matter how well he argued, Harris always responded with the same line, we'll talk about it after the training match. Realizing that Harris wasn't going to budge, Cedric gave up for now. Fine, he thought, we'll see what happens after the training match. Kyle, who wasn't part of the team, also attended the feast but didn't have to worry about any of the tactical discussions. Instead, he simply focused on enjoying the food. He was tempted to try some butterbeer, but before he could reach for a mug, an older student stopped him, reminding him that under 5th years weren't allowed to drink. That put a damper on Kyle's excitement, but there wasn't much he could do about it. Even Cedric, the guest of honor, was drinking pumpkin juice instead. Once the feast ended, everyone headed back to their dormitories. The following days unfolded like any other. Kyle attended classes, ate meals, and spent time in the library doing his homework, just like the rest of the young wizards. It was as if the party and all the earlier drama had never happened. Even Fred and George, notorious for their pranks, seemed to have calmed down a bit. They had only lost Gryffindor 10 points in the past few days, much to Professor McGonagall's delight. She had stopped being as strict with them, and the atmosphere in the school seemed more relaxed. This peace lasted until mid-November, when the second Quidditch match of the season arrived. It was a weekend, and early that morning, a rumor began to spread through Hogwarts like wildfire. Have you heard? There's a new broom on the Gryffindor team. In the Great Hall, a Slytherin first-year eagerly shared what he had just overheard. A new broom. Seven Rosier, the 7th-year Slytherin team captain, scowled as he heard the news. His team was set to face Gryffindor in the afternoon, and the idea of Gryffindor getting an advantage from a new broom just before the match wasn't sitting well with him. But the news got worse. I heard it's not just any broom. It's the Nimbus 2000, and it hasn't even been released yet. Nimbus 2000, someone gasped in disbelief. That's impossible. My uncle works in the Department of Magical Games and Sports at the Ministry of Magic, and even he can't get his hands on a Nimbus 2000. How would the Gryffindors get one? At this, another student chimed in. I heard Bill Weasley brought it back from Egypt. Apparently, he did Nimbus Racing Broom Company a huge favor once. Damn Weasley, someone muttered, slamming their fist on the table. What does this mean for the match? The Nimbus 2000's performance has to be miles ahead of the Nimbus 1700 we're using. The Slytherin who had first spoken stood up abruptly. I'm going to write to my uncle and see if he can get us a Nimbus 2000 too. Will it arrive in time? Another student asked, sounding skeptical. It should be fine, he replied. Next to them, the Slytherin team members wore dark, brooding expressions after hearing the news, their meals left unfinished. Rosier, their captain, was especially furious. He slammed his fist on the table, knocking his plate over in frustration. Damn it, why now of all times, he growled. Slytherin and Gryffindor had been bitter rivals for as long as anyone could remember, and Rosier couldn't bear the thought of losing to Gryffindor in a match, especially not like this. Don't panic just yet, one of his teammates said, trying to sound calm. The news hasn't been confirmed. The Nimbus 2000 isn't some toy they can just hand out to anyone. Besides, this came out of nowhere, it could just be a rumor to throw us off. Wow. Before he could finish, a collective gasp rose from the Great Hall. Heads turned toward the entrance. Look, what's that? As if mocking Rosier's words, 6 long-eared owls swooped in, carrying an elongated package and landing right on the Gryffindor table. From the shape of the package, it was unmistakable, a broomstick. Even though it was tightly wrapped, everyone could tell that it was longer than a Nimbus 1700, and its design was unlike any of the brooms currently available on the market. The Weasley twins eagerly grabbed the package, grinning from ear to ear, and began talking excitedly with their teammates. Though it was difficult to hear what they were saying from across the hall, the excitement on the Gryffindor side was palpable. Their Quidditch players exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with excitement, and maybe even a hint of smuggness. Rosier's face twisted into a grimace as he watched them, feeling as though their excitement was a direct taunt aimed at him and his team. His frustration boiled over, and, with no food left on his own plate to flip in anger, he instead knocked over the plate of a nearby first-year who was unfortunate enough to be sitting next to him. "Everyone, go find out what's going on," Rosier ordered through clenched teeth. "We need to know if that broom is really the Nimbus 2000. "And what if it is?" someone asked nervously. "Then write home and get one for yourself." Rosier snapped, his temper flaring. "What are you waiting for? Go." The Slytherin team members scattered at his command. Other Slytherins in the hall, noticing the tension, quietly slipped out as well. No one wanted to stick around and risk being the next target of Rosier's foul mood. Chapter 66, Arta's Explosion. Compared to the distracted Slytherins, the atmosphere on the Gryffindor side was much more cheerful, and their laughter grew even louder after watching Rosier storm out of the auditorium. "George, is this the Nimbus 2000? After the Slytherins had all left, a boy with dark skin and long hair couldn't wait to get to the twins, urging, "What are we waiting for? Show us." His words were immediately echoed by others. "Yeah, open it up and show us." By Merlin's beard. This has to be the best broomstick ever. Even the professional teams probably don't have Nimbus 2000s. But despite the crowd's urging, Fred and George didn't seem in any hurry to open the package. George glanced sideways with a look of disgust and said, "Hey, Lee Jordan, I'm Fred. Don't you recognize us yet?" "Sorry, Fred, can I see?" "No, I'm Fred." Next to him, the real Fred hooked an arm around George's shoulder and said, "Seriously? You fell for such a simple trick? I'm starting to question whether you're really our best friend." Poor Lee Jordan looked completely lost. He stared at the two identical faces next to him, unable to find any difference between them. They were practically duplicates. "Okay, Fred, George, I'm sorry," Lee Jordan sighed, shaking his head before taking a deep breath. "Whoever you are, can I please just have a quick look at the Nimbus 2000? Please." Under normal circumstances, Lee would have pointed a finger in the twins' faces, mocking their silly sense of humor and throwing in some colorful slang to insult them. But this time, he didn't. He even apologized, bowing slightly. He really had no choice. As a massive Quidditch fan, the temptation of seeing a brand new broomstick, one not even released yet, was far too great. He wouldn't be able to sleep at night if he didn't get a glimpse. "What Nimbus 2000? Fred gave him a puzzled look. "I don't know what you're talking about. The broom we use is obviously the old Clean Sweep 5. "I get it, you're trying to keep it secret," Lee Jordan said, glancing around before lowering his voice. "But now that the Slytherins are gone, we're all on our own. It's fine, just a quick peek." Fred and George remained silent. "Why don't we head back to the common room?" someone suggested. "It'll be safer to look there." "You can't do this," objected some small witches and wizards from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. "We want to see it too." But no one really paid attention to their protests. The Gryffindors crowded around the twins and rushed out of the auditorium. However, when they reached the portrait of the fat lady, they realized Fred and George had disappeared. "They must have snuck away while we were upstairs," Lee Jordan said, feeling deeply aggrieved. "Can you believe it? They turned on their own people." By noon, the atmosphere at the Slytherin table was still heavy. All morning, they had scoured Hogwarts, but there wasn't a single trace of Fred or George. It was as if the two had vanished into thin air. Additionally, those who had sent letters home didn't have any luck either. Some of the more temperamental parents had even scolded them in their replies, telling them to focus on their studies and stop daydreaming about impractical things. Rosier was one of them. "Nimbus 2000. I've got a Nimbus 2100 if you want it." He crumpled the letter in his hand into a ball and was about to toss it aside when he suddenly reconsidered, lowering his hand and angrily asking, "Still no news?" The students around him exchanged glances, but no one spoke a word. Useless. Just as Rosier was about to flip over his plate in frustration, a Slytherin player came rushing over. "Captain, I found something out." Marcus Flint grinned, revealing a row of large teeth. "When I passed by the Quidditch pitch, I saw the Gryffindor team there. They must have been trying to secretly test the performance of their broomsticks while we were eating in the Great Hall." Rosier looked up. Sure enough, none of the Gryffindor team members were in the Great Hall. "Captain, should we go take a look?" Marcus asked cautiously. "Let's go." Without hesitation, Rosier led the group towards the Quidditch pitch. As Marcus had said, the Gryffindor team was indeed there, but instead of training or testing their broomsticks, they were fighting. More precisely, the Weasley twins were fighting each other, while the rest of the team struggled to break them apart. Seeing this, Marcus exclaimed in excitement, "Internal conflict in Gryffindor." With the match scheduled for the afternoon, internal discord among their rivals was great news for Slytherin. Rosier also noticed that the package delivered by Owl in the morning was placed near the passage. And there wasn't anyone around guarding it. A minute later, the Slytherins left the Quidditch pitch, huddled closely together, shielding someone in the center of their group. They didn't return to the Great Hall to continue eating, nor did they go back to their common room. Instead, they found an empty classroom and quickly slipped inside. Once the door was shut behind them, they spread out, revealing the person in the middle, Rosier, holding a long, slender package tightly in his arms. "Captain, are you sure it's okay to hide here?" Marcus asked nervously. "I still think it's safer to put it in the common room." Before he could finish, Rosier silenced him with a sharp kick. He wasn't planning on stealing the broom for himself, he simply wanted to keep it hidden before the match to ensure Gryffindor couldn't use it. What sense would it make to store it in the common room, where anyone might accidentally spill the secret? If word got out that a Slytherin had swiped a broom, Professor Snape would never forgive him. Rosier scanned the room. The thick layer of dust on all the desks made it clear that the space hadn't been used in ages. "This'll do," he said, nodding. "Make sure you hide it well." But no one moved. The group just stood there, staring at the person holding the package. After an uncomfortable silence, someone finally spoke up. "Why don't we open it and take a look? What if it's not even a broom inside? We'll have wasted our time." The others nodded in agreement. "No, we can't open it," Rosier decided, snatching the package from the boy's hands and setting it aside. He knew Gryffindors too well to fall for their tricks. If the rumor about the broomstick was fake, the package probably contained something unpleasant. It was safer to leave it untouched. "Ho ho ho, clever boy," came a sing-song voice from outside the window. The group turned to see Peeves, the mischievous poltergeist, floating just outside, his face twisted in a gleeful grin. "Get lost, Peeves," Rosier snapped. "Rude boy, you'll pay for that." Peeves sneered, his eyes narrowing. Without warning, he smashed the window and lobbed a balloon filled with some strange liquid into the room. The balloon didn't hit anyone, but landed perfectly on the package. For reasons unknown, whether it was the liquid or some other force, the package began to swell rapidly, like it was filling with air. "I knew it, damn Peeves." Rosier cursed under his breath, already turning toward the door. But when he grabbed the handle, the door wouldn't budge. It was jammed shut, trapping them all inside. Desperate, Rosier pulled out his wand. Bumbar. Boom. Before he could cast his spell, the package erupted with a deafening explosion. A foul, noxious stench instantly filled the room, making everyone gag. The smell was so overwhelming that even Peeves, still hovering outside the shattered window, cackled as he drifted away, leaving the Slytherins stuck in the stinking mess. Chapter 67, Snape's reaction. Since it was only halfway through lunch, many students were still in the Great Hall, chatting with friends and enjoying the delicious pork cutlets and roast potatoes. But suddenly, an overpowering stench began to waft in from outside. The young wizards sitting closest to the doors were the first to suffer, nearly gagging as the smell hit them. Some of them barely managed to avoid vomiting onto their plates. "Ugh! Who threw a dung bomb in the corridor?" a Gryffindor with a prefect badge yelled out, his voice carrying across the hall. His shout served as a warning for the others sitting deeper inside. Moments later, they too caught a whiff of the foul odor. The entire hall erupted into chaos. Students abandoned their meals and scrambled to leave the hall, rushing outside in a desperate bid for fresh air. But once they were outside, they realized the stench was even stronger. Still, there was no turning back now. Gritting their teeth, they hurried toward their respective common rooms, trying to escape the pervasive smell. Amid the confusion, Percy Weasley noticed something odd. His twin brothers, Fred and George, were conspicuously absent. "Fred, George, it has to be you," Percy muttered to himself, convinced he had figured out who was behind the chaos. Determined, he pushed through the crowd and made his way toward the Gryffindor common room, fuming with anger. "I must write to Mum." "My dear brother, what are you planning to tell Mum?" Percy stopped in his tracks. Rounding the corner in front of him were two identical figures, blocking his path. George chuckled. "Before you write that letter, can you tell us what exactly happened in the Great Hall? We were only gone for a moment, and now it's so lively." "Don't pretend like you don't know what you've done," Percy snapped, his face red with frustration. "Throwing dung bombs around the castle. You've affected nearly every student, and Gryffindor's sure to lose loads of points because of this." "Wait, Percy," Fred interrupted, equally angry. "Even if you are our favorite brother, you can't go around slandering us like that." "Exactly," George added with a serious nod. "We were at the Quidditch pitch the entire time. How could we have thrown dung bombs in the castle?" "Don't try to make excuses," Percy began, but Fred cut him off. "You can ask anyone, Percy." Every member of the Quidditch team can vouch for us, Fred insisted. George sighed, looking disappointed. Percy, I can't believe you'd slander your own brothers just to take credit for something we didn't do. I'll definitely be writing to Mum about this, Fred added as they both turned to leave. Percy watched them walk away, doubt creeping into his mind. Had he been wrong? Could Fred and George really have been innocent? He scratched his head, anxiety building at the thought that they might tell on him to their mother. He wanted to catch up with them and apologize, but he couldn't muster the courage, so he just stood there, wringing his hands nervously. Meanwhile, Fred and George had barely contained their laughter until they were safely out of sight. Once they were sure Percy couldn't see them, they burst out laughing. Fred took a deep breath, savoring the memory. No wonder that special dung bomb cost 20 galleons. The smell was absolutely unmatched. Actually, it was 19 galleons and 10 sickles, George corrected with a grin. And don't forget about the large bag of exploding balloons. Oh, right, sorry. But I still don't get why Kyle wanted those balloons. They pop at the slightest touch. They're probably the weakest prank prop out there. Who knows? George shrugged. Maybe he has something else in mind for them. The two continued walking, blending seamlessly into the chaotic crowd. On their way, they spotted Kyle, and the three of them exchanged knowing glances without saying a word. A silent agreement passed between them to stay quiet about their involvement. By the time Kyle returned to the common room, a large group had already gathered inside. It was the Slytherin Quidditch team, Rosier and Marcus Flint, a senior said, lounging on a sofa. They were fooling around with dung bombs in an empty classroom on the second floor. The door blew off, and Peeves saw everything. He started shouting in the corridor, drawing a crowd. Now Rosier and the others have been dragged to Professor Snape's office by Filch. But they're claiming to be the victims. Most of the students believed this explanation. After all, Rosier was a seventh year, and even though he was known for causing trouble, it seemed highly unlikely that he'd lock himself in an abandoned classroom just to mess around with dung bombs. But it didn't really matter to them. Harris, sitting nearby, took a satisfied sip of pumpkin juice and said with a smirk, "Serves them right." Someone in the crowd voiced a concern. "Do you think Professor Snape might suspect us?" "So what if he does?" Harris replied nonchalantly. "We didn't do anything. Besides, our conflict with Rosier and his lot was a week ago. Gryffindor is far more suspicious right now." "It's definitely Gryffindor," Rosier said shakily, standing in the corner of the potions office. Marcus and the others had already been taken away by Filch to be confined to their rooms, but Rosier had been left behind. He stood there, his face black and blue from bruises, looking utterly miserable. Getting hit in the face with dung bombs was one thing, but he was also freezing. When Filch had dragged him to the office, Professor Snape had sprayed him down 3 times with plain water, refusing to let him use any drying charms. It was the only way to keep the stench from becoming bearable in the confined space of the potions office. Unfortunately for Rosier, the office was located near the dungeon cells, which were naturally cold. And since it was still November, the wind cutting through the stone halls made it even worse. In no time, a thin layer of ice had formed on his soaked clothes, making the freezing sensation all the more unbearable. "You don't need to tell me that," Snape replied icily, casting him a sharp look. "What I can't fathom is how you could be so idiotic as to activate the Nimbus 2000. Have you lent your brain to a troll?" "Professor, I didn't mean to turn it on," Rosier stammered, his teeth chattering from the cold. I was trying to hide it, but I didn't realize Peeves was there." Rosier quickly explained the entire sequence of events, conveniently omitting some minor details and making himself out to be a responsible Slytherin captain, only concerned with protecting the honor of his house. Snape listened silently, his expression unreadable. When Rosier finished, he was met with the same cold stare. "Is what you said true?" Snape asked, his voice dripping with skepticism. "It's all true, Professor." "I guarantee it," Rosier answered firmly, trying his best to sound convincing. Snape gave a slow, measured nod. "Very well. You're not entirely brainless." He tossed a small bottle of potion at Rosier, who caught it with trembling hands. "Now get out and find Filch," Snape ordered without looking at him. Rosier felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if he had just been handed a great mercy. He immediately uncorked the bottle and gulped down its contents. The moment the purple potion hit his throat, his face contorted into a grimace, turning an even more unpleasant shade of green. He doubled over, coughing violently as the foul taste overwhelmed him. To be honest, it wasn't much better than the dung bombs he'd just been hit with. Chapter 68, Snape's Intuition. Before the afternoon Quidditch match was set to begin, Professor Snape approached Madame Hooch, requesting a postponement on the grounds that the physical and mental health of his house's players had been affected. Madame Hooch, already aware of the chaos that had unfolded at noon, didn't question his request. Without further discussion, she agreed and began preparations to have Ravenclaw replace Slytherin in the match. However, Snape wasn't done. "Madame Hooch, I don't think Gryffindor is fit to compete today either," he added, glancing toward the Gryffindor team. "There's something urgent I need to discuss with the Weasleys." Madame Hooch frowned in frustration. Can't it wait until after the match? If both teams were replaced, it would throw the entire tournament into disarray, making the rescheduling process a nightmare. It's urgent, Snape replied, his voice unwavering. As a full professor and head of Slytherin, Snape had enough authority to intervene, and Madame Hooch reluctantly agreed. All right, but let's hope this doesn't happen again, she warned him. Rescheduling matches is a serious inconvenience. Snape, with his usual cool tone, replied, believe me, I don't want this to happen either, but I can't fathom what they were thinking. With that, he strode toward the Gryffindor team and, without hesitation, pulled Fred and George away. Charlie Weasley quickly stepped forward, trying to intervene, but Snape shut him down immediately. Disobeying a professor? 10 points from Gryffindor, Weasley, Snape said coldly. If you don't step aside, I'll dock 20 next time. Charlie clenched his fists, his face turning red with anger. The veins in his arms bulged as he considered arguing further, but after taking a deep breath, he grudgingly stepped aside. Professor Snape, he said tersely, take care. Snape, his grip on his wand slightly loosening, gave a derisive snort before leading Fred and George away from the Quidditch pitch. As he did, Charlie cursed under his breath, his frustration boiling over. Without wasting another moment, he stormed off, heading straight for Professor McGonagall's office. The Slytherins had gone too far this time, not only setting them up but also throwing around insults. But in Charlie's mind, Gryffindor had a trump card, their deputy headmistress, McGonagall, who outranked Snape. He'd make sure she heard about this. Meanwhile, Snape led Fred and George back to the castle, taking them straight to the potions office. But the twins, far from nervous, seemed more amused than anything, taking in the surroundings with curious eyes. The office was unimpressive. It felt cramped, with old-fashioned desks and creaky floorboards. If it weren't for the shelves of potion ingredients lining the walls, the room might have been mistaken for a second-hand furniture shop. Compared to Professor McGonagall's elegant office, Snape's workspace was disappointingly ordinary. Professor Snape, what can we do for you? Fred asked, breaking the silence. Snape didn't answer immediately, his voice slow and deliberate as he finally spoke. What's the story with the package you received this morning? We don't know, Professor, George replied smoothly, pulling a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket and placing it on the nearby table. There was no signature. We assumed the owl delivered it to us by mistake. Fred nodded in agreement. We searched for the rightful owner, but we couldn't find them. We were actually about to hand it over to Professor McGonagall when it disappeared. George leaned forward slightly. Professor, do you happen to know who stole the package? He placed deliberate emphasis on the word stole, pausing for effect. But Snape, unfazed, ignored the bait and continued his interrogation. So, you didn't purchase the package yourselves? Snape asked, his voice sharp. Don't try to fool me. I know it came from Zonko's. I'll be heading to Hogsmeade later to ask around. Fred remained calm, his expression unchanged. That's your prerogative, Professor. George added with a polite smile, but if you happen to find out who stole the package, we'd appreciate you letting us know. After all, it was lost while in our possession, and we'll have a hard time explaining that to the owner if they come asking for it. Snape's eye twitched ever so slightly at George's not-so-subtle dig, but once again, he pretended not to notice, maintaining his cold demeanor. Weasley, you. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock sounded on the door. Professor McGonagall entered from outside. Severus, I heard you took Fred and George with you, Professor McGonagall said, lips pursed and expression serious. Did they do something wrong? We didn't, Professor McGonagall. Fred protested loudly. George quickly followed. Professor Snape asked us about the package. Professor McGonagall paused, thinking for a moment. Is it the one you told me about earlier? The one without a signature? Yes, that's the one, Fred replied. But it's gone, and we suspect someone may have stolen it. Stolen? At Hogwarts? Professor McGonagall's lips pressed into an even tighter line. If I find out who it was, I'll deduct 100, no, 200 points. Ahem. Snape coughed twice, interrupting. Actually, it belonged to one of our Slytherin students. He brought it to me after he found it. Professor McGonagall looked momentarily surprised. From your house? Yes, from our house, Snape confirmed, his face taking on a slight greenish tint as he gritted his teeth. I called the Weasleys here just to confirm the situation. I see. Professor McGonagall's face softened somewhat, though she still appeared displeased. You could have explained this at the pitch. Why did you have to interrupt the match? Snape remained silent, cursing Rosier inwardly for his foolishness. After that, Professor McGonagall left, taking Fred and George with her. Snape didn't stop them. In fact, he had never really suspected the Weasleys. The style didn't match. He had only wanted to gather some information from them and maybe dock 30 or 50 points to lighten his mood. He hadn't expected McGonagall to show up so quickly, and Fred and George had been well prepared, turning the situation into a theft right in front of her. He couldn't even dispute it. After all, it was the truth. If the Slytherins hadn't stolen the package, the rest of the incident wouldn't have occurred. Rosier, that idiot is practically related to a troll. Snape cursed in his mind once more. Still, the whole exchange left Snape more certain that the Weasleys had nothing to do with the theft, or at the very least, they weren't the masterminds. The Weasleys just weren't clever enough for something like this. As he stood there, lost in thought, a sly, hypocritical face suddenly flashed in his mind, replacing the honest and trustworthy image he'd first considered. Kyle Chopper. Snape muttered to himself. Even though, by all accounts, Kyle had nothing to do with the situation, not even remotely, Snape's instinct screamed otherwise. He was sure Kyle wasn't entirely innocent. Yes, it was intuition, and it had nothing to do with Kyle corrupting Kana. Chapter 69, What would you do? Mr. Chopper, why didn't you grind the lionfish spines into a powder before adding them to the cauldron, as the book instructs? Snape's voice was sharp, dripping with condescension as he stared at Kyle during potions class. Do you think you're some sort of potions genius, tampering with the textbook? Because of your arrogance, Hufflepuff will lose 5 points. Kyle glanced up at the blackboard. Written in large, clear letters were the instructions: lionfish spines are not ground, but boiled in boiling water for 5 minutes, then cut into sections. The words were huge, unmistakable, and written by Snape himself. How could this possibly be considered tampering with the textbook? Professor. Kyle took a deep breath, trying to keep his voice as calm and steady as possible. That's what it says on your blackboard. Oh, then I made a mistake, Snape replied coolly, waving his wand with a detached air and erasing the sentence from the blackboard. Does that mean I'm always right? What about your judgment? If I told you to add your own heart tendon, would you do it? Snape sneered, his tone biting. Because you have no mind of your own, Hufflepuff lose 3 more points. Until the end of class, Kyle's hand remained clenched around the rock cake in his pocket, torn between the temptation to throw it at Snape's back and keeping it there. Although Snape had been deducting points for no good reason for as long as Kyle could remember, today had crossed the line. Snape had stooped to new lows, even going as far as to lose face just to dock points. How could he write something on the board himself and then erase it with his own hands? This level of manipulation was truly eye-opening for Kyle. Of course, the effect was immediate. In just one class, Kyle had lost over 30 points. Since starting at Hogwarts, no other class had ever deducted that many points from him. Afterward, the other young Hufflepuffs came over to console him, even Kana, who kindly offered him a licorice sweet. Kyle glanced at it but chose to ignore it. During dinner, word of what had happened in potions class spread, and Fred and George Weasley made their way over to Kyle. They patted him on the shoulder sympathetically. It's okay, mate, Snape's always docking points from us too. It's nothing new, Fred said, trying to reassure him. Yes, poof. I mean, you just have to let it go, George added, his words meant to comfort, but the smirks on their faces betrayed them. It was clear they had come to laugh at the situation more than to sympathize. Just as Kyle was about to brush them off, Fred leaned in closer and whispered, "Come on, stop dwelling on the bad stuff. Let me show you something cool." He glanced around cautiously before pulling a square piece of parchment from his pocket. "Remember the other day when I said I wanted to show you something? Well, this is it." George leaned in too, his voice low. "A magical object. Bet you won't guess what it is. Could it be?" Kyle raised an eyebrow, pretending to think deeply before saying, "Parchment that automatically writes homework." The twins' previously smug expressions faltered, their faces suddenly stiff. "If only," Fred said, his eyes lighting up at the thought. "I really wish it was. But the actual function is still pretty amazing," George continued. "It's a map of Hogwarts. But not just any map, you can't buy one like this. It's called the Marauder's Map," Fred explained as he took out his wand and tapped the parchment gently. "I solemnly swear." Instantly, thin lines of ink spread across the parchment like a spider's web, connecting and stretching to the edges. Large green letters appeared at the top. Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, purveyors of aids to magical mischief makers, are proud to present the Marauder's Map. Kyle took the parchment from Fred and examined it. The famed Marauder's Map displayed Hogwarts Castle in intricate detail, far beyond that of any ordinary map. It was almost like a miniature of the entire castle. Every painting, carpet, and vase was marked on the map. But what stood out most were the numerous tiny black dots moving about on the map, each labeled with a name in small print. Kyle spotted Dumbledore in the headmaster's office, and he also saw Filch and Peeves darting through the corridors from the 5th to the 6th floor. However, in more crowded areas like the Great Hall, the map was less helpful. There were so many names overlapping that it was hard to make anything out. Kyle also noticed that some secret passageways seemed to be missing. For instance, the location of the Whomping Willow was blank, with no markings at all. He handed the map back to Fred and asked, "How did you get it?" "We were in first year," Fred began, his eyes narrowing with nostalgia, "young, carefree, innocent. For some trivial thing, Filch dragged us into his office and threatened to." George added. "Detention," Fred interjected. "Tear us apart," George continued dramatically. And while we were there, we happened to notice one of his filing cabinet drawers labeled, confiscated items, highly dangerous. Fred suddenly chuckled. Kyle, what would you have done? Kyle thought for a moment. I'd have lured Peeves there with a bunch of dung bombs or pepper imps and used the chaos to grab whatever was in the drawer. Fred and George stared at him, speechless for a long moment. Finally, Fred shook his head and said, Kyle, you deserve to lose 30 points from Snape. Really, you do. Don't remind me of that, Kyle glared at him. So, this map is what you took from that drawer? Yep, George replied, smacking his lips. We didn't have your nerve, so we just took this. But how did you know how to use it? Kyle asked, flipping through the parchment. It's not written anywhere. Ah, that's thanks to Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, Fred sighed. Those four were geniuses when it came to pranks. They hid the password in various corners of the castle, George added. If you find all the clues, you can piece it together. Unfortunately, we've been searching for a year now, Fred said, looking disappointed. But we still haven't found the full password. They hid the password in various corners of the castle, George added. If you find all the clues, you can piece it together. So we can only use the map 5 times a day, and only for half an hour each time, George added with a smile. It's a big task, and we're prepared to spend the next 3 years completing it. And if you don't find it in 3 years? Kyle asked. Then we don't deserve it, George shrugged. And we'll pass it on to a new owner. Really, Kyle said with a hint of amusement. So, you're showing it to me to recruit me into your quest for clues? No, Kyle, Fred said, shaking his head. The password is a test from the Marauders, and we have to solve it on our own. Then what's this about? Kyle asked. Simple, the twins said in unison, grinning widely. We're going on a night tour. Chapter 70, why are you wearing Slytherin's clothes? I can't believe it, Kyle, Cedric said, his voice filled with dismay, as he stood near the barrel at the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room late at night. You actually agreed to go on a nighttime tour with the Weasley brothers. I've thought about it, and they're right, Kyle replied, rummaging through his moleskin pouch without looking up. I really need to do something fun to cheer myself up. But you can't go on a nighttime tour. Cedric said, clearly distressed. That's against the rules. If you get caught, you'll not only lose points, but you'll also be put in detention. You're only a first year, Kyle, you can't start breaking school rules like this. Cedric's concern was evident. He spoke earnestly, as if he truly feared that Kyle might be led down the wrong path by Fred and George. Don't worry, Cedric. With the Marauders map, no one can catch us, Kyle said confidently, finally finding what he was looking for in the pouch. He glanced up at Cedric and added with a smirk, besides, before lecturing me, take a look around. This is the castle corridor, not the common room. You're part of this night tour too. I don't want to go on a night tour. Cedric protested, sticking his neck out. I'm just coming along to keep an eye on you, to stop you from breaking more rules. Kyle raised an eyebrow and snorted, as you wish. We'll turn back now and forget about going to the Forbidden Forest to watch the mooncalves dance. Well. Cedric's resolve wavered. His eyes darted, suddenly a little unfocused, as he mumbled, no, that's not what I meant. I just want to. You want to go to the Forbidden Forest, don't you? Kyle interrupted bluntly, pointing at Kanna, who stood silently beside them. You should learn from her. If you want to go, just wait quietly. Say one more word, and I won't take you. Cedric chuckled awkwardly, immediately silencing himself. Earlier in the Great Hall, although Kyle and the Weasley twins had spoken in hushed tones, Cedric and Kanna, who had been seated nearby, had inevitably overheard part of their conversation. When Kyle snuck out of the dormitory later that night, he had turned around to find 2 pairs of eyes fixed on him in the moonlight. The sight startled him, sending a shiver down his spine. Any sleepiness he had left vanished, replaced by cold sweat. The 2 figures, of course, were Cedric and Kanna, and their intentions were clear, they wanted to join him on his adventure to the Forbidden Forest. And so, the scene that was unfolding now had come to pass. After Cedric finally quieted down, Kyle pulled a bundle of long, striped items from his pouch and handed them over. Pick one. Cedric squinted at the bundle in Kyle's hands. Something about it seemed familiar. When he looked more closely, he realized they were scarves from the other 3 houses, Gryffindor's scarlet and gold, Slytherin's silver and green, and Ravenclaw's gray and blue. There were about a dozen scarves in total, so tightly bound together that at first glance, one could mistake them for a log. Confused, Cedric blurted out, Kyle, why are you giving me this? I already have my own scarf. These aren't for warmth, Kyle replied, still focused on his pouch. They're just in case. If you get spotted, toss it on the ground as you run. Cedric and Kanna exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to do. When they didn't move for a while, Kyle simply took 2 silver-green scarves and draped them around their necks, matching the one he wore himself. Properly equipped, the trio left the kitchen corridor and made their way to the agreed meeting spot, the entrance of a hut near the Great Hall, where the first-year students would wait. It was a place rarely noticed by anyone, save for the occasional pile of branches, and even Filch seldom patrolled the area. When they arrived, Fred and George were already there. "Wow, look who's here," George said with a mischievous glint in his eye. "The golden boy Cedric, and the warrior who conquered Snape, Conna." Fred joined in, grinning widely. "I didn't realize our nighttime patrol team was so luxurious. This is really, wait." His eyes suddenly widened as he noticed something unusual. "Why are you all wearing Slytherin scarves?" Kyle sighed and explained the plan once more. "What a genius idea." Fred and George were clearly impressed. "Do you have more?" Fred asked eagerly. "Get us one, quick." Kyle shrugged and handed them 2 more silver-green scarves. All of them were Slytherin, purely out of convenience, definitely not because Snape had been particularly hard on him recently. The twins donned their scarves immediately. Fred admired his new look and asked curiously, "Kyle, I don't remember you ever leaving Hogwarts. Where did you get these?" "My mum sent them," Kyle said casually. Along with the scarves, there was also a master key and an invisibility cloak with a disillusionment charm cast on it. "I'm not sure why she sent them, but it turned out to be perfect timing." Kyle said this lightly, but he didn't notice the astonished looks on the twins' faces, their eyes practically glowing red with envy. "A master key?" Fred breathed in disbelief. "An invisibility cloak?" George swallowed, then said earnestly, "Mrs. Chopper is simply the greatest mother in the world." "Agreed," Fred added, nodding solemnly. "Her deeds and thoughts deserve to be written down and put in a book, placed in the most prominent spot in Flourish and Blots. And in the school library too. If that day ever comes, I swear I'll buy it," George vowed. "Even if it bankrupts me. And put it in the kitchen. Or in Mum's room. If that day ever comes." Kyle grinned, shaking his head. "You'll probably end up hung up and beaten by Mrs. Weasley." "No," Fred replied seriously. "Mum would never hang us up and beat us. She just twists our ears," George laughed. "I think she's trying to twist them off so she won't get our names wrong anymore. Though, to be fair, she's never mixed them up." As Kyle and the twins bantered and laughed, Cedric and Conna stood frozen, nervous and stiff. They were far too anxious to join in, terrified that Filch might appear out of nowhere and drag them off to the professor's office. Noticing their discomfort, Fred unfurled the Marauder's map with a flourish. "Don't worry, we've been watching the map the whole time." He pointed at the parchment. "Filch and Mrs. Norris are on the 5th floor. As long as we don't make too much noise, they won't. Oh no, the cat's coming down." On the map, the name Mrs. Norris was speeding towards them. George reacted quickly, pulling out his wand and aiming it at a nearby tapestry. Revelio. The tapestry split down the middle, revealing a hidden passage. "Quick, get in there," Fred urged, his voice hushed but urgent. "We've got to move before the cat gets here." Without hesitation, the group hurried into the secret passage. George, the last to enter, slipped through just as the tapestry closed back up, restoring the corridor to its original appearance. A second later, Mrs. Norris arrived. She sniffed around the now empty hallway, lingering in confusion for a moment before eventually wandering off, leaving the corridor as silent as before. Chapter 71, The Happy Pet Owner. The secret passage seemed designed for night owls, its exit tucked away behind some bushes near the Quidditch pitch, just a short distance from the castle. Once everyone had emerged, Fred and George took the lead, walking a few steps ahead before turning around and spreading their arms wide. "Welcome to Hogwarts at night," Fred declared with a grin. "This feels completely different from the daytime." "Enjoy it," George added. Cedric and Conna, both a little excited, exchanged glances. This nighttime adventure was entirely new for them. The sense of novelty filled them with a mixture of thrill and nervousness. Kyle, on the other hand, wasn't feeling particularly emotional about it, but it was still his first time seeing Hogwarts under the night sky. Curiosity got the better of him, and he began to take in the surroundings. Hogwarts at night was serenely quiet. The stars twinkled above, casting a gentle glow that felt like little nightlights scattered across the sky, illuminating the castle's silhouette. The scene was both beautiful and dreamlike, exuding a sense of calm and peace that was different from the bustling energy of the day. They stood there for a moment, taking it all in, until Fred reminded them that they had business to attend to. The group then began heading towards the Forbidden Forest. Along the way, they made a wide detour, purposely avoiding Hagrid's hut. Fong, despite his timid nature, was still a trained hunting dog with sharp senses. If they wandered too close, he might notice them, and the last thing they wanted was for Hagrid to drag them all back to the castle. After safely passing Hagrid's cabin, the group found themselves in front of a vast expanse of woodland. With Kyle's guidance, they soon came upon a lush Wigontre, the home of the mooncalves. As luck would have it, the mooncalves were already emerging from their lair. These shy magical creatures looked up at the night sky, their long necks extended, with their large, round heads contrasting comically with their slender, spindly legs. They almost resembled mini alpacas, and their awkward proportions made them oddly endearing. Under the moonlight, the mooncalves began to raise their front legs, while their slightly thicker hind legs swayed in a quirky, irregular rhythm. The mooncalves are dancing. Cedric whispered excitedly. I've only seen this in books before, but seeing it in person is so much better. Keep it down, Kyle whispered back, or they'll notice us and stop. Mooncalves were notoriously shy, and if they became aware of people watching, they'd retreat back into their nests. But Cedric was right, the live performance was far more captivating than any pictures from a textbook. Of course, that wasn't a surprise. Kyle silently mused that Newt Scamander, though an expert in magical creatures, probably wasn't much of a photographer. His passion lay in studying the creatures, not capturing perfect shots. The mooncalves continued their dance, and as they warmed up, their movements became more complex and mesmerizing. With each graceful step, tiny silver-white lights began to appear on the ground behind them, trailing their movements. These glowing specks multiplied and gradually spread across the ground, creating what looked like a shimmering stage beneath the mooncalves' feet. The silver-white stage twinkled under the moonlight, elevating the mooncalves' dance to an almost ethereal level. So beautiful. Kanna's eyes sparkled with wonder as she watched in awe. Ahem. Kyle debated for a moment before leaning in and whispering to her that silver stuff is actually their feces. The stars in Kanna's eyes vanished almost instantly. She turned to Kyle in disbelief. It's true, Kyle said nonchalantly. If you don't believe me, check Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. It's written in there. Kanna. After learning that the mooncalves danced on their own droppings, she knew there was no going back. The graceful, mesmerizing dance she had just witnessed lost all its charm in an instant. Kanna felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Why did Kyle have to tell her this now? Couldn't he have waited until after they'd finished watching? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She turned around and punched Kyle in the arm. Fred and George, standing nearby, felt similarly. They each gave Kyle a punch, muttering for him to shut up when he should. Only Cedric seemed less bothered, likely because he already knew this little fact. Seeing that he'd upset everyone, Kyle quickly raised his hands in surrender. Okay, I was wrong. But it didn't work. The group continued to glare at him, even Cedric. Realizing he had to salvage the situation somehow, Kyle changed his approach. Alright, how about this? That stuff is silver, and so is sickles. You know what that means. If you're quick, you could probably gather 5 in one night. Fred and George gasped, and instead of scolding Kyle further, they huddled together to do some quick calculations. 5 sickles a night, that's 35 a week, and... Their minds raced. They couldn't keep up with the sums, but they knew it was a lot of money. And with 6 more years at Hogwarts ahead of them, the possibilities seemed endless. Even if they split the profits with Kyle and the others, they could open their own joke shop before graduation. Tears welled up in the twins' eyes, and they embraced each other, nearly jumping with joy at the thought that their dream was within reach. From then on, they ignored everything else and stared intently at the mooncalves, waiting for the silver droppings to stop multiplying before springing into action. The mooncalves, startled by the sudden enthusiasm, bolted for their burrows. Fred and George, undeterred, quickly began gathering the droppings. Fred even waved at Kyle and the others to join them, perhaps thinking they were moving too slowly. However, Kyle and Cedric remained where they were, and though Kanna hesitated, she was eventually dragged along by Kyle. Aren't you going to tell them the truth? Cedric, ever the honest one, looked conflicted. Mooncalf droppings were valuable, yes, but only when fresh. Unlike more common magical substances, they couldn't just be sold anywhere. A stable sales channel and customers were needed for such goods, and Fred and George weren't exactly in a position to transport the droppings beyond Hogwarts grounds. Besides, this was Hogwarts. Both Hagrid's pumpkin patch and Professor Sprout's greenhouse needed plenty of fertilizer. They almost certainly weren't purchasing it from elsewhere. What truth? I have no idea what you're talking about, Kyle replied innocently. Everything I said was true. That stuff really is expensive. Cedric pressed his lips together, casting a sympathetic glance at the twins, who remained blissfully unaware of the complexities. A while later, Kyle began to feel sleepy. He walked over to Fred and George, who were still enthusiastically shoveling, and despite their protests, he and Cedric forcibly dragged them out of the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 72, Why Couldn't It Be You? As they neared the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Fred and George finally gave in and stopped resisting, though they still had plenty of energy left to grumble about Kyle's extravagance. There's still loads left. We've wasted at least a galleon, Fred muttered, holding the hem of his robe like a makeshift pouch, filled to the brim with silver sand. George, similarly dressed, stood next to him, making them look like a pair of overgrown kangaroos. Kyle, on the other hand, didn't respond much, only mumbling something under his breath. He was running low on energy, and the late hour was catching up with him. The initial excitement of watching the mooncalves dance had worn off, and now fatigue was setting in. All he could think about was getting back to the dormitory and sinking into a warm, comfortable bed for a good night's sleep. As the group reached the forest's edge, the sound of barking and heavy footsteps echoed from a short distance away. Hagrid. Everyone froze, immediately dropping to the ground. Kyle swiftly pulled out his invisibility cloak. Though the cloak was a bit small for 5 people and couldn't cover them entirely, the dense underbrush of the forbidden forest helped conceal them further. The footsteps drew closer, and soon Hagrid's enormous figure came into view. Kyle clutched the cloak tightly, lying flat on his stomach, barely daring to breathe. "Who's there? Show yourself." Hagrid called out, his dim oil lamp casting a flickering glow around him. "I can see you." Behind Hagrid trailed Fong, the large black hound. The dog lowered its head and began sniffing the ground, inching closer to their hiding spot. Everyone's hearts pounded in their chests, and they instinctively covered their mouths to avoid making any noise. Fong crept nearer, until he was less than a meter away. Kyle could make out the dog's small black eyes and the drool dripping from its mouth. "Did you catch a scent, boy?" Hagrid asked, noticing Fong's unusual behavior. He moved closer with the lantern, his voice growing more forceful. "I don't know who you are, but this is Hogwarts, not a place for sneaking around. Get out before I lose my patience. If I catch you, you'll be in trouble." For a tense moment, it seemed like Fong would expose them. But after Hagrid's warning, the hound hesitated, then abruptly turned and trotted off deeper into the forest. Hagrid followed closely behind, walking right past where Kyle and the others lay hidden. They waited, breath held, until the sound of Hagrid's footsteps faded completely. Finally, they exhaled and collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily with relief. "That was close," Cedric exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. "By Merlin's beard, I could have touched Hagrid's boot. He nearly stepped on my hand." "Oh, gross," Fred cried, getting to his feet and inspecting his hand with a look of disgust. "I think I touched the dog's drool." "You should be grateful it was only drool," George said, still rattled. Hagrid looked terrifying. "If he'd caught you, it wouldn't have been just detention." He shuddered as he spoke, recalling the intimidating sight of an angry Hagrid. It was the first time George had seen him so furious, and the memory still sent a chill down his spine. "Thanks to you too," Kyle said, giving Fred and George an appreciative pat on the shoulder. If they hadn't brought along all that mooncalf dung to throw off Fong's sense of smell, they wouldn't have escaped so easily. After this close call, none of them dared to linger. With Hagrid still in the forbidden forest, they quickly gathered themselves and hurried back toward the castle. When they reached the exit of the secret passage, the group paused. Rather than rush inside, they pulled out the Marauder's map and checked to make sure Filch wasn't lurking on the first floor. Once the coast was clear, they slipped through the passage one by one and returned to the castle. Since their routes back to their dormitories were different, they parted ways shortly after emerging from the passage. The recent encounter with Hagrid had left everyone a bit shaken, and they were all on edge as they made their way back. Cedric felt his heart racing and couldn't help but ask, "Kyle, you don't think we'll get caught, do you?" "Don't worry, if we get caught, we'll just split up," Kyle whispered. "That way, he won't know who to chase." "But..." Kanna's voice trembled. "I'm slow, what should I do?" Kyle paused for a moment, considering. "That's true, that is a problem. How about this, if we get caught, you run upstairs." "Running upstairs won't get us caught?" Kanna asked, puzzled. "No, running upstairs isn't safe," Kyle shook his head, then explained, "but Filch will chase after you, and Cedric and I will use the chance to run back to the common room." Kanna's eyes gradually dulled, then quickly flashed with anger. Kyle, oblivious to the shift in her mood, continued muttering, "Catching one while two escape, sounds like a good deal to me." Kanna gritted her teeth. "Then why am I the one who has to get caught?" "Well, it's simple," Kyle replied after a brief moment of thought. "If someone's going to get caught, why not you?" For some reason, Kanna suddenly felt oddly calm. Without a word, she pulled out her wand, eyeing Kyle's back as if searching for the perfect spot to jab him. The most notable feature of a serpentine wand is its toughness. According to Ollivander, in extreme situations, it could even serve as a melee weapon. Kyle felt a sudden chill creeping up his spine and instinctively quickened his pace. Luckily, no mishaps occurred, and the three of them returned to the common room without any trouble. Of course, that had been expected. Kyle had checked the Marauder's map at the entrance to the secret passage and noticed that all the professors were asleep in their quarters. Filch, who was on his night patrol, was on the 8th floor. The distance from the Great Hall to the Hufflepuff common room wasn't far, and if he walked quickly, it would only take a few minutes. There wasn't enough time for Filch to catch up. So, Cedric and Kanna's worries during their trek back had been entirely unnecessary. "Good night, see you tomorrow," Kyle yawned as he headed to the dormitory. Originally, he had planned to stop by the kitchen for a snack when they got back, but as soon as he stepped into the common room, he couldn't fight it anymore. His eyelids grew heavy, his head felt light, and all he wanted was a good night's sleep. Good night. Chapter 73, The First Snow at Hogwarts. For some time now, Kyle had become increasingly fascinated with nighttime activities that nurtured both body and soul. In recent weeks, he'd been sneaking out nearly every night, even more frequently than Fred and George, likely due to the twins' recent misadventure. The pile of mooncalf dung the twins had painstakingly gathered had, unsurprisingly, found no takers. No one in the wizarding world wanted it. The shops in Diagon Alley refused to touch it, but the twins weren't about to give up so easily. Finally, for reasons known only to them, they tried to offload it at a steep discount to Professor Sprout by bringing it to the greenhouse. Predictably, their nighttime escapade was discovered, and the consequences were severe. Professor Sprout only needed one look to figure out the source of the droppings. With such a large quantity, it could only have come from the Forbidden Forest. And, of course, she knew well the time required to collect it. Being caught sneaking into the Forbidden Forest at night was bad enough, but flaunting it in front of her was unthinkable. This blatant provocation was too much for even the usually mild-mannered Professor Sprout. She promptly marched them to Professor McGonagall's office. Despite their best efforts to claim they'd found the droppings near Hagrid's pumpkin patch, no one bought their story. Hagrid had been busy with other matters and hadn't tended the patch in weeks. Disappointed and angry, Professor McGonagall punished them by assigning a week's worth of bathroom cleaning. Filch even voiced his desire to move his office next to Gryffindor Tower to keep an eye on them. However, this all worked in Kyle's favor. Once Mikkel and Ryan were asleep, Kyle slipped out of bed and crept out of the common room. As usual, he wrapped his silver-green scarf around himself, drew his wand, and tapped it lightly to his forehead. Disillusionment, he whispered. A chill washed over him, spreading from his head down to his toes, as if he'd been doused with ice water. His body took on the color of the wall behind him, a result of the disillusionment charm. Kyle had been practicing this spell since his last venture into the Forbidden Forest. While he owned an invisibility cloak, it had limitations. Move too quickly, and your feet might stick out. The disillusionment charm, by comparison, was more reliable, though mastering it had taken him 3 days. His body's coloring wasn't as seamless as it should have been, but Hogwarts Castle was so dark at night that the imperfection barely mattered. Once fully prepared, Kyle made his way with ease to the library door on the second floor. This was his latest nighttime haunt. He loved reading, but certain books weren't suitable for daylight. They were best savored in secret, alone, under the cover of darkness. The library doors were shut, with a heavy brass lock between them. Kyle took out his master key and unlocked it with a single twist. He pushed one of the doors open just enough to slip inside. The library at night was dark and eerie. Lumos, Kyle murmured, holding his wand aloft as he navigated past the rows of shelves to the back of the library, where he stopped before a sign. Restricted section, it read, and Kyle couldn't help but feel the allure of the forbidden books before him. He carefully stepped over the cord that marked the section boundary and illuminated the titles with his wand. Kyle was selective about his choices, determined to avoid any risks. Anything with a picture on the cover, whether portraits, magical creatures, or various symbols, was out. Books without covers were also avoided, as were thick, oversized, or suspiciously marked ones. Anything too old was a no-go. He didn't want to damage fragile pages and risk leaving irreparable traces. He wandered through the restricted section for a while before finally reaching the 6th row of shelves. From the top, he pulled down a thin black book with gold letters, their intricate design worn with age. Kyle could just make out the last 2 words, explore. This one would do. As he'd done on previous visits, Kyle sat cross-legged on the floor, opened the book, and began reading. Compared to the general collection, the content here was much denser and more obscure. Whenever he came across something he couldn't understand, he'd take out his quick-writing quill and transcribe it carefully. While this method was slower and more tedious than using a doubling charm, it was also safer. Who knew what kinds of strange protections or curses were hidden in these books? Best to be cautious and avoid casting any spells on them at all. By the time Kyle left the library, 2 hours had passed. On his way back, he unexpectedly encountered Peeves, but thanks to the disillusionment charm, Peeves didn't notice him. The next morning, Kyle had planned to sleep until 8:50, but his 2 roommates had other ideas. At 7:30, they yanked him out of bed. "Wake up, Kyle, wake up." Ignoring Kyle's groggy protests, they each grabbed an arm and hauled him to the window. "Look, it's snowing," Mikkel exclaimed, throwing the window open. A gust of cold wind mixed with snowflakes hit Kyle square in the face. Hiss. Kyle shivered, instantly wide awake. Rubbing his face, he felt a strange sense of déjà vu, as if he'd seen this scene somewhere before. "Come on, let's go outside and see it," Mikkel urged excitedly. "This is the first snow at Hogwarts." Kyle shook his head, declining. "What's so exciting about snow?" he thought. "I'd rather catch up on sleep." He had stayed up late the previous night, and it wasn't even the weekend. He didn't want to feel sleepy during classes. But Mikkel and Ryan wouldn't take no for an answer. They kept pressing him to wash up and get dressed, making it clear they weren't leaving without him. "This is our first snow since arriving at Hogwarts, it's special," Mikkel insisted. "Sleeping now is a waste of time, and you can catch up on sleep in History of Magic later." Kyle sighed. True, the first class of the day is History of Magic. With that thought, he relented, got dressed, and followed them out of the dormitory. Overnight, the snow had piled up more than a foot deep. By the time they reached the open area outside Hogwarts Castle, it was already bustling with people. Among them, Kyle spotted Fred and George, surrounded by a few Gryffindors, building a snow lion in the middle of the courtyard. At least, it was supposed to be a lion. In reality, it looked more like a very peculiar flobberworm caterpillar attempting yoga. Chapter 74, Christmas Eve. Kyle, come build a Yeti with us. Fred and George called out enthusiastically, inviting Kyle to join their snowy creation. But Kyle declined without hesitation. Their artistry was on another level, abstract, with free-flowing lines that gave their work a mysterious, avant-garde charm. Kyle thought, I'm just an ordinary guy with average skills. How could I contribute to such a masterpiece? No, he didn't deserve to be part of it. A bit further on, a group of young Hufflepuffs had gathered around the Black Lake, marveling at the way the heavy snowfall had caused it to freeze over. They were debating whether to drill a hole in the ice to catch a few fish, dreaming of a fresh stargazy pie. Nearby, other students were engaged in a spirited snowball fight. Kyle spotted an older Gryffindor student slyly stuffing a stone into a snowball, intending to aim it at a Slytherin. Unfortunately, his aim was a little off. The special snowball traced an arc through the air and nearly struck Professor Oren, who happened to be passing by. Young man, you must take more care during a snowball fight, Professor Oren said calmly, flicking the snowball aside with his wand, and avoid mixing in stones. I'll let you off without deducting any points this time, but don't let it happen again. The Gryffindor nodded emphatically, relieved. The students had a fantastic time, everyone, that is, except Filch. He was visibly irritated. The young wizards didn't seem to care much about polishing their shoes, leaving muddy footprints everywhere as they tramped back into the castle. This oversight significantly increased Filch's workload. Eventually, he set up a chair by the castle entrance and wouldn't let anyone inside until they polished their shoes. Later that morning, in History of Magic, Kyle managed to fall asleep within 30 seconds, achieving a quality of rest far better than he'd gotten in the dormitory. Had Kana not nudged him at the end of class, Kyle reckoned he'd have slept until noon. Half the students are dozing off, Kana remarked, rubbing her slightly reddened eyes, as if she'd just woken up herself. Why can't the school just hire a new History of Magic professor? Probably because Professor Binns doesn't need a salary, Kyle shrugged. For that reason alone, his position is irreplaceable. Not to mention, Professor Binns worked year-round. Unlike other professors who were often called away by personal matters, his attendance was impeccable. Besides, the History of Magic exam was notoriously straightforward. As long as you read the textbook before the test, and exceeds expectations, grade was nearly guaranteed. Neither the school board nor Dumbledore himself would likely ever agree to replace such a perfectly reliable instructor. That stingy old bee, Kyle scoffed, expressing his disdain for Dumbledore's relentless exploitation of senior faculty. As December arrived, the weather grew colder, but the student spirits only seemed to rise. It was a complete transformation from their drowsy mood the previous month. Christmas break was around the corner, and they were eagerly counting down the days to 2 full weeks of freedom. In such an atmosphere, focusing in class became nearly impossible, and they spent more time daydreaming than listening. Initially, the professors tried to rein them in with point deductions, hoping it would keep them in line, but it had little effect. The students would shape up for a few minutes, only to drift off into distracted reverie shortly after. Realizing this, most professors eventually gave up. They were used to this pre-holiday restlessness. Every year, it was the same. Since they weren't teaching anything new in these last few classes, they turned a blind eye to minor lapses, so long as they didn't go too far. Well, all except for 2 professors, of course. Professor Binns, entirely indifferent to Christmas, continued his History of Magic lecture in his usual monotone, recounting the invention of the self-stirring cauldron as if it were a tragic ballad. The self-stirring cauldron, he intoned, enchanted to stir potions on its own, was invented by Gaspard Shingleton in the late 20th century. For this reason. The other was Professor Snape. He didn't care why students were unfocused, and unlike his colleagues, he had no leniency to offer. Any non-Slytherin caught not paying attention lost 3 points immediately. Thanks to his vigilant efforts, Slytherin's house point surged ahead, nearly 100 points higher than second-place Ravenclaw by the day before break. Professor Snape was very pleased with the result. Slytherin's 6-year winning streak looked secure. The evening before the holiday began, Kyle ran into a somewhat frazzled Hagrid in the Great Hall. This was the first time Kyle had seen him since that late-night escapade in the Forbidden Forest. Out of guilt, he and his friends had been avoiding Hagrid for the past month. But now that they were face-to-face, Kyle couldn't ignore him. Hagrid. How have you been? Kyle called, waving. Hagrid looked down at him with a distracted smile. Kyle, hello there. Sorry, can't stop to chat. I've got loads left to prepare. By Merlin's beard, I nearly forgot Hogwarts is on holiday tomorrow. Seems like Halloween was just the other day. Even as he spoke, Hagrid didn't slow his pace, striding toward the castle in a rush. Kyle had to jog to keep up. Need a hand? Kyle offered. Well, if you're not too busy. Hagrid thought for a moment. Could you fetch some mistletoe for the decorations? The feast's about to start, and I'm worried I won't get everything done in time. Of course, Kyle agreed, and together, they made their way to Hagrid's cabin by the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Outside the cabin stood two massive fir trees, each with a trunk around 60 to 70 centimeters wide, along with a small pile of holly and mistletoe. Just grab some of that holly and mistletoe, and I'll take care of the rest, Hagrid instructed, bending down to hoist the two fir trees. Kyle could see the strain on Hagrid's face as he struggled to lift them both. His cheeks flushed from the effort. It was clear even for him that lifting both trees at once was a challenge. Just then, Hagrid heard a voice behind him. Wingardium Leviosa. Suddenly, the weight of the trees vanished. Startled, Hagrid turned to see Kyle, wand outstretched, casting the levitation charm. Blimey. Impressive bit of charm work. Hagrid exclaimed. Oh, it's nothing, really, Kyle shrugged modestly. Anyone can do it. Really? Hagrid blinked, puzzled. Back in his school days, things weren't like this. Could it be that today's Hogwarts students were all this capable? Chapter 75, Kyle's Flower Garden. With Kyle's help, Hagrid managed to bring the final Christmas trees to the Great Hall just before dinner. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick were already waiting. Hagrid, there you are, these must be the last two. Oh. Professor Flitwick's eyes lit up as he noticed Kyle beside Hagrid, wand in hand. Excellent levitation charm, Mr. Chopper. 5 points to Hufflepuff. Realizing Kyle's spell had made the task much easier for Hagrid, Professor Flitwick smiled at him. If the final exam were on the floating charm, he said with a wink, I'd give you an O right now. Flitwick raised his own wand, smoothly guiding the two fir trees into their designated spots. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall wove the mistletoe into a hanging garland, filling the last empty space on the wall. Minutes later, students began flooding into the hall, and the festive Christmas dinner commenced. At the Hufflepuff table, Cedric glanced at Kyle in surprise. You're not going home for Christmas? Kyle nodded. Yeah. No one's at home right now, so it wouldn't make much sense to go back. I might as well stay at Hogwarts. Chris was traveling the world with Lord Newt, helping return captured magical creatures to their natural habitats. His mother Diana, from the Department of Mysteries, had recently written to him, saying she wouldn't be home for Christmas but had already sent his presents. With both of them away, Kyle felt there wasn't much point in going home. At Hogwarts, he'd at least have things to keep him busy. He could check in on Fluffy or water the two ornamental plants he'd been tending to. Why don't you come to my house? Cedric suggested. My dad would really like to meet you. Kyle shook his head with a polite smile. Maybe next time. I've already promised Hagrid I'd help him look after his animals over the holidays. Cedric looked a little disappointed. Kyle, however, was secretly relieved. The idea of meeting Mr. Diggory, let alone spending 2 weeks with him, was a bit much. Just the thought made Kyle's head spin. He figured it was enough that his mother had to deal with Mr. Diggory alone. To shift the conversation, Kyle turned to Kanna, who was sitting nearby. What about you? Are you going home for the holidays? Kanna simply shook her head, not saying a word. Kyle took the hint and didn't press further. With the semester over after the Christmas feast, students began boarding the train back to King's Cross Station. Mikkel and Ryan had also gone home, leaving Kyle alone in the dormitory. The once lively common room was now far quieter, a solitude Kyle found rather pleasant. He sat on one of the sofas near the fire, roasting a potato in its skin, surrounded by some flatbread, mushrooms, and thinly sliced beef. When he'd gone to the kitchen for ingredients, the house elves had offered to help, but Kyle had refused. The enjoyment was in the process, eating was secondary. After patiently waiting for the potato to blacken slightly, Kyle took it off the skewer. Once it cooled, he peeled the skin and took a bite. The potato was sweet and soft, though he discovered the center was still a bit raw. Using a spoon, he scooped out the undercooked part and tossed it toward a mouse not far away. Kyle. Kanna glared at him. Don't give Pocky that strange stuff. It's just a potato. What's strange about that? Kyle shrugged. Besides, who doesn't like potatoes? But as if deliberately mocking him, Pocky the mouse sniffed the undercooked potato and turned away, not even tempted to try it. Good grief, a picky mouse, Kyle muttered, a bit embarrassed. You should try starving it for a few meals, he suggested to Kanna. Kanna ignored him, taking Pocky and leaving the common room. Since it was holiday break and Filch's cat wouldn't be lurking about, she figured it was a good time to let her pet explore the castle freely. After all, it had been cooped up in the dormitory for ages. With Kanna gone, Kyle was the only one left in the common room. Feeling a bit restless, he finished his food, then decided to head up to the room of requirement on the 8th floor. Over the past 3 months, Kyle had transformed the room into a miniature greenhouse. Alongside Chomping Cabbage, he had cultivated Dittany, Rue, Belladonna, Mistletoe, Sneezewort, and even a beautiful golden-banded hydrangea. The first 3 were common magical plants, and he had easily procured their seeds from Hogsmeade. The golden-banded hydrangea, however, had been a little trickier to obtain. One night, he couldn't resist and snipped a tiny branch from the lush golden hydrangea plant in the Hufflepuff common room. It had been a mere inch long, and he doubted anyone would miss it. To his surprise, the cutting had taken root and was now growing steadily, albeit still small. Kyle was satisfied. As long as it survived, it would flourish. He went straight to the center of the room, where his chomping cabbage plants had grown significantly. In just 3 months, they had shot up from seeds to the size of a bludger, each with a mouth lined with 2 rows of sharp teeth that looked strong enough to snap anything unfortunate enough to get too close. Kyle loosened the soil around the plants, shooing away a billywig that had been buzzing around his head. "Busy right now, go play over there," he told it. A few days ago, he'd rescued the little billywig from Mrs. Norris, who had nearly turned it into lunch. It still had a faint scar from where the cat had grabbed it. After Kyle treated the wound with dittany, the little creature had started following him everywhere. Thankfully, it was well behaved, and at Kyle's words, it fluttered off to a corner of the room where it could explore in peace. The room's spaciousness and the lack of that leaping, lurking cat seemed to be a paradise for the little creature. Once Kyle finished with the chomping cabbage, he looked around the room. Although he had quite a few dittany and rue seeds left, he thought it would be a waste to fill this remarkable space with only the more common magical plants. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully as he gazed at the large empty area he'd purposely left on one side of the room. If he remembered correctly, they'd soon be learning about Devil's Snare in Herbology class. Chapter 76, Unboxing Christmas Gifts. The next morning, Kyle awoke to find a small mountain of presents at the foot of his bed. Most were snacks, chocolates and sweets, and there were quite a few more than he'd expected. Being a good student really does have its perks, Kyle murmured, setting the snacks aside and eagerly moving on to the rest. Hagrid's gift was the largest, resembling a small wooden barrel wrapped in thick brown paper. Could it be a mooncalf? He wondered with a mix of hope and dread as he carefully unwrapped it. Thankfully, it wasn't. Hagrid had given him a lady's mantle, the barrel serving as a makeshift planter filled with soil. Fresh dew on its leaves suggested Hagrid had just dug it up in the Forbidden Forest. In return, Kyle had gifted Hagrid a model of the dragon used during the Triwizard Tournament, a little figurine that could fly low, spit fire, and even move around. He was sure Hagrid would love it. Cedric's gift was a signed copy of Quidditch Through the Ages, with signatures from the Chudley Cannons. Kyle took one look at the team's signature and promptly set it aside with a grimace. Not my team, he thought with mild disdain. Cedric, on the other hand, would likely be thrilled with Kyle's gift to him, his prized, autographed bat from the Wimborne Wasps. He had even sent a special request to Mrs. Weasley, asking her to mail it for him. Mrs. Weasley had sent a reply scolding him for not coming home over the holiday and promising a good telling off come summer. Kyle wasn't worried. A handmade apron and a stellar report card would ensure she forgave him without a fuss. Kana had knitted him a pair of wool mittens, each bearing his initials, and her knitting skill was surprisingly refined. They fit perfectly and would go well with the sweater Mrs. Weasley had given him. For Kana, he picked out a handbag enchanted with an anti-theft charm, practical and stylish. Fred's gift was a bottle of disappearing ink, and George's was a collection of chocolate frog cards, neatly stored in a transparent card holder. For them, Kyle had chosen Elementary Alchemy, a textbook from Bosbaden's alchemy course, hoping it would aid them in their recent experiments with playful inventions. His roommates hadn't forgotten him either. Mikkel gifted him a finely crafted gold brooch, while Ryan presented him with a wizard chess set. To his surprise, Kyle also found a present from a professor. Professor Flitwick had given him 2 thick notebooks filled with meticulous notes from Flitwick's own 1st through 3rd years, detailing his understanding of charms, a treasure for any magic student. Kyle felt a twinge of guilt, as he'd only gifted Professor Flitwick a simple amulet carved from mountain ash. In fact, he'd given small presents to every professor. Professor McGonagall received a golden snitch hat ornament, Professor Sprout, a tool maintenance kit, Professor Oren, an elegant walking stick, and Professor Binns, a humorous newspaper clipping titled Europe's Top 3 Wizarding Academies, Professor Perks. For Headmaster Dumbledore, he'd chosen 100 ways to knit woolen socks. And then, of course, there was Professor Snape. Kyle had felt it necessary to show his appreciation for Snape's recent attention, so he had sent him a crate of Sleekeasy's hair potion. He hadn't signed the gift and had gone through some effort to ensure it was anonymous, using a school owl to send it to the owl post office in Diagon Alley, which would then deliver it to Snape's quarters. Though the process had been a bit complex, Kyle was sure it was well worth it. He could just imagine how deeply moved Professor Snape would be by such a thoughtful gesture. After carefully storing Professor Flitwick's notes, Kyle opened the last present, which was from Diana. Inside was a silver ring adorned with a crescent moon, and beneath it lay a short note. This magical item allows you to apparate up to 3 times. If you ever find yourself in danger, just channel a bit of magic into it, focus on your intended destination, and it will take you there. Note, it cannot be used within Hogwarts Castle, but it will work beyond the castle gates. If you don't want to take the train home over the holiday, you could use it for that, too. I hope you like the gift, dear. Merry Christmas. Is this an upgraded version of a portkey? Kyle slipped the ring onto his finger, and it automatically adjusted to fit snugly against his skin. He flexed his fingers and found it entirely comfortable, without a trace of tightness. Kyle was delighted with the gift. He'd long wanted to learn apparition, but since he was still too young, neither Chris nor Newt had been willing to teach him. This ring was easily the best Christmas present he'd received in his 11 years. If only it had more uses, though, just 3. 30 would be much better. After tidying up his dorm room, Kyle made his way to the common room, where he spotted Connor standing on tiptoe, rummaging around in a large planter. "What are you looking for? Need some help?" Kyle asked. "No, I found it," Connor replied, pulling a dirty cloth bag out of the planter. Turning to Kyle, she added, "Thanks for the Christmas present. I really needed it." Kyle watched as she retrieved 2 galleons from the bag and then tucked them back into a small clutch. He frowned, puzzled. "Have you been losing galleons lately?" he asked. "No," Connor said, shaking her head. "But I lost 2 sickles yesterday afternoon. Isn't that basically the same thing?" Kyle frowned. "Where's your roommate? Has she gone home?" "Yeah, they all went home. I'm the only one left in the dorm now," Connor said, a bit giddy. "But they did send me a gift, some hair clips from the Muggle world. They're so pretty." Kyle rubbed his forehead. He was about to respond when Connor dashed back to her dorm. When she returned, she held a small wooden box in her hands. "Look, aren't they beautiful?" Connor said, handing the box to Kyle. Inside were 7 or 8 colorful hair clips, each with a unique and distinctly Muggle style, unlike anything seen in the wizarding world. Kyle, however, wasn't particularly interested. He gave them a quick look and was about to hand the box back to Connor when something caught his eye, a tiny bottle nestled beneath the hair clips. Curious, he reached in and moved one of the clips aside. What is this?" Kyle's hand jerked, and he almost dropped the box. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he quickly set the box down on the wooden table beside him. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Kyle reached out and gingerly picked up the small bottle. Chapter 77, Bitter Taste. The bottles were about the size of a thumb, each filled with a golden potion that shimmered like molten gold. After a moment of careful observation, Kyle became certain the bottle contained Felix Felicis. Felix Felicis, also known as the Liquid Luck, was arguably the most complex potion in the wizarding world. The rare ingredients were only part of the challenge. It took half a year to brew, with each step requiring painstaking precision. Any slip-up, and you'd have to start all over again. Each vial was worth a fortune. "Where did you get this?" Kyle asked, turning toward her. "Professor Snape gave it to me for Christmas," Connor replied, a bit unsure. "Why, don't you have one?" Hearing this, Kyle's heart sank with a twinge of envy. Snape hadn't even given him an empty bottle, let alone Felix Felicis. He swallowed his jealousy and, with a slightly complicated expression, asked, "Did you know Professor Snape before?" Connor shook her head at first, then nodded slightly. "I've heard my mother mention his name before, but I hadn't met him before coming to Hogwarts." Kyle studied Connor thoughtfully. "Prince?" When Snape first gave Connor extra points, Kyle had felt something was off. He'd assumed they simply knew each other, so he hadn't thought much more of it. But now, it seemed he had misjudged. If they merely knew each other, even as friends, Snape would hardly gift Connor something as valuable as Felix Felicis. Malfoy never received such treatment. This hinted at a deeper connection to the name Prince. Kyle pondered this for a moment, feeling he'd heard the surname somewhere before. It was so familiar, but he couldn't place it. The only thing that came to mind was Princeton University, which had no relation to the wizarding world at all. After thinking on it for a while, Kyle gave up. He held up the small glass bottle and asked, "Do you know what this is?" "Cold medicine." Connor guessed uncertainly. Kyle shook his head and decided to be direct. "No, it's Felix Felicis." "Buffed. Kyle, you're still half asleep." For some reason, Connor burst into laughter. "It might look like Felix Felicis, but I don't even know Professor Snape. Why would he give me something so precious? It's impossible." "Why not?" Kyle said, giving the bottle a gentle shake. "Is there any other potion that looks as much like liquid gold as Felix Felicis?" Connor shook her head again. "Professor Snape is a potions master. It wouldn't be hard for him to change the color of a potion. Maybe it's a Christmas prank, and this really is cold medicine." Kyle tried to explain further, but Connor found a reason to disagree each time, until eventually even Kyle began to doubt himself. He could understand Connor's reaction. If he'd found this bottle among his own presents, he'd have trouble believing it was Felix Felicis too. He'd likely think Snape had brewed some unusual poison, dressed it up to resemble Felix Felicis just to trick him. In the end, it seemed that Connor was convinced, deep down, that the potion was Felix Felicis, even as she kept finding reasons to argue otherwise. Somehow, it made sense. So Kyle let it go and didn't press the matter further. Determining whether the bottle held Felix Felicis or not was actually quite straightforward, or at least convincing Connor of it could be. All Kyle needed was to uncover the connection between the surnames Snape and Prince. But first, it was probably best if he held onto the bottle. Kana had a tendency to lose things, and this bottle might be next in line. If it really was Felix Felici's, she'd regret losing it. He glanced over at Kana and asked, "Can I hold on to this for now?" Kana clapped her hands indifferently. "Sure, you can have it." Kyle shook his head quickly. "Forget it. You'd end up crying and regretting it." "Just kidding." He wasn't the kind to actually take advantage of a situation like this. He was just a tad less scrupulous than most people. "I won't cry." Kana wrinkled her nose in defiance, sounding annoyed with Kyle's comment. "If I say you can keep it, then you can. I won't regret it, and I definitely won't ask for it back, even if you try to return it." Kyle shrugged nonchalantly. If he had a recording device, he'd have captured her words for later. He'd play it back in the common room on repeat when the timing was just right. After leaving the common room, Kyle headed to the library and stayed there until noon. The Christmas feast was lavish, with tables piled high with plump turkeys, mounds of roast meat and potatoes, platters of little sausages, buttered peas, and, oddly enough, stacks of pancakes. Scattered every few feet along the tables were magical holiday crackers in vibrant colors, a festive staple, like the Christmas tree itself. Kyle picked up one of the crackers in front of him and gave it a pull. With a loud pop, a lacy, tassel-adorned ladies hat drifted down in front of him. He glanced around, then casually slipped the hat into his moleskin pouch. Next year's Christmas gift for Professor Snape, sorted. Kyle continued to pull on several more crackers. Each explosive crack felt like a small burst of joy, with no worry of accidental injury, making it all the more fun. By the time the feast truly began, he had a small mountain of items piled next to him. There were 6 hats of various styles, 2 sets of wizard chess, 3 rubber wands, a collection of odd trinkets, and cockroach clusters. To be honest, Kyle wasn't sure if the cockroach clusters were real or not, so he kept them sealed in a clear box, well away from his other items. The house elves had, as always, worked culinary magic. Eyeing the enormous turkey, Kyle carved off a little drumstick, then used some stuffing and sausages to make himself a festive pizza. After the turkey, the Christmas pudding arrived, which held a small surprise of its own. Kana's pudding came wrapped with a glint of silver sequins. Kyle eagerly sliced into his own pudding, only to find a hint of yellow inside. He put down his knife. No more cutting, it was mango sauce inside, and he didn't want it spilling everywhere. Chapter 78, New Members of the Flower Garden. In the afternoon, Kyle made his way to Hagrid's cabin. "Kyle, what are you doing here?" Hagrid greeted him warmly, handing over a plate of rock cakes. "Thanks for the gift. I like it a lot." On the small table in the cabin, the models of the dragons were displayed carefully, and Hagrid had even set up a little fence around the table, as if worried they might fall. It was clear he was quite fond of them. Kyle shook his head, declining the rock cake. "Hagrid, I don't think I can eat another bite right now." "Right, I reckon you're already stuffed with turkey and sausages," Hagrid chuckled, taking a bite of one of his rock cakes. "So, what brings you here?" "I'll tell you now, though, I'm not taking you to the Forbidden Forest." "I'm not here for the Forbidden Forest," Kyle replied. "I just wanted to ask if you know wizards with the surname of Prince." "Prince?" Hagrid repeated, scratching his head as if the name rang a bell. He paused, then gave his head a tap. "Sorry, Kyle. I've had a bit of a cold these past few days, my head's all fuzzy. Can't seem to remember much of anything right now." Suddenly, he brightened. "Oh, right. Poppy asked me to go see her in the hospital wing after the feast." He stood up in a hurry. "Sorry, Kyle, I've got to go now. I'll send you an owl if I remember anything." "All right," Kyle replied, a bit disappointed, as he followed Hagrid out of the cabin. It seemed he'd have to wait until the holidays were over and write to Chris to see if he knew anything about the surname Prince. Kyle wasn't planning on asking any other professors. Aside from Hagrid, he suspected Professor McGonagall and the others wouldn't share anything on this topic. If Prince really had some connection to Snape, they'd likely stay tight-lipped. Back in the castle, with little else to do, Kyle headed to the library and resumed reading the hardcover book he'd borrowed earlier that morning. It was a biography of a legendary duel master whose life was nothing short of astonishing. According to the book, he had never lost a duel since his first, and held the record for 200 consecutive wins, including 11 straight dueling championships. To this day, no one had broken his record, not even Professor Flitwick, who'd once managed a streak of 115 consecutive wins in his youth. However, despite the impressive subject matter, the biography itself left much to be desired. Complex aspects of magical theory, which should have been explained step by step, were glossed over in a few brief sentences. It felt like trying to solve a math problem where, instead of showing the steps, the author simply handed over the answer without any explanation. The book's vague language extended to the master's dueling advice. Though it claimed to offer helpful tips, the guidance was frustratingly ambiguous. For moving targets, lightly twist your wrist at the right moment when casting a spell. To extend the spell's range, tilt the wand slightly upward, but not too high, or it will go off course. Just follow your instinct. If you feel lost in a duel, ask your wand, it will guide you on the next move. Appropriate means finding the right timing. Trust your instincts. Kyle pondered, replaying the vague words over and over in his head. Though the phrases made his head spin, he was determined not to give up. Instead, he pushed himself to grasp what the author might be implying. With renewed focus, he practiced repeatedly in the room of requirement, hoping to make sense of the cryptic advice. This was, by far, the most time-consuming part of his training. Sometimes, Kyle would spend an entire day, or even longer, trying to understand a single ambiguous sentence. Despite the book's thinness, it took him until the end of the holiday to finish it. The day before classes resumed, Kyle headed to the library to return the book. Madame Pants took it from him, checked its condition, and set it aside, satisfied. As Kyle turned to browse the shelves for another book, a cool voice interrupted him from behind. "I'd suggest you stop borrowing these kinds of biographies." "What?" Kyle spun around, puzzled. Madame Pants sat at her desk, expressionless as she flipped through the pages of the book he'd returned. "This book's content isn't particularly complex, yet you've been reading it for 2 whole weeks. Clearly, it's not the right choice for you." Kyle was taken aback. This was the first time he'd seen Madame Pants go out of her way to address a student, especially about a topic outside her usual library responsibilities. Regaining his composure, he asked, "Are you saying my foundation is weak?" "No. Your foundational knowledge in magic is strong. Judging by the books you borrowed, you're already ahead of many third years," she replied, her gaze steady. "But understanding the life and techniques of a legendary wizard requires both experience and depth of knowledge." Kyle bit his lip, realizing he had no real counterargument. He was only in his first year, and aside from his knowledge of magical creatures, his practical experience was admittedly limited. "If you truly want to learn something useful, don't waste your time on biographies like this one." Madame Pants gestured toward a nearby shelf. "I recommend you look over there." Kyle nodded and, without hesitation, headed toward the indicated shelf. If Madame Pants had gone to such lengths to guide him, it was probably worth a look. Besides, he hadn't decided on his next book yet, who knew what he might find. He soon found that taking her advice had been a good decision. 5 minutes later, he returned to the counter with a thick tome entitled The Changing of Charms, Origins. Madame Pants's expression shifted subtly before returning to her usual neutral demeanor. After recording the loan, Kyle decided to bring the book back to his dormitory to read later. Today was the last day of the holiday, and he still had a few things to do. His first stop was the room of requirement. As soon as he entered, a group of soft, furry creatures crowded around him. 5 mooncalves gazed up at him, their big, round eyes fixed on him. Kyle petted each one in turn and asked, "It's daytime, why aren't you sleeping?" One of the mooncalves tilted its head and let out a soft coo. "Oh, you're afraid someone might come, so you don't dare sleep." Kyle chuckled. "Don't worry, no one comes here except me." Reassured by his words, the mooncalves returned to the little cave Kyle had created for them in the room of requirement. Chapter 79, This is all your fault. Gazing at the 5 mooncalves, Kyle's mind drifted back to the events of last night. He'd been practicing charms in the room of requirement, and time had slipped away unnoticed. By the time he left, it was already late, and feeling a bit frustrated by the slow progress and repetitive motions, he decided to take a walk before bed to clear his mind. Exiting the castle through the tapestry-covered secret passage on the first floor, he initially intended to stroll over to the Quidditch pitch. But, lost in thought, he wandered in the wrong direction without even noticing. When he finally looked up, he realized he'd somehow ended up near the mooncalves' den. Perhaps this was meant to be, he thought. Since he was already there, it made no sense to leave empty-handed. These were the same mooncalves he'd carefully snared from the Forbidden Forest before, so catching them again wouldn't be difficult. Mooncalves, gentle and magical creatures, had been wary of Kyle at first, retreating into their burrows upon seeing him. But when Kyle began to dance awkwardly in the moonlight, they couldn't resist their curiosity and started poking their heads out, one by one. Seeing this, Kyle only wriggled around more enthusiastically. He'd learned this technique from Newt, and while he wasn't nearly as skilled, his imitation of the mooncalves' dance was convincing enough to earn their trust. Kyle was only a beginner at this, so his performance was passable at best. If Newt had been the one dancing, he would have charmed a whole herd of female mooncalves. It was almost ridiculous how talented he was. But Kyle had to admit, this kind of dancing was embarrassingly silly, which was exactly why he'd waited until it was late and there was no one else around. Otherwise, he would never have done it. Absolutely never. After dancing for a short while, Kyle saw the mooncalves warming up to him, coming out of their burrows, one after the other. He offered them some herb leaves and gently coaxed them. Maybe because they were used to Hagrid, the mooncalves in the Forbidden Forest were far less skittish. Once Kyle promised them all the dittany leaves they could eat, the 5 little gourmands trotted over, unable to resist. Kyle had originally intended to take just 2, but as he looked at their big, shiny eyes, he felt it would be wrong to leave any of them behind. In the end, he simply decided to take them all. After all, it was just a bit more herb leaves, he could handle that. The whole process went surprisingly smoothly. With a few whispered reminders, the mooncalves kept quiet and followed him obediently out of the Forbidden Forest. The real challenge, however, was getting them back into the room of requirement. Kyle's invisibility cloak was only big enough to cover one mooncalf at a time, so he had to lead them in one by one through the tapestry's secret passage. By the time he delivered the last mooncalf, dawn was approaching, and his legs felt like jelly. He sank to the floor for a moment, catching his breath. But it had all been worth it. With 5 mooncalves in tow, the problem of fertilizer for his plants was solved. Kyle took a moment to observe the 5 little creatures. Although they seemed slightly nervous, that was to be expected. As long as they didn't start pining to return to the forest, they'd likely settle in just fine. After leaving the room of requirement, Kyle headed to the kitchen to pack some food for Hagrid, who still hadn't shaken off his cold and looked worn out. "I brought you some scones and sausages," Kyle said, setting the food on a shelf. "Thanks, Kyle," Hagrid replied gratefully. He lifted a brass kettle to pour Kyle a cup of water but spilled about half of it, a little frown crossing his face. "Never had a cold before," he muttered, handing Kyle the cup. "Yesterday, Poppy gave me a huge bucket of potion to drink, and it tasted awful." "Nothing you can do about that, it's all part of being sick," Kyle replied, taking a sip. "How are you feeling?" "Any better?" "Worse," Hagrid said, shaking his head. Yesterday, he'd only felt slightly dizzy, but after drinking the potion, he felt achy all over and had barely any energy left. It was clear that this state was getting to him. Kyle, looking at him in confusion, asked, "Didn't Madame Pomfrey give you a pepper-up potion?" Pepper-up potion was the go-to cold remedy in the hospital wing. He remembered Cedric and Ryan taking it when they had colds a while back. Though it made white smoke come out of their ears, it kept them alert and strong enough to keep up with classes. Pepper-up potion. "No, that's not what she gave me," Hagrid said after a pause. "Poppy said it wouldn't work right for me. She gave me some other sort of magical potion, but I don't know what it was." Realization dawned on Kyle. Of course, with Hagrid's massive build, a standard pepper-up potion or any regular cold remedy wouldn't work effectively. As he thought this over, a curious idea came to mind, and he glanced again at Hagrid. The dazed, sluggish way he looked reminded Kyle of something he'd seen about a year ago. An erumpent in Newt's case had caught a cold, and after Newt gave it a specialized potion, the creature had displayed a similar groggy state. This. Kyle pressed his lips together thoughtfully. He had the distinct feeling he'd stumbled upon something quite remarkable. The train arrived as scheduled, pulling into Hogwarts just before dinner. The castle was lively once more. As soon as Fred and George returned, they tracked down Kyle. "Why didn't you tell us you weren't going home for the holidays?" Fred demanded, fists clenched. "Mum took her anger out on us when she didn't see you." "She thought we were bullying you," George added, his expression sour. "She didn't even look at us kindly the whole holiday. Do you have any idea how we spent the past 2 weeks?" Fred continued, his voice growing more indignant. "On Christmas Day, even Ron got to have turkey and sausage, but George and I had to make do with dry sandwiches. This is all your fault." With mock-serious faces, the twins cornered Kyle, their expressions implying, "You're not leaving until you explain yourself." "I told you before break," Kyle said, raising his hands defensively. "It was the day before we left school. You two were on the 5th floor corridor, looking at a suit of armor." "The day before we left school?" Fred echoed. "The 5th floor." George repeated, their faces showing a sudden flicker of guilt. They recalled that they'd indeed been on the 5th floor just before break, and they had run into Kyle there. But at that moment, they'd been more focused on the password clue for the Marauder's map they'd discovered behind the armor and hadn't given Kyle's words much attention. The two exchanged a glance, as if silently reaching an agreement. "It's still your fault, you could have written." "Yeah, 2 weeks of sandwiches can't be forgotten that easily." Chapter 80, Sweet Talk. Faced with the threat of 2 second-year students, the not-so-formidable Kyle had no choice but to verbally agree to a series of one-sided agreements to avoid any potential campus bullying. "Remember what you promised, Kyle," Fred said with a grin. "You're going to be our technical support for the Weasley's Wizard Wheezes products. And provide storage," George added. "We need a safe place to keep it over the holidays, somewhere Mum won't find it." "Of course, I'd be happy to help," Kyle replied with a smile. "I'll even help you work on the products. And as for the storage, how about my room? Mrs. Weasley will never think to check there." "Perfect," Fred and George nodded approvingly, relaxing their hold on him. "If you ever try to double-cross us," Fred warned with mock menace, "you won't like the consequences." With that, the twins simultaneously held up a thumb and made a mock-slashing motion across their necks before heading off. Once they'd left, Kyle casually made his way to the Hufflepuff table, as if nothing out of the ordinary had just happened. "How was your holiday?" Cedric asked as Kyle sat down. "Not bad," Kyle replied, glancing at Cedric. "No early mornings, no homework, just reading, gardening, petting animals, that sort of thing. Basically, the life I've always dreamed of." Cedric sighed a little enviously. "If I'd known, I wouldn't have gone home. My dad promised to take me to France over the holidays, but he's been so busy, working overtime almost every day. He's barely even home for 5 hours at a time. Kyle was surprised to hear this. It didn't add up. Hadn't Chris and Newt successfully handled the smuggled magical creatures? And he hadn't heard of anything major happening in the wizarding world recently. In fact, the front page of the Daily Prophet had recently featured only trivial things, like that spat between Mr. Weasley and Lucius Malfoy at the Ministry of Magic. In a time of relative calm, Mr. Diggory should have had time off unless there was some kind of emergency involving magical creatures. And if there had been such an incident, surely the Daily Prophet would have reported it. Cedric noticed Kyle's confusion and, after a quick glance around to make sure no one was eavesdropping, leaned in and whispered, "It's about the swooping evil. My dad's been searching for signs of it." Swooping evil. Kyle frowned, whispering back, "Didn't that thing leave already?" "No, the ministry is lying," Cedric said. "Dad had a few drinks on Christmas Day and, thinking I was one of his workmates, let slip quite a few things. He said the ministry never actually found any evidence of the swooping evil's departure." Kyle shook his head. But that's not what Newt said. He'd believe Newt over anyone else on matters involving magical creatures. Newt was the last person who would lie about something like that. The only conceivable reason Newt might withhold information would be if it were a serious threat to the safety of the wizarding world. And even if pressured, neither Fudge nor Dumbledore would likely ask Newt to withhold the truth. Well, at least Dumbledore wouldn't. Fudge, that might be a different story. Unless, of course, Fudge happened to be Dumbledore's own son. "I asked about that too," Cedric said. "My father told me Mr. Scamander's exact words were, 'We didn't find any swooping evil, it's probably hiding,' but the ministry only gave the Daily Prophet the first half of the quote and left out the second half." Huh. Kyle raised an eyebrow. "To avoid panic?" "Yes, to avoid panic," Cedric replied with a shrug. "They even found a way to get rid of Mr. Chris and Mr. Scamander, who had both always opposed this kind of thing." Kyle rubbed his chin thoughtfully. His earlier doubts were starting to make sense now. No wonder he'd felt something off about Chris's mission this time around. So that was the issue. After all, if it was just about transporting a few magical creatures, why would Chris and Newt both need to go? Sure, handling creatures like the Nundu or the Antipodean Opali would be tough for most wizards, but for those two, it seemed excessive. But what about the other creatures? The simple ones, that could be released in any secluded forest, or handed off to a couple of hired hunters for transport. Yet, somehow, it had to be Chris and Newt handling them. Think about it, a deputy director from the British Ministry of Magic and a renowned magical creatures expert traveling halfway across the world, just to return an ordinary botruckle to its home. That was absurd. Under normal circumstances, not even a botruckle belonging to Grindelwald himself would get such treatment. After considering this, Kyle asked, "So did your father actually find the swooping evil?" "No," Cedric shook his head. "He and the others have been searching for over a month without finding a single clue. But Minister Fudge keeps pushing them and even lost his temper recently." What a jerk. Though Cedric usually maintained a polite demeanor, he only mouthed the last word silently, demonstrating all the restraint expected of an exemplary young wizard. However, his lip movements were distinct enough that Kyle could tell Cedric was expressing his opinions about Fudge's family line in some rather colorful language. After indulging in that small rebellion, Cedric felt a bit better. He cast a quick glance at the staff table and said, "Anyway, never mind all that. Have you noticed that Professor Snape seems especially irritated today?" "Really?" Kyle picked up a chicken leg, not even looking up. "Maybe it's just your imagination. He's mad every day." "True, but..." Cedric glanced again toward the staff table. "I still think he's even worse than usual." On the stage, Snape indeed looked as if he'd drunk the wrong potion, his expression dark as a storm cloud. His eyes swept ominously across the 4 tables, narrowing slightly as if in search of some wrongdoing. Suddenly, as if sensing Cedric's gaze, Snape turned sharply toward the Hufflepuff table, causing Cedric to drop his head immediately. Meanwhile, Kyle calmly continued to eat his chicken leg, occasionally chatting with Mikkel, who was seated on his other side. Chapter 81, Hufflepuff's Unconventional Group Activity. After dinner, everyone headed back to their common rooms. On the way, Cedric was still puzzling over the evening's events. "Why was Professor Snape so angry, I wonder," he muttered, rubbing his chin. Could someone have broken into his storage room over the holidays? It was widely known at Hogwarts that Snape kept a private storage room stocked with extremely rare potion ingredients. Rumor had it that even the carpet was made of dragon skin and that just blindly grabbing anything from the shelves could earn a small fortune in galleons at Diagon Alley. Judging by Snape's mood earlier, if his storage room really had been raided, he must have lost something significant. "Don't overthink it," Kyle said, pulling out his wand and tapping a barrel near the common room door. "Maybe he just got a Christmas gift he didn't like." Cedric gave him a sideways glance, eyebrows slightly raised. That miser, never satisfied with anything he gets. The passage opened, and they stepped into the Hufflepuff common room, which, despite being only a little past dinner, was already packed with people huddled over wooden tables, furiously working through their holiday assignments. Not only were the tables crowded, but the floor was practically covered with students, more arriving every few minutes. The entire room was overflowing, leaving barely any space to stand. Kyle blinked in surprise. Was this some kind of Hufflepuff group tradition? Wouldn't it be odd if he didn't join in? But he'd already finished his homework ages ago, and he couldn't very well redo it. Don't look so surprised, it was like this last year, too, Cedric said, patting Kyle's arm. Our prefect always tells us that holiday time is too precious to waste on homework. Cedric's prefect, ironically, was himself among the homework army, hunched over a desk in the corner, scribbling madly. He'd had a desk to himself earlier but had just relinquished it to a couple of desperate first years. Serves him right for being prefect, Kyle thought. If the common room was this packed, the library must be absolutely bursting. Carefully sidestepping scattered parchments and inkpots on the floor, Kyle made his way toward the dormitory entrance. Just as he was about to push open the door, Cedric's voice stopped him. Kyle. Cedric called, standing in front of the second-year dormitory door and looking at him from a distance. I really like the Christmas present you gave me. Yours was pretty great too. Kyle replied, grinning. The two exchanged a long look before breaking into matching polite, standard-issue fake smiles. The first class after the holiday break was Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration. Unfortunately, Hufflepuff had already lost 20 points within the first 5 minutes. Clearly, their one pen, one light, one night, one miracle approach to last-minute homework had not paid off. Even Kyle had lost 2 points, thanks to lending his homework to Mikkel and Ryan, who'd copied it word for word, including his name. If you lend them your homework again, I'll deduct 20 points from you. Professor McGonagall glared at Kyle before returning to the podium. The holidays are over, so it's time to pull yourselves together, she said. Today we'll be learning how to turn a mouse into a snuff box. This is one of the most important skills you'll need this year, and I'll warn you now, it will definitely be on the final exam. Don't say I didn't tell you. The mention of finals made everyone sit up straighter. Students leaned in, taking detailed notes. Grades were everything at Hogwarts, and some, like Fred and George, were allowed a full, carefree summer so long as they managed 2.0s on their report cards. For students from Muggle families, grades were even more critical since their parents only understood traditional report cards. A poor performance would be hard to explain. After class, Professor McGonagall kept behind everyone who hadn't finished their homework, while the rest hurriedly left. They had homework to catch up on for other subjects, and time was tight. Kyle had wanted to go to the library before lunch, but when he arrived, it was packed. The common room wasn't any better, leaving him no choice but to settle in the Great Hall to wait for lunch. For lunch, Kyle chose pancakes and pork chops, a combination he rather liked, but he'd barely taken a couple of bites when Mikkel and Ryan appeared. Kyle, about your charms homework. No borrowing. Kyle took another bite of his pancakes and shot them a look. I don't want to be lectured by Professor Flitwick too. Come on, it won't happen again. Mikkel promised, raising a hand as if making an oath. We were just really tired last night, but we'll revise it before handing it in today. Kyle was doubtful. Last night, he'd lent them all his assignments, but they'd only managed to copy his Transfiguration homework. And when they'd come back to the dormitory, they'd been wide awake, playing wizard's chess with enthusiasm until Kyle eventually fell asleep. Given that, how could he trust them again? There was no way he was making the same mistake twice. Besides, there were less than 2 hours until Charms class, and even if they copied it, they'd only have time to change their names. Revising likely meant nothing more than that. After lunch, Mikkel and Ryan still wouldn't give up and continued to shadow him. Finally, Kyle spotted an opportunity and cast a disillusionment charm, slipping away unseen. Watching his friends wander off in search of him, Kyle felt immense gratitude for mastering the spell. Forget Avada Kedavra or Expelliarmus, invisibility was truly the ultimate charm. Once Mikkel and Ryan turned the corner, Kyle considered his options. The dormitory was a no-go, so he made his way to the Charms classroom instead. After all, he only needed somewhere quiet to read, and any empty space would do. Plus, unlike other places, the Charms classroom was guaranteed to be safe. When there wasn't a lesson scheduled, Mikkel and Ryan would never think to look there. Chapter 82, The Dueling Master. A good professor needs to know what their students are thinking and how to keep them engaged. Professor McGonagall was particularly skilled at this, just a mention of the final exam, and the students instantly forgot their holiday mindset, snapping back to focus on their studies. As her colleague, Professor Flitwick was equally perceptive. Today, we will learn the softening charm, he announced from atop a stack of books, his voice high and cheerful. As the name suggests, this charm can instantly soften hard objects. It's very practical and widely used by adult wizards. For example, in Quidditch, which I know many of you love, the softening charm often cushions players who fall off their broomsticks. The students perked up at the mention of Quidditch. You can also use it in duels, Professor Flitwick continued. Softening the ground can throw your opponent off balance, giving you an opening to strike. With a twinkle in his eye, he added, back when I competed in dueling tournaments, I used this very charm to make my opponent surrender. And that year, I won the championship. The room buzzed with excitement. Quidditch and daring duels had captivated the students. Professor, you won the dueling competition, asked Katie Bell from Gryffindor, raising her hand. She looked doubtful. After all, Professor Flitwick was barely as tall as she was. Oh, that was long ago, Professor Flitwick chuckled, but yes, I won, and not just once. Anyone interested can read more in Dueling Champions of the 20th Century. It's in our library. Wow, murmured the students. They had never imagined that their gentle, unassuming charms professor was such a powerful duelist. Professor, please teach us, one Gryffindor exclaimed eagerly. Don't worry, I will, Professor Flitwick replied with a grin. This is a practical charm, and it's often on the final exam. Southwest, pay close attention. Yes, Professor Flitwick, came the enthusiastic reply. For the rest of the class, the students practiced with unprecedented focus, eager to master the softening charm under Professor Flitwick's watchful guidance. Each one seemed to envision themselves as the next dueling champion, squaring off against the stone in front of them as if it were a real opponent. By the end of the lesson, they reluctantly set down their stones and filed out of the classroom, still talking animatedly. Kyle, who hadn't rushed out like the others, lingered to ask Professor Flitwick some questions about a library book he'd been reading. I read this book years ago, and it taught me a great deal, Professor Flitwick said, his fingers brushing the cover with a nostalgic smile. Then he carefully answered each of Kyle's questions. When Kyle finished, he closed the book and said, "Thank you, Professor Flitwick. That's all for now, I haven't gotten through the rest of it yet." No rush, Professor Flitwick said warmly. A good book is best enjoyed slowly. And if you have more questions, you're always welcome to visit me in my office on the 8th floor. Oh, and thank you for the Christmas gift. I haven't received a Rowan amulet with a dueling badge engraved on it in 30 years, it brought back many fond memories. I'm glad you liked it. With a final farewell, Kyle left the charms classroom. Little did he know, his two roommates were lurking around the corner, watching and waiting. Mikkel, are you sure Kyle's coming this way? Ryan whispered, peeking out cautiously. It's been ages, maybe he's already left. He'll come, Mikkel insisted. Our next class is Defense Against the Dark Arts, and this is the only way to the 2nd floor. Trust me, he'll be here. But. Ryan started, only for Mikkel to cut him off. Stop worrying. Just be patient if you want his help with homework. Ryan glanced nervously down the hall. Professor Flitwick just left, and he locked the door. In sudden panic, Mikkel bolted to the charms classroom, pulling the door open to find it completely empty. Michael's eyes widened. What on earth? He scratched his head. This corridor is the only way to the 2nd floor. How did Kyle leave without us seeing him? He glanced at the wall opposite and muttered, Ryan, do you think Kyle can walk through walls? The final class of the day was Defense Against the Dark Arts, and it didn't disappoint. Professor Oren, though still new to teaching, had quickly become one of the most popular instructors. On the first day back, he had brought a cage full of Cornish pixies to the classroom and encouraged the students to use any charm they'd learned to handle the mischievous creatures. With no restrictions on spells, the young Hufflepuffs couldn't contain their excitement. It felt like a friendly duel, and they eagerly took turns practicing their spells, relishing the chance to feel like master duelists. Although most of their spells went wide, under Professor Oren's watchful eye, the pixies couldn't cause any harm, even as they screeched and flailed in midair, furious at being contained. The pixies' helpless outrage only added to the laughter filling the room. To the students' delight, Professor Oren hadn't even checked their homework, making him a hero in their eyes. By the time the class ended, Hufflepuff students were practically singing his praises. After all, with more than half of them yet to complete their assignments, they just avoided losing valuable house points. On the contrary, Hufflepuff managed to earn at least 30 points simply from enthusiastic participation, leaving the students in high spirits. For Kyle, however, the point situation had lost some of its thrill. Despite the minor boost from Defense Against the Dark Arts, Hufflepuff still remained in an awkward position in the house rankings. They were solidly in 3rd, trailing Ravenclaw by nearly 100 points and holding a comfortable 100-point lead over Gryffindor in last place. Moving up seemed unlikely, and dropping down didn't seem probable either. Chapter 83, Be careful when walking at night. Professor Oren hadn't just skipped marking the new students' assignments, he'd bypassed grading for all year levels. Overnight, this decision transformed him into Hogwarts' most beloved professor, hands down. He might actually break the curse and become the first Defense Against the Dark Arts professor to return next year, almost 50 years later. Jordan Lee, a well-known Quidditch enthusiast and second-year Gryffindor, declared openly in the Great Hall. If someone as brilliant as Professor Oren can't break the curse, then there's no hope for the course. Might as well cancel it. His sentiment was quickly echoed by both Hufflepuff and Gryffindor. But, naturally, where there's support, there's opposition. Just as Jordan Lee was voicing his opinions, a sudden burst of laughter erupted from the Ravenclaw table. Tisk, are you really that thrilled just because you don't have to do homework? A moderately handsome Ravenclaw student shot Jordan a disdainful look. In my opinion, this decision is unbelievably irresponsible, a complete dereliction of duty. We've already discussed it, and we're going to file a complaint with Headmaster Dumbledore about it. What did you say? The Gryffindors turned to him with expressions darkening. After all, at Hogwarts, a professor who skips marking holiday homework is as rare as a troll performing ballet. Now that they'd finally encountered one, not only did these Ravenclaw nerds fail to appreciate him, they were even planning to report him. Unacceptable. Nearly growling, the Gryffindors stood, one of them calling out, "Want to repeat what you just said?" "I know who you are, Ravenclaw's Roger Davies," Jordan said, hands in his pockets, looking down his nose at the other boy. "You're the one who mocked us in Charms class a while back. You're pretty bold. Better watch yourself walking around at night." Seeing their own housemate being threatened so blatantly, the Ravenclaws couldn't stay silent. "Roger, don't be intimidated," said a senior student with a prefect badge on his chest, stepping forward and sneering at Jordan. "Gryffindor, you trying to pick a fight?" "Oh, prefect, you shouldn't say that," Fred chimed in, waggling a finger. "My friend here was just concerned that your first years might trip and fall." "How did that turn into wanting a fight?" "Oh, I get it," George added, grinning. "You're going to tell Professor McGonagall we tried to start a fight, hoping she'll dock our house points, right?" Fred raised an eyebrow. "And that way, you'll edge closer to winning the House Cup. And no one will stop you from reporting Professor Orin, either," Jordan said, picking up where they left off. As expected from Ravenclaw, always full of clever schemes, he added, voice dripping with mock admiration. Hearing the three of them carry on in unison, the prefect's face turned green. The House Cup. As if the Gryffindors had any standing to brag about with their dismal two-digit house points. "We're not going to the professors," the Ravenclaw prefect said, exhaling deeply. "What I mean is, the path to Hogwarts is smooth enough, Roger won't trip. But if anyone were to try something malicious, we won't sit idly by." His words rallied the Ravenclaws. "Yeah, we're not afraid of Gryffindor. Come on, who's going to tell the professors who is the true Krupp here?" "Roger, don't worry. With head boy Edward here, they won't be able to do anything." With his housemates backing him, Roger Davies felt a surge of confidence, holding Jordan Lee's gaze without flinching. The tension between the two groups thickened by the second. "Kyle, what do you think?" Cedric asked, looking a bit concerned from the Hufflepuff table. "Do you think they'll actually end up fighting?" Kyle, unbothered, took a hearty bite of steak and shrugged. "Nah, it's just talk. As long as they're not completely out of their minds, they're not going to fight." It was a classic Hogwarts scene. Gryffindor and Slytherin bickered daily, yet they rarely actually came to blows. Besides, Ravenclaw wasn't about to jeopardize its standing as the second-best house, and Gryffindor wasn't going to let Slytherin profit from a needless fight. Trash-talking was probably as far as this would go. As for anything more underhanded, like plotting against each other, Kyle thought it unlikely. Unless someone wanted detention, neither side would risk doing something so brazenly obvious. The entire castle knew about the tension between the two houses, anything too blatant would have them caught in no time. Of course, this logic held true for Ravenclaw. If it had been Slytherin in the mix, that might have been a different story. "What is going on here?" Professor McGonagall suddenly swept into the hall, lips pursed as she scanned the group at the center of the commotion, her gaze sharp. "I do hope none of you are fighting, gentlemen. Because if you are..." "Of course not, Professor McGonagall," Fred quickly answered, stepping forward with a perfectly innocent look. "We were just having a friendly discussion about Quidditch." "Yes," George added, nodding eagerly. "We were all just saying what a shame it was that Ireland lost to Canada this year." Jordan Lee, who'd been slower on the uptake, caught on only after George gave him a swift kick. "Right. But Ireland will definitely win the championship in 4 years." Roger Davies snorted, apparently unable to resist, and shot back, "That's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Everyone knows the Bulgarian team is the strongest. Ireland can't even hold a candle to them." "Oh, and what exactly did your Bulgarian team achieve this year?" Fred retorted, raising an eyebrow. With a grin, George chimed in with a mocking tone, "Fred, have you forgotten? They didn't even make it to the semi-finals." Roger's neck craned, his voice rising as he defended his team. "That's only because their seeker is weak. If they'd just replace him, Bulgaria would easily be the best team in the world." Kyle couldn't help but smirk slightly, noticing that Roger seemed even more worked up now than before. The whole standoff fizzled out in an oddly amusing way. Professor McGonagall, satisfied that no rules had actually been broken, simply gave them a stern reminder not to cause a ruckus in the Great Hall. Then, with a brief glance in Kyle's direction, she added, "Mr. Chopper, Dumbledore would like to see you. If you're finished eating, could you please head to the headmaster's office?" "Yes, Professor McGonagall." Kyle swallowed the last bite of his steak and followed her out. Just as they stepped into the corridor, he heard her mutter under her breath, "Honestly, everyone knows Scotland is the strongest team." Chapter 84, Dumbledore's Wool Socks. Chapter 84, Dumbledore's Woolly Socks. Professor McGonagall left Kyle at the 8th floor entrance, right by the dripping stone gargoyle, and helped him with the password before departing. Sherbet lemon. The headmaster's office looked exactly as Kyle remembered. Fawkes lay peacefully on his perch, and upon seeing Kyle, he raised his head slightly, as if in a casual greeting. Kyle took out a handful of dittany leaves, a small gift, and placed them near Fawkes's shelf. Dumbledore, unlike last time, was present, sitting in his chair, smiling warmly, with a familiar bottle set on the table in front of him. I hope I'm not disturbing you, Dumbledore said, rising from his chair and handing Kyle the bottle of magic-suppressing potion on the table. You know, just like last time. Of course, Headmaster, Kyle nodded, taking the bottle. I'll deliver it to McGonagall right away. Well, there's no rush. If you're not busy, would you like to keep an old man company for a chat? Seeing Kyle hesitate, Dumbledore added, don't be nervous, just a casual chat, like when you were at Newt's place. I'm just a little surprised, Kyle admitted, scratching his head. But, Headmaster, I only have dittany leaves on me. I really don't have anything else. Fawkes has a forgiving nature, he won't stay angry forever. Dumbledore's face froze momentarily, but he quickly returned to his usual self. I received your Christmas gift, he said, gesturing for a fresh glass of lemonade to appear for Kyle. I finished reading it that very day, and I've reread it many times since, it's truly fascinating. At first, Kyle thought Dumbledore was simply being polite, but the next moment he realized he'd been mistaken. Dumbledore reached into a drawer and took out not one, but 2 pairs of woolen socks. One pair was red with gold trim, while the other was a smaller, blue-pink pair. Both were embroidered with a large letter A. Surprised, Kyle looked up and asked without thinking, did you knit these? Yes, Dumbledore replied, clearly pleased. I'm actually rather good at knitting socks. Managed to get it right on the first try. Kyle opened his mouth to reply but found himself at a loss for words. What was going on in the wizarding world? The Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, Grand Sorcerer and First-Class Order of Merlin, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, and the world's most powerful white wizard, Dumbledore, proudly showing off his hand-knit socks. Judging by the delighted expression on Dumbledore's face, he was genuinely proud of his handiwork. You knit very well, Headmaster, Kyle managed to say. Thank you. Dumbledore put away the 2 pairs of woolen socks and then, with a sudden sigh, said, I think the one regret I have this year is that I didn't get you a Christmas present. It's truly disappointing. Kyle waved his hands quickly, wanting to assure Dumbledore he'd never expected a gift. But then again, as the model student he was, Kyle didn't want Dumbledore to be weighed down by guilt. Seeing an elderly wizard, especially one as revered as Dumbledore, tormented by a feeling of guilt was more than Kyle's heart could bear. Why don't I just ask for a gift myself? Kyle thought, running his hand along his chin. It felt a bit shameless, but he didn't mind suffering a little embarrassment for the headmaster's sake. His eyes drifted around the office and landed on a dusty mirror in the corner, something that didn't look valuable. Or perhaps the rough stone basin beside it would work just as well. It was just a decoration anyway, so choosing something cheap and replaceable seemed perfect. I'm really being considerate, he thought. Kyle made no effort to hide his appraisal. Nearby, Dumbledore seemed to pick up on his thoughts, his mouth twitching slightly. Just then, Kyle turned to him. Headmaster, perhaps you could give you a glass of lemonade. Certainly, Dumbledore said, tapping the table to summon another glass. No, I meant maybe today. Today is indeed a beautiful day. Beautiful day. Kyle glanced at the window, noting that it had been snowing all day and hadn't stopped yet. Before he could respond, Dumbledore looked outside as well and remarked, almost wistfully, I hadn't realized it was already so late. Kyle understood. Though he regretted he couldn't ease Dumbledore's concerns, he replied, I'll be on my way then. McGonagall is waiting for his potion. Would you like to take some snacks with you? Dumbledore opened a drawer, revealing a collection of sweets and candied fruits. Kyle was about to decline, but then noticed the candies were all high-end, including many types he'd never even seen before. I thank you on behalf of McGonagall. By the time Kyle left the headmaster's office, his pockets were stuffed with sweets. The heavy oak door closed behind him. Inside, Snape appeared from the shadows, eyeing the spot where Kyle had been sitting, his gaze narrowing thoughtfully. I'm curious, Severus, Dumbledore remarked, closing the drawer and adding a small golden lock. You specifically asked me to call Kyle here, yet you remained hidden. You dismissed him too early, Snape replied flatly. By our agreement, he should have stayed for at least 30 minutes. Students have things of their own to attend to, Dumbledore said, taking a sip of his tea. Severus, we can't monopolize their time. Oh. Is that your view? Snape glanced at the mirror of Erised in the corner before making his way toward the door. Severus, Dumbledore called out, I think you may have a bias against Kyle. Snape halted and turned back. What are you implying? Kyle is a very thoughtful young man, Dumbledore said evenly. As I understand it, he gave gifts to every professor on Christmas, even extending a packet of dried fish to Mrs. Norris, who is not particularly popular. Oh, Snape drawled, narrowing his eyes. And what is your point? I think it's possible he simply overlooked his potions professor for the moment, Dumbledore replied, a small smile playing on his lips. Even I, on occasion, make such simple oversights. It's perfectly normal. You shouldn't hold it against him. Perhaps he didn't forget, Snape retorted, before flinging the door open and leaving without looking back. Chapter 85, Begin Slacking. This time, administering the medicine went surprisingly smoothly. McGonagall took the potion bottle labeled with the correct number and drank it all at once without needing any prompting. From his gradually contorted expression, it was obvious that the potion's taste remained indescribably awful, yet McGonagall didn't let a single drop go to waste. Even after he finished, he smacked his lips a bit and sighed, "Good medicine." Of course, it would have been more convincing if his expression had been a little less strained. As it was, his face looked almost bruised, his features scrunched together. Paired with his earlier comment, "good medicine," anyone unfamiliar with him might have mistaken him for some kind of poison tester. Kyle struggled to understand what was going through Michael's mind at that moment. Perhaps it was a blend of both pain and satisfaction. As the weather warmed, the Quidditch season was already halfway through. Gryffindor held the lead with the most wins and points, closely followed by Hufflepuff. Slytherin, however, lagged far behind in third place. Ever since they were showered with dung bombs in the last game, just the sight of a broomstick seemed to make them dry heave. But after the Christmas break, they gradually recovered and had been scoring points like mad in recent matches, fighting to close the gap with the top two. Being Slytherin, though, they weren't about to avoid underhanded tactics in their quest for victory. In a recent game, they even knocked Gryffindor chaser Angelina off her broom. "This isn't over, Rosier," Charlie growled as he escorted Angelina off the field. "We'll see about this." Rosier merely shot Charlie a mocking look, as if entirely unfazed. That evening, during dinner, more than 20 broomstick-shaped packages were dropped by owls onto the Slytherin table. Rosier's face turned a vivid shade of green on the spot. Gryffindor students, led by Fred and George, loudly urged him to open the packages and enjoy the surprise they'd prepared. The commotion quickly drew Professor Snape's attention. Cloak billowing, he stormed over after learning the details from a Slytherin informant. "What dung bomb?" "I have no idea what you're talking about, Professor," Charlie said innocently. "They're just fireworks we had specially made to congratulate the Slytherin team on their well-deserved victory in today's match." "Just fireworks?" Snape's tone was skeptical. "Absolutely. Rosier is a worthy opponent. He won fair and square, so of course, we wanted to congratulate him," Charlie grinned. "What, doesn't Rosier like the gift?" With his graduation approaching and plans to head off to Romania, Charlie was notably less anxious in the face of Snape than most students. Snape's expression darkened, and he drew his wand, flicking it to open the packages in front of everyone. Sure enough, the packages contained nothing but fireworks. Once unwrapped, the golden red fireworks shot toward the ceiling, where they exploded with a loud bang, spelling out the word "victory" in blazing letters. Despite finding no dung bombs, Snape docked Gryffindor 10 points, for creating a disturbance in the Great Hall and for disrespecting a professor. But Gryffindor took it in stride. With their house points reduced to single digits, they'd all but given up on winning the House Cup that year. They figured they'd need at least 500 points at the term's end to stand a chance, so they collectively decided, might as well party. After all, if they were destined to lose, why not enjoy it? The Gryffindors were starting to see Hogwarts life in a new light, one filled with unexpected freedom and fun. Even Snape's 10-point deduction, which was patently unfair, didn't faze them in the slightest. George, putting on an exaggeratedly earnest expression, even suggested, "I think disrespecting a professor is a pretty grave offense. You should really take 30 points from us, Professor." His reasoning was simple: if they couldn't be at the top, they might as well aim for rock bottom. Snape's expression grew even darker. He genuinely wanted to fulfill George's request, but unfortunately, the Gryffindor hourglass held only a thin layer of sand, probably no more than 20 points. He couldn't just drain them all. Professor McGonagall's authority still needed to be respected. Besides, the potion ingredients list required the deputy headmistress's signature, and he had to consider his own private stockroom too. "You're right, Mr. Weasley," Snape said, giving George a sinister look. "But there's no need to deduct points, a detention will do." He paused, letting the silence settle before continuing. "Tonight, you'll report to the potions classroom and clean all the old cauldrons by hand. No wands allowed. Filch will supervise to ensure you don't miss a spot." George's grin froze. He stood there in a daze even after Snape had left the Great Hall. "By Merlin's floral socks." "Detention. For what?" "Because he's a professor," Fred said, patting George's shoulder with exaggerated sympathy. "Look on the bright side, the night will pass quickly." "You'll help me, right?" George asked hopefully. Fred fell silent, clearly reluctant. "Percy." "Charlie." No one answered him. At the prospect of detention, a brotherhood built over more than a decade suddenly seemed rather flimsy. George felt close to tears, as though the world had turned cold and grey. Ahem. Just as George was perfecting his tragic expression, Charlie gave him a disgruntled tap on the head. "Oh, knock it off with the dramatics. Don't think I don't know you and Fred have a self-cleaning kit tucked away somewhere." The tears about to fall vanished instantly as George's familiar grin returned, any trace of sorrow or frustration gone. "You're no fun, Charlie." As the two most frequent recipients of detentions, Fred and George had come prepared. The self-cleaning kit was a reliable tool they devised specifically to deal with scrubbing duties, especially for cauldrons. But really, said Charlie, looking at some torn packaging left behind, that trick of yours was brilliant. I didn't expect Rosier to get so freaked out he'd drop his plate. What was that about? That's a secret, George and Fred chimed in unison, sharing a mischievous wink. Luckily, Charlie wasn't the curious type. Satisfied with knowing that this strategy could rattle Slytherins, he didn't press for details. Chapter 86, Devil's Snare. With the automatic cleaning set in place, Snape's detentions became much easier to handle. That night, George spent just over an hour polishing all the cauldrons in the potions classroom. He did it so skillfully that Filch, who was standing nearby, didn't notice anything unusual, although he did find it a bit odd. He simply assumed that George, with all his detention experience, had gotten exceptionally good at it. Not that Filch was bragging, but he figured he could clean a few cauldrons himself in about half an hour. Satisfied that everything was in order, Filch eventually left with George. The next morning, George made a point of sharing his story with everyone. At the Gryffindor table, he recounted his late-night escapades in the potions classroom, claiming he'd discovered a letter addressed to Snape in one of the abandoned cauldrons, only for Filch to confiscate it. While he never explicitly said it, George's hints were clear. The letter was supposedly a love letter. This bit of innuendo sent the Gryffindor girls into a frenzy. They didn't care if it was true, as long as it was entertaining. Meanwhile, Kyle, over at the Hufflepuff table, was delighted too, though his happiness had nothing to do with Snape gossip. His excitement stemmed from the fact that they had Herbology class that day. Professor Sprout had announced at the end of their last lesson that they were wrapping up the study on Rue and would soon begin learning about Devil's Snare. Nothing could be better news. After breakfast, Kyle and the other Hufflepuffs joined the Gryffindors on the way to the greenhouses outside the castle. Why do I get the feeling you're unusually excited? Connor asked, glancing at Kyle. The book says Devil's Snare is a very dangerous plant. Aren't you worried? It's fine, Kyle quickly hid his grin. Devil's Snare might sound scary, but it's really not that dangerous. If you know how to handle it, it's tamer than a puffskein. Exactly. Just then, Professor Sprout appeared behind them with a smile. Don't mind me, go on, share what you know. Right, Kyle cleared his throat. According to the magical vine plants, Devil's Snare was once very popular, and many witches and wizards kept one or two plants at home. It helped keep underground storerooms free of mice and spiders. But once the Ministry of Magic classified it as dangerous and banned private cultivation, Devil's Snare gradually disappeared from most wizarding households. I couldn't have explained it better myself, Professor Sprout said warmly. 5 points to Hufflepuff. As Kyle mentioned, Devil's Snare isn't as dangerous as its name suggests, but... She paused, her expression growing serious. The key is understanding it. If you're unfamiliar with Devil's Snare, it can indeed become very dangerous, even deadly. The students grew noticeably quiet at this caution, and Professor Sprout nodded in satisfaction. Today, they were in Greenhouse 2. Upon entering, they immediately noticed how dark it was. The ceiling and walls were completely covered, with only 2 dim oil lamps providing light. Fortunately, the greenhouse wasn't very large, and once their eyes adjusted, they could make out their surroundings. Compared to Greenhouse 1, the plants here were far stranger. In addition to the Devil's Snare on the table, Kyle noticed puffapods and poisonous plants like poison ivy and belladonna. The only disappointment was the absence of any mandrakes. This is the Devil's Snare, Professor Sprout announced, standing beside a stool and pointing to the sprawling mass of vine-like tendrils at the center of the floor. It's quite beautiful, isn't it? But also very dangerous. Can anyone tell me why? Everyone turned to look at Kyle in perfect unison. Devil's Snare can extend its tendrils like snakes to wrap around anyone nearby, causing injury or even death, Kyle blurted out. Exactly right. 5 more points for Hufflepuff, Professor Sprout replied, gesturing towards the Devil's Snare's roots. Notice that the Devil's Snare here is still quite young. In the dim light, everyone moved in closer, squinting to see what she meant, but nothing about the plant looked particularly young to them. After all, the thing was nearly 2 meters long. To demonstrate, Professor Sprout tossed an empty flower pot towards the Devil's Snare. The moment it hit the ground, the plant's tendrils shot out, ensnaring the pot tightly before crushing it into fragments with a loud pop. The students gasped and instinctively stepped back, eyeing Kyle and Professor Sprout as if they'd just seen ghosts. How could this thing not be dangerous? Pay attention to the color of the tendrils, they're still a light green, Professor Sprout explained calmly as she swept up the remains of the flower pot. Mature Devil's Snare is a dark green. So while getting tangled in it might not kill you, it certainly wouldn't be pleasant. Now, can anyone tell me what should be done to escape from Devil's Snare? Everyone looked at Kyle again. If you get tangled, don't panic, Kyle responded. By relaxing and staying still, the Devil's Snare will eventually loosen its hold. It also hates light and fire, so sometimes just a simple lighting charm can make it release its grip. Hearing this, Mikkel, standing next to him, let out a proud chuckle and puffed out his chest. The lighting charm. He knew it like the back of his hand. Without exaggeration, there was probably no young wizard here more skilled at it than him. Correct. Hufflepuff earns 3 more points. Today, we'll be learning how to fertilize the devil's snare, Professor Sprout said, producing a small wooden bucket filled with tools and compost. Handle it gently, and if you get tangled, remember to relax completely. Now, who'd like to go first? For the 3rd time, Kyle felt everyone's gaze fixed on him, including an encouraging one from Professor Sprout. I'll go first, Kyle offered, stepping forward. Take your time, Professor Sprout encouraged. Kyle took the small shovel she handed him and carefully reached for the devil's snare's roots. Everyone held their breath as they watched. Kyle's hand remained steady as he managed to avoid every writhing tendril of the devil's snare. He dug a small hole near the roots, then, using tweezers, he plucked a silver pellet the size of a soybean from the compost bucket and gently placed it in the hole. Finally, he filled it in and pulled his hand away from the plant. 10 points to Hufflepuff, Professor Sprout announced, her tone pleased. Chapter 87, The Hit Wizards and Hagrid. Fertilizing the devil's snare was nearly the toughest part of first-year herbology. Kyle, however, found it manageable, simply because he had prior experience. After all, he'd been tending to chomping cabbages for months. The chomping cabbage, especially after its teeth sprouted, was far more dangerous than the devil's snare, which only tried to bind you. One wrong move with the cabbage, and Kyle might have ended up in the hospital wing with a glass of Skeel Grow. Or some other healing potion. After surviving those high-stakes encounters, returning to something as straightforward as devil's snare felt almost relaxing to him. For the others, though, it was a different story. Coming into contact with the devil's snare for the first time left them shrieking as the tendrils coiled around them in tight binds. Some panicked the moment they were entangled, instantly forgetting Professor Sprout's instructions and thrashing instinctively. If not for Professor Sprout's watchful eye, they might have ended up as tightly wrapped as dumplings. Kyle, meanwhile, stayed busy. When Professor Sprout was occupied, he took the initiative to help his classmates untangle themselves from the devil's snare. His assistance earned Hufflepuff another 10 points, courtesy of Professor Sprout. Thanks, Kyle, said Ryan, rubbing his arm, which was still sore from the strangling tendrils. When I watched you do it earlier, it looked easy. I had no idea it would be so tough. I can't even get close to the roots. Don't be discouraged, Kyle replied, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Just focus and avoid the tendrils. You'll be fine. I'll give it my best shot, Ryan sighed, adding, but it would have been way easier if Professor Sprout let us use the lighting charm. You're overthinking it, Kyle said with a shake of his head. Using the lighting charm would make the devil's snare bloom immediately, defeating the purpose of the lesson. If all they had to do was dig a hole and add fertilizer, even a toddler could manage it, so why dedicate an entire lesson? Just wishful thinking, Ryan muttered before making another cautious attempt. The rest of the class's efforts mirrored Ryan's, with a few notable exceptions. Kanna managed to successfully complete the task, becoming the second student to fertilize the devil's snare. Her movements weren't as fluid as Kyle's, and she paused often, but overall, she passed on her first try. Then there was Cormac McLaggen from Gryffindor. He was slower and only managed to finish halfway through the lesson. By then, the devil's snare was clearly fatigued, moving its tendrils sluggishly, which gave the other students more chances to succeed. By the end of class, more than half of the students had managed to fertilize the devil's snare, though they were exhausted and drenched in sweat, eager to get back to the castle for a shower. Professor Sprout instructed them to line up in 2 rows. Once everyone was in place, she opened the greenhouse door slowly. Sunlight flooded the greenhouse instantly, and the devil's snare in the center, seemingly overwhelmed by the brightness, froze completely. Kyle, who had intentionally lined up at the back of the crowd, seized the opportunity. While Professor Sprout was preoccupied, he quickly pulled out a small pocket knife he had prepared beforehand. In one swift motion, he cut off a tiny piece of the devil's snare root and tucked it into his pocket. The sunlight had rendered the devil's snare immobile, and even when cut, it remained perfectly still. Kyle left the greenhouse with the rest of the students as if nothing unusual had happened, even giving Professor Sprout a casual wave as he passed by. Goodbye, Professor. Goodbye, Kyle, she replied, smiling and waving back. I remember you have a fondness for plants. How would you like to care for a puffapod? You could take a cutting when you return to class. I'd love that, Professor, Kyle replied, surprised but delighted by the unexpected bonus. After saying his goodbyes, Kyle made his way quickly toward the castle. While he was interested in the puffapod, his priority was to get the devil's snare cutting to the room of requirement on the 8th floor. With prompt planting, the resilient vine segment would soon grow into a full devil's snare. As he hurried along, a commotion caught his attention. Looking up, he saw a crowd forming near Hagrid's cabin, including many students who had just been in herbology with him. What's going on? Has Hagrid been found out for keeping the 3-headed dog? Kyle muttered to himself, frowning as he decided to head over to investigate. Sure enough, it was just as he had suspected. Hagrid had indeed been discovered keeping the creature, and 3 Ministry of Magic officers, looking very much like hit wizards, were standing at his doorstep, wands pointed at him with clear hostility. We received a report that you acquired a magical creature of unknown origin in September, said one of the officers firmly. Hand it over and come back to the ministry with us. I didn't. Hagrid replied, his face flushed red. The only thing I bought then was some potion to deal with the flesh-eating slugs. But the officer didn't relent. Yet witnesses saw you dealing in magical creatures. That's just rubbish. Hagrid protested, now visibly flustered. And you've already searched my place. There's nothing here but Fong and me. You're not the judge of that, the officer sneered. We're not obligated to just take your word for it. If you're truly innocent, the ministry will clear you. So, what are you afraid of? Or is there something you're hiding? The officer's accusatory tone stirred anger among the students gathered around. Although they didn't know Hagrid very well, many remembered him as the kind giant who had guided them from the train station to the castle on their first day. To them, Hagrid was a part of Hogwarts, and they naturally sided with him. A chorus of boos and shouts filled the air as the students called for the officers to leave. A few clever first years, realizing they couldn't confront the ministry enforcers directly, sprinted towards the castle to seek help. The ministry wizards glanced at one another, noting the unrest around them, and raised their wands simultaneously, as if ready to forcefully remove Hagrid. Just as Kyle was preparing to intervene, another figure stepped forward. Don't be so glib, came a calm voice from behind the three enforcers. It was Professor Oren, who had quietly arrived on the scene. Are you really basing your actions here solely on someone's one-sided accusation? Chapter 88, risking your life for just a few hundred galleons a month. After seeing Oren, the expressions on the hit team members' faces grew much more serious. The appearance of an adult wizard at Hogwarts suggested he was most likely a professor, and that authority held far more weight than students who only knew how to make noise. They couldn't help but regard him warily. Not recognizing the men before them, one of the team members cautiously asked, "Who are you?" Morris Oren, he introduced himself. Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts. Defense Against the Dark Arts? The hit wizards raised their eyebrows. They knew the position all too well. Since they had turned to this line of work, they'd already arrested 3 or 4 Defense Against the Dark Arts professors from Hogwarts. It had nearly become a steady source of income for them. So, upon hearing Oren's identity, the 3 of them relaxed slightly. With a businesslike tone, one of them replied, "Professor Oren, we are here by order of the Ministry of Magic to arrest Hagrid, and you have no authority to interfere." Liar. I haven't heard of the Ministry of Magic issuing any such order. At that moment, Professor McGonagall appeared, striding over from the castle with a fierce expression, her pursed lips resembling those of a lioness about to roar. Fudge is still in the Headmaster's office, and you won't be taking Hagrid anywhere until he comes out. Professor McGonagall. The 3 officers instinctively straightened up. Despite having graduated years ago, they couldn't suppress the nervousness they felt when faced with Professor McGonagall again. But they didn't want to back down so easily. Fudge seemed particularly invested in this case, and before they'd set out for Hogwarts, he had emphasized repeatedly that the investigation must be thorough, without a trace of negligence. This was a rare chance to impress the minister, and they were determined to handle it just right. When they hadn't found any valuable clues in Hagrid's cabin, they'd decided it might be worth taking Hagrid back for questioning, just in case they stumbled upon something useful. Hardened by thoughts of promotion and a pay raise, McGonagall's fierce presence didn't seem quite so daunting anymore. "Professor, you misunderstand. We're just doing our job," the lead officer said smoothly. "It's just a formality. If there's nothing wrong, he'll be back tomorrow. Rules are rules, they apply to everyone. Don't make this difficult." "No, that's not right." A voice suddenly cut through the crowd. "I thought the Ministry of Magic's rules required concrete evidence before taking anyone away." "Who said that?" "Had," the leader, barked angrily. "This doesn't concern you, back to the castle." "I think I'm the professor of Hogwarts here," Had, McGonagall said, her frown deepening. "Sorry, Professor McGonagall, I just..." "But the student is correct," she interrupted, continuing, "Where's the evidence that Hagrid's been purchasing magical creatures?" "Someone saw it with their own eyes," Harder replied gruffly. A baseless accusation, McGonagall's lips tightened even further. "If someone saw it, why didn't you bring that person along?" "We'll naturally find that person and have them testify after we take Hagrid back," Harder muttered, his gaze shifting uncomfortably. "So you don't even know who this person is?" Professor McGonagall couldn't help but laugh bitterly. With no evidence, just the unverified word of some stranger, they wanted to take Hagrid from Hogwarts. It was, to her, completely unacceptable. If they could take Hagrid today, what would stop them from accusing Professor Snape of researching dark arts tomorrow? Or Dumbledore, the day after that? Hogwarts would end up shut down entirely. The hit wizards knew they were in the wrong but didn't back down a bit. "Professor, it's just a question. We promise we won't. I'm reporting him." At that moment, another voice rose from the crowd. "I saw Professor Snape at the Hog's Head pub yesterday. He bought a baby dragon. Maybe you should take him to the ministry as well." "Oh, and Headmaster Dumbledore too, he purchased a Lethifold." Had's words caught in his throat, a blow he hadn't anticipated. This turned everything on its head. If he wanted to take Hagrid, he'd have to take Dumbledore too. He was backed into a corner. Had scanned the crowd angrily, trying to locate the speaker. Professor McGonagall's mouth curled into a slight smile as she stepped in front of the students. I've thought about it, Had, and I think you're absolutely right. The potions classroom is on the first basement floor, and the headmaster's office is on the 8th. Shall I show you the way? Had's face turned crimson, and he stammered, Professor McGonagall, I mean, surely you know that a student's words aren't. I saw it too, said Professor Oren quietly from the side, adding the final blow to Had's resolve. I see. Had muttered through clenched teeth. We'll come back with more evidence. He wouldn't dare confront Dumbledore. Had knew that if he even tried, he'd be dismissed from the ministry by the next day, probably for something as trivial as stepping through the door with his left foot first. Unwillingly, he began to make his way out of Hogwarts when his gaze landed on the Forbidden Forest. Professor McGonagall, do you mind if we take a look in the Forbidden Forest? Had turned back, grasping at straws. It's vast, it wouldn't be hard to hide a magical creature in there, right? Are you sure? Professor McGonagall's expression shifted, faintly amused. Initially, she had thought they were just here to cause trouble, but now she realized they were here for sheer comedy. Searching for magical creatures of unknown origin in the Forbidden Forest. The absurdity of it bordered on entertainment for the entire wizarding world. Everyone knew the forest was teeming with magical creatures, all of mysterious origin. It was hardly likely they'd find anything groundbreaking. Since when had the ministry's standards for hit wizards dropped so low? Had noticed Professor McGonagall's expression and realized how ridiculous his suggestion had sounded. But with the words already out, he couldn't afford to backtrack without losing face. I'm sure, Professor McGonagall, had replied, trying to sound calm, and gestured for the other two hit wizards to follow him into the Forbidden Forest. Regardless of what they found, or didn't find, they'd at least be able to report back. They couldn't be accused of failing to investigate thoroughly. I remember what's in the Forbidden Forest. Chimera, Manticore, and, oh yes, there are werewolves too, aren't there? Professor Oren said nonchalantly. TSK, risking your life for a few hundred galleons a month. Wait. I just realized, that's my salary. What's a hit wizard's salary again, 70? 80. He shook his head, sighing. TSK. Chapter 89, hee hee hee. Sorry, Albus, I didn't think they'd be so rude, Fudge said, fidgeting with his top hat in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. I've spoken to them about it before, but, as you know, the hit wizards have been tied up for months with that swooping evil incident. Sometimes they act impulsively, it's hard to avoid. I understand, Cornelius, Dumbledore replied calmly. But I trust Hagrid. There's certainly no swooping evil involved here. Yes, well, personally, I trust Hagrid too, Fudge replied, glancing away and avoiding Dumbledore's gaze. But you must see my position, he has a record, and we've received reports. The ministry has to investigate, for the safety of the students. I'm not stopping you from investigating, Hagrid, Dumbledore said, crossing his arms and resting his fingers on his chin as he spoke slowly. And even Minerva only intervened when you were about to take Hagrid by force. I assure you, Cornelius, you're welcome to bring your witnesses here to Hogwarts, now or in the future, to question Hagrid. We have an excellent potions master who can easily determine whether he's telling the truth. And if you can't come yourself, send word, and I'll personally bring Hagrid to the ministry for questioning. There's no need for that, Albus, Fudge replied, sounding slightly unnatural. I trust you completely, and the investigation into Hagrid is closed. His room shows no trace of any swooping evil. Thank you for your confidence, Cornelius, Dumbledore said warmly. I didn't expect you to come all the way to Hogwarts in person over this. Oh, it's nothing, Albus, Fudge said, taking a sip of his black tea. It was our mistake to begin with, so I felt I should handle it myself. I only hope Minerva isn't too upset. Speaking of the swooping evil, something else just came to mind. Oh. Dumbledore raised his brows slightly, looking intrigued. It's just that. Fudge absent-mindedly straightened his collar. Recently, someone at the ministry has been using the swooping evil incident to tarnish my reputation, claiming I'm too ineffective. They think my decision to release those magical creatures was a mistake and that I shouldn't have held onto Newt and Chris for so long. Even foreign ministries have sent letters, saying I shouldn't have let Newt visit their countries. Fudge leaned forward. But Albus, I just want to show that I take this seriously, my intentions are good. I understand entirely, Dumbledore nodded. It can be deeply frustrating not to be understood. I knew you'd get it. Fudge sighed, taking another sip of tea. These days, all I hear are complaints, and it's making my work nearly impossible. Had it been otherwise, I'd have sent you a note before the hit wizards came to Hogwarts. Dumbledore's gaze flickered for a moment as he looked at Fudge, but he remained silent. If you were in my shoes, Fudge continued, trying to sound casual, how would you handle this sort of trouble? No one knew the full extent of Fudge and Dumbledore's conversation that day, but many saw Fudge leave Hogwarts with a downcast expression. It was clear he hadn't left pleased. After Fudge's departure, Hagrid caught up with Professor Orin and invited him to share a large barrel of pure malt fire whiskey. As a token of thanks for his support, Hagrid gifted Orin a big bag of rock cake. This kindness resulted in Professor Orin's speech sounding a bit slurred during defense against the dark arts the following day. "I was trying out a new charm," Professor Orin explained, "and let's just say there was a small hiccup in the process. Just a minor injury, nothing serious." Kyle couldn't help but wonder what kind of charm would make someone lose a tooth. A lunch-banishing charm? Kyle was equally puzzled by Professor McGonagall's behavior in Transfiguration class. She unexpectedly tapped him with her wand while checking homework and then posed a simple question. When Kyle answered correctly, she awarded Hufflepuff an unprecedented 20 points. The sudden reward stirred excitement among the younger students, with some speculating that Professor McGonagall might be trying to rally support for Hufflepuff in their ongoing rivalry with Slytherin for the House Cup. But they soon realized they were mistaken. Professor McGonagall remained her usual self, serious and fair, with no intention of favoring any particular house. That substantial bonus was a one-time occurrence, and by third-year class, she was back to her regular approach, even deducting 10 points from Hufflepuff over an incomplete homework assignment. Only Kyle likely knew the reason behind this. As he stirred up excitement among the younger students, he noticed Professor McGonagall casting deliberate, or perhaps unintentional, glances in his direction. Despite Kyle's efforts to disguise his voice, it seemed only to fool the Ministry of Magic and the younger wizards around him. Professor McGonagall, however, was not so easily deceived. Still, judging by her demeanor, it appeared she didn't intend to pursue the matter. Meanwhile, Kyle had planted devil's snare roots in the room of requirement, placing them in a corner near the mooncalf's lair, a completely shaded area. After 2 weeks of meticulous care, the roots, initially just small cuttings, had grown into a new devil's snare plant, even sprouting finger-thick tendrils. As soon as Kyle touched the tendrils, they wrapped themselves around his wrist. Still young and tender, the plant's embrace felt like a gentle massage, quite relaxing in its own way. After entertaining himself with the devil's snare for a bit, Kyle released it. Nearby, the mooncalves had settled comfortably into their surroundings, sleeping soundly in their burrows. Both Dittany and Rue were thriving, and if used as feed, there was more than enough to sustain the mooncalves for several months. Recently, though, Kyle had considered enhancing their diet by introducing bubotuber. A whole bubotuber, mashed and mixed with Dittany and Rue leaves, rolled into small balls, was a treat the mooncalves relished. But bubotuber wasn't available in Hogsmeade, nor was it easy to source from the school's greenhouse. Kyle would likely have to wait until the holidays to visit Diagon Alley, and to see Newt. The chomping cabbage was also nearing maturity, its rows of teeth as sharp as razors. Kyle tossed it a stone, which the cabbage promptly chewed through as though it were a mere chickpea, making a satisfying crunching sound. Now, Kyle found himself eagerly awaiting the devil's snare's full growth so it could interact with the chomping cabbage. The scene he imagined brought a mischievous smile to his face. He. Chapter 90, Kyle, do you have rat poison? Over the next few weeks, Kyle visited the room of requirement almost daily. Besides tending to the new devil's snare, he also had to monitor the chomping cabbage. Once fully matured, the cabbages could temporarily free themselves from the soil, moving about using their broad outer leaves. Kyle wasn't too concerned about this, the chomping cabbage preferred the soil and wouldn't stray without provocation. What did worry him, however, was the fact that these mature cabbages could launch their seeds at any moment, with the range depending on their mood. The room of requirement wasn't particularly large, so if any of these seeds took root too close to the mooncalves or the devil's snare, it would create a mess. Chomping cabbages were notoriously difficult to transplant, especially in their initial sprouting phase. Even slight environmental changes could make them lash out. Only an expert like Professor Sprout had the skill and experience to transplant these finicky plants successfully. Kyle wasn't quite at that level yet, so he opted for the simplest solution, gathering the seeds before they sprouted and planting them in controlled spots. After over a month of diligent care, by the time the Easter holidays arrived, there were now 5 chomping cabbages in the room of requirement, 2 fully matured and 3 newly sprouting. Kyle was relieved to know there were no more rogue seeds, which meant he didn't have to visit the room every single day anymore. Meanwhile, Cedric and the other Hufflepuff Quidditch players had been keeping busy as well. Harris, their captain, was pushing them harder than ever, his enthusiasm unshaken even through the ongoing rains and cold that had followed the last snowstorm. Yet no one on the team complained. If they won their next match against Slytherin, Hufflepuff would surpass Gryffindor in points, taking the lead. After that, they'd only need one more win or simply to avoid being overtaken by another house to clinch the Quidditch Cup and bring it back to Hufflepuff. Driven by this goal, the whole team had become training fanatics, practically ready to eat and sleep on the Quidditch pitch. Of course, Gryffindor was training just as intensely. Slytherin, however, took a more relaxed approach, practicing their usual amount each day but calling it quits at the appointed time. That was no surprise, as they would need to beat Hufflepuff by an improbable 300 points to claim the championship. Such a score was far more feasible against Ravenclaw's scoring-centered team, but not Hufflepuff. During defense against the dark arts the following morning, Kyle thought ahead to tomorrow's game while he jotted down notes on different treatments for werewolf bites. Remember, Professor Oren said sternly from the lectern, a mixture of dittany and silver powder can seal the wound, but it won't prevent werewolf transformation. If you're not certain you can win against a werewolf, your best option is to run as fast as you can. Use charms to create obstacles and buy yourself time to escape rather than attempting to kill them. And it's a good habit to always have a broomstick with you, it could save your life in a pinch. After emphasizing this, Professor Oren transformed the lectern into a werewolf using a transfiguration spell, then instructed the students to come forward for hands-on practice. While waiting in line, Kana leaned over to Kyle and whispered, "Do you have any rat poison with you?" Rat poison? Kyle blinked, puzzled. Why, has Pocky fallen out of favor? But even if she has, you don't have to go that far. Just give her to Percy, Scabbers is always on the lookout for a new wife. What are you talking about? I'd never give Pocky away, Kana said, pushing Kyle in annoyance. I meant a potion for treating sick rats. Pocky's been under the weather lately, with no energy at all. Sick? Kyle frowned. Have you been giving him the mouse tonic regularly? Kana nodded. Of course. I've given it to him every month on schedule, not missing a single dose. That's strange, Kyle murmured, scratching his head. Did I get the wrong ingredients? The tonic Kyle sold her was no ordinary concoction from Diagon Alley. It was a special elixir Newt had developed for Murtlap rats. For a regular field mouse, it was basically a fountain of life. A small bottle each month should have kept Pocky in perfect health for his whole lifespan. Are you certain it's sick? Kyle asked again. Yes, it sneezed last night, Kana recalled. I think it might have something to do with the heavy rain during the flying lesson the other day. Everyone in our dorm caught a bit of a cold then. Maybe. Kyle noticed the line was getting shorter and pulled Kana to the back, allowing more time for their conversation. I do know a recipe for a rat remedy, but I'm missing some ingredients, he said, rubbing his fingers as he thought it over. How about this, give Pocky another dose of the rat tonic tonight and see how he is by morning. If it doesn't work, I'll send an owl to Hogsmeade after tomorrow's Quidditch match to pick up the ingredients. He paused, then asked, by the way, have you lost any galleons lately? Sickles and nuts count too. Not since I got the handbag you gave me, Kana replied, confused. Why? Oh, nothing, Kyle laughed. I just wanted to be sure you'd be able to cover the cost. Ah, is it expensive? Kana asked nervously, pulling out the little pink handbag. I only have a dozen galleons left. That's more than enough, Kyle assured her. The ingredients are common, just a few sickles. Kana sighed in relief. Thank goodness. As they chatted, the line dwindled, and soon it was their turn for practical training. The younger students had limited charms knowledge, so when they faced Professor Oren's werewolf, they barely lasted a few seconds before being captured. Kana held out longer than most, lasting nearly a full minute before succumbing to the wolf's bite. Then it was Kyle's turn. Instead of fleeing like the others, he pulled out his wand and pointed it toward the classroom door. Accio broomstick. A few seconds later, an old-fashioned comet broomstick burst through the door. Kyle grabbed it and zipped into the air, evading the werewolf with ease. Correct answer, Professor Oren said. If you'd been paying attention, you might have noticed I left a broom outside the door. Even if you didn't know how to fly, you could have summoned it and used it. With a slight look of disappointment, Professor Oren released the levitation spell on the lectern and announced, 10 points to Hufflepuff. Chapter 91, the Quidditch match. The next morning, before the Quidditch match began, Kyle caught up with Cedric outside the Hufflepuff changing room. Cedric looked noticeably thinner and exhausted compared to just a week ago, but his eyes shone with determination. We're going to win for sure, he said confidently, gripping his Nimbus 1700 before resolutely turning toward the changing room. Kyle could tell Cedric was still a bit nervous, he could tell by the slight limp in his usually steady walk. When Kyle made it to the stands, they were already packed with students. Quidditch matches were some of the most anticipated events at Hogwarts, and today's decisive game was no exception. Kyle squeezed through the crowd to the front row, where Mikkel and Ryan had saved him a prime spot. Next to him, Kana handed him a homemade banner embroidered with a small badger and the words, Hufflepuff Forever, crafted with developing solution. The badger stitched on the banner waved its front paws cheerfully. Kyle smiled, charmed it to float in the most visible spot nearby, and propped it up. We're going to win for sure. Mikkel said, his voice bursting with excitement. I can just feel it, Hufflepuff's going to take the Quidditch Cup this year. Of course, Kyle replied, grinning. With intuition like that, maybe you have a future as a seer, Mikkel. Haha, I think so too, Mikkel chuckled. Just then, the teams entered the stadium. Look, here they come, announced a 7th-year student with long blonde hair, holding a microphone charm-enhanced for the whole stadium to hear. First to enter is the Slytherin Quidditch team. After suffering a big point loss due to an accident last game, they didn't let it crush them. Instead, under the leadership of their captain, Rosier, they rallied and defeated both Ravenclaw and the top-seeded Gryffindor. Will they manage a miracle and pull off the triple win? We're about to find out. The commentator's voice climbed in excitement. Oh, and here come the Hufflepuffs. The stands burst into cheers as he continued. Leading the team is the captain, Harris. He's an outstanding chaser, holding the record for the most goals scored, and has been instrumental in Hufflepuff's rise. Following him are the beaters, and last but not least, there's Cedric Diggory, their seeker, who strengthened Hufflepuff's only weak spot. The two teams were well matched, and the commentator's excitement was infectious as he leaned out of the commentator's box. Energized by his enthusiasm, the crowd's cheering grew even louder, with yellow and green flags waving like ocean waves across the stands. About 3/4 of the stadium seemed to be cheering for Hufflepuff. Gryffindor students had little interest in supporting Slytherin, and while Ravenclaw's loyalty wasn't as decided, the Hufflepuff team was generally well liked. Harris's sportsmanship and restraint in matches had made a favorable impression on many Ravenclaws, so a majority of the Eagles also joined in supporting Hufflepuff today. Both sides have taken their positions, the game is about to begin. Madam Hooch, mounted on her broomstick, flew to the center of the pitch as the referee. Listen up, I expect everyone to play fairly and honestly. Now, captains, shake hands. Harris and Rosier stepped forward, each giving a firm handshake before promptly returning to their positions. Then, with everyone on their broomsticks, Madam Hooch blew her silver whistle loud and clear. 15 broomsticks shot into the air, the game had begun. The quaffle is first claimed by Harris of Hufflepuff, demonstrating his usual consistency. The commentator called out. Marcus Flint is closing in, trying to intercept. Harris with a fantastic feint, avoids him and heads straight for the Slytherin goalpost. Keeper Black dives, can he hold it? No, he's missed. The quaffle is in, and Harris scores. 10-0, Hufflepuff leads. A wave of cheers erupted. Kanna, in her excitement, squeezed Kyle's arm with surprising force, making him grit his teeth at the unexpected pain. How was it that someone as slender and unassuming as Kanna could have such a strong grip? He rubbed his arm and edged slightly away as her attention returned to the match. On the pitch, the play shifted rapidly. Marcus Flint seized the quaffle, and with the superior speed of their brooms, the Slytherin players surged toward the Hufflepuff goal before Harris and his teammates could catch up. Marcus goes for the shot, no, it's a pass. A brilliant feint, he's fooled everyone, even the Hufflepuff keeper. Rosier scores, and Slytherin evens it up. 10-10. Now, the Slytherin supporters roared in celebration. 2 goals in under a minute, each with an impressive feint, the commentator said, his voice brimming with excitement. Absolutely amazing. This game is fantastic. The match intensified, with both teams keeping the score tight and trading goals. During the first 20 minutes, Hufflepuff managed to maintain a slim 10-point lead despite their best efforts. Meanwhile, the Slytherin players charged around as if possessed. Marcus Flint, in particular, was relentless, even diving at the Hufflepuff keeper when he missed a save, blocking a potential goal with his face. The crowd roared in appreciation, with even the Gryffindors, including Charlie, giving him a thumbs up for his sheer grit. For a moment, whatever dirty tactics Marcus might have used in prior games were forgotten, his commitment was undeniable. But 30 minutes into the game, the tide began to turn. The Slytherin team's speed visibly slowed, and they started to falter, both offensively and defensively. In a matter of minutes, Hufflepuff scored 3 successive goals, widening the lead to 90-50. Chapter 92, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. The game is over, Kyle muttered to himself, observing the shift on the pitch. He could guess what was going on. Maybe it was the commentator's enthusiasm or the fact that Snape had shown up to watch, but for those first 20 minutes, the Slytherin team had given it everything, hoping for a miracle. They played with unrestrained intensity, holding on to their ambition tightly. But once they realized they couldn't outscore Hufflepuff, no matter how hard they pushed, that intense drive seemed to vanish. It became clear to them that their own house wouldn't win the championship, but they were even less willing to see Gryffindor take the cup. Since Slytherin couldn't surpass Hufflepuff's 300 points, they chose to give Hufflepuff an easier win. If Hufflepuff could rack up more goals now, those points might be the very thing to shatter Gryffindor's championship dreams in the final match. That, for Slytherin, was a victory in itself. But Slytherin was subtle. They weren't outright throwing the game, just easing up at critical moments. Most of the younger wizards in the stands didn't catch on. To them, it looked like Slytherin had just run out of steam or hit a streak of bad luck. But a few sharper eyes saw through the act. From the Gryffindor stands, Charlie angrily pounded his fist against the stairs. Curse you, Rosier. I thought they'd learned a bit of integrity. It's rigged. Fred and George yelled, their faces red with frustration. They're throwing the game. Slytherin should be disqualified. Despite their loud protests, their voices were lost amid the thunderous cheers filling the stadium. Only a few students around them could hear their complaints. Realizing that yelling wasn't getting them anywhere, Fred and George exchanged a look and started toward the commentary booth. They couldn't stop the game, but they hoped they could at least get the commentator to expose Slytherin's blatant cheating. As they neared the booth, they were intercepted. Weasley, what are you doing here? Professor McGonagall's stern voice halted them. This isn't the place for you. Go back and watch the match. But Professor McGonagall, Fred protested, Slytherin is cheating. They're deliberately throwing points. George chimed in, they're doing this to keep Gryffindor from winning the Quidditch Cup, and you're just going to let it slide. Professor McGonagall paused, her face unreadable. That is only your assumption, Mr. Weasley. There is no evidence to prove they are deliberately losing. But. Fred tried to say more, but Professor McGonagall cut him off firmly. Return to your seats and watch the match. Only the commentator may use the microphone during a Quidditch game, that's the rule. Fred opened his mouth to argue, but George tugged on his robe, sighing. Forget it, Fred, he murmured. Then he looked to Professor McGonagall, we're sorry. We'll go back now. Professor McGonagall simply gave a curt nod. Before they left, the twins threw a last glance at the commentator. They'd spoken loudly enough that he must have heard every word. If only he would say something. They waited for a minute, hoping he'd address Slytherin's underhanded tactics. But he simply kept up his animated commentary, focusing on the action on the pitch, with no indication of changing course. Disheartened, Fred and George made their way back to their seats in silence. They understood now, anyone with the expertise to commentate a Quidditch match would surely recognize the signs of a fixed game. Yet, just like Professor McGonagall, he chose to stay silent. Once Fred and George returned to the Gryffindor stands, Lee Jordan rushed up to them, visibly agitated. What happened? Fred and George shook their heads in unison, frustration clear on their faces. Those Slytherins are despicable, and the commentators too spineless to call it out. How could they let this slide? Lee fumed. I was thinking of trying out for Seeker next year, but now. I've changed my mind. I want to be a commentator. Go for it. Fred and George both clapped a hand on Lee's shoulders, encouraging him. We need to have our own voice up there. Meanwhile, on the pitch, the Hufflepuff players had picked up on Slytherin's unusual strategy. Harris glanced at the opposing goal, a flicker of indecision crossing his face. After a moment's pause, he took a deep breath, his expression steeling with resolve. Under his leadership, the Hufflepuff team adjusted their approach, slowing their pace. They stopped pressing the attack, pulling back to a defensive formation instead. These idiots. Rosier muttered angrily as he launched the quaffle at Hufflepuff's goalpost, only for it to bounce off the rim with a sharp clang. Harris retrieved the ball, casually drifting back down the pitch, and took a relaxed shot at the Slytherin goalpost, missing intentionally. What a shame, the commentator chimed in, barely hiding his amusement. It seems that after such a long game, Hufflepuff has started making mistakes as well. Now it's all down to the Seekers, the first to catch the golden snitch will take the game. Kyle, however, had lost interest in the game's theatrics. He quietly slipped to the last row of the stands and pulled out a piece of parchment from his robe, the Marauder's map, which he'd borrowed from Fred and George before the game. Taking out his wand, he tapped it lightly against the parchment and recited, I solemnly swear I'm up to no good. Unlike Fred and George, who only knew part of the incantation, Kyle had memorized the complete phrase. In fact, Fred and George had already discovered most of the password. If they'd wanted, they could have easily pieced together the entire phrase. But they'd been firm about solving it the proper way, finding each word as it revealed itself. Kyle, though, had no such reservations. As ink spread across the parchment, the Marauder's map came to life. Kyle quickly noted down the locations of several secret passages, including one leading to the 8th floor and another connecting to the Honeyduck cellar, useful information he might need later. Once he had the passage details recorded, Kyle directed his attention to the Hufflepuff common room. Chapter 93, The Last Celebration. Though Quidditch was the most popular sport at Hogwarts, not every student chose to attend the match. In each common room, a handful of students stayed behind. Gryffindor had the fewest, around 5 or 6, while Ravenclaw's common room held over 10. Most were 5th or 7th years, their focus on exams overshadowing any interest in Quidditch. They preferred to spend their time studying in the library or nestled in the common room with their books. Kyle turned his attention to the Hufflepuff common room on the Marauder's map. Unlike other areas of Hogwarts, the map displayed the dormitory area in a simpler layout, distinguishing only between the boys' and girls' sections, each separated from the main common room by a thin ink line. He noted down the names of everyone in the Hufflepuff common room, only 6 in total. Satisfied, Kyle considered closing the map and rejoining the game, but something urged him to glance at the underground classroom area. There, he spotted Snape's private storage room. Kyle promised himself that he had no intention of sneaking in to borrow or take anything, at least, not yet. While Snape's storage room certainly held its share of valuable potions ingredients, Kyle's current interests leaned more toward charms. Nevertheless, since he was already looking, he took a moment to trace the route to Snape's room, marking the entrances and exits of the nearby secret passages purely out of curiosity. Look. Cedric speeding up. A deafening cheer erupted from the stands, jolting Kyle back to reality. He quickly closed the Marauder's map and tapped it with his wand. Mischief managed, he murmured as the ink vanished, leaving the parchment blank. On the Quidditch pitch, Cedric was diving at an incredible speed. It's the golden snitch, the commentator shouted, his voice rising with excitement. It's by the Slytherin goalpost, less than 20 feet off the ground. Higgs, Slytherin's seeker, had spotted it too and accelerated, hot on Cedric's trail. The crowd held its breath, watching as the two seekers hurtled toward the snitch, their competitive energy filling the stands with tension. And then, just seconds later, Cedric's got it, the commentator yelled. Cedric Diggory, the youngest seeker ever, has caught the golden snitch. The stands exploded with cheers, a sea of yellow flags waving jubilantly in the air. Students screamed and hugged each other in celebration, their voices blending into one triumphant roar. We won. We won. The young wizards around Kyle beamed and embraced in excitement. Thanks to Hufflepuff for a truly splendid Quidditch match, the commentator concluded, his voice filled with admiration. An hour later, Cedric was carried back to the Hufflepuff common room by a jubilant crowd of students, receiving the hero's welcome reserved for Quidditch champions. To Kyle, though, he looked more like a hapless creature being paraded before its fate. Victory celebrations were essential, and that evening, a few older students raided the kitchen, returning with an impressive spread of meatloaf, biscuits, and more. Soon, the common room was brimming with the aroma of the freshly prepared feast. Kyle, where were you? Kana asked, puzzled, as she approached with a large, bone-in steak. I didn't see you at the end of the game. I was in the bathroom, Kyle replied. That's too bad, Kana whispered, you missed the best part. Kyle smiled. Not really. I came back just in time to see Cedric catch the golden snitch. That's good, Kana said, grinning before taking a hearty bite of her steak. Kyle looked at her in mild bewilderment. You're going to bed soon, are you sure it's okay to eat so much now? Kana froze mid-bite, a little embarrassed. She averted her eyes and mumbled, I didn't eat much at dinner. Is that so? Kyle replied, frowning slightly. Funny, I thought I saw you, never mind, I must have remembered wrong. Relieved, Kana quickly excused herself before Kyle could ask anything further. Everyone was in high spirits, though they didn't realize this would be their last carefree evening for a while. Final exams were fast approaching, and the professor seemed intent on preparing them with more homework than ever. Even their wizard chess games were abandoned as each day became a battle to tackle the stacks of blank parchment piling up around them. The Easter holiday, less celebrated than Christmas, saw most students opting to stay on campus. With their heavy workloads, they spent countless hours sighing and yawning in the library, working through endless assignments. On top of the assignments, they also had to memorize the essential content, flagged by their professors and practice wand movements for practical exams. The hallways echoed with the constant complaints of weary students. This is impossible. Mikkel groaned halfway through the holiday, throwing down his quill in frustration. Who in Merlin's name discovered the 12 uses of dragon's blood? It's too much to remember. Dumbledore, Kyle answered from across the table, not even glancing up. Care to duel him? Not a bad idea, actually. Beat him, and Snape might stop forcing us to memorize everything. Mikkel stared blankly for a moment, then sheepishly picked up his quill again. What was the 12th use of dragon's blood? Oh, right, an oven cleaner. He sighed. Should have just paid attention. Kyle grinned but didn't comment further. An hour later, he finally put down his own quill and closed his well-worn copy of 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi. Kyle, are you finished with your homework? Mikkel and Ryan asked, looking at him like hopeful Niffler spotting a galleon. Kyle rolled his shoulders and nodded. Yes, it's all done. Michael's eyes lit up. Do you think we could borrow it, just to take a look? After a pause, Kyle nodded, handing over his homework without his usual hesitation. He knew Mikkel and Ryan had already completed a decent portion on their own, about a third, so he wasn't as worried about them copying it word by word. The Easter assignments were unusually heavy, and a bit of help seemed fair. Just remember, don't copy, Kyle cautioned. Don't worry. Mikkel patted his chest confidently. We won't make the same mistake twice. Chapter 94, a big opportunity. During the second week of the Easter holidays, Kyle settled into a routine. Each morning, he left the Hufflepuff common room right after breakfast and wouldn't return until evening. But instead of heading to the library or the room of requirement, he spent his days in an abandoned classroom on the castle's 3rd floor, working on a secret project. He wasn't alone. Fred and George from Gryffindor, Cho Chang from Ravenclaw, as well as Kana and Cedric joined him. The 6 of them were busy working in the small, dusty classroom. Kyle, can you check this pattern? Did I get it right? Cho asked, setting down her pocketknife and wiping sweat from her brow. Something feels a bit off. Don't worry about small flaws, Kyle said without looking up. No one's going to examine these too closely. As long as it captures the general idea, it'll be fine. He continued working with a knife in his left hand and a branch in his right, a branch from a rowan tree he'd brought back from the Forbidden Forest. Carefully, he stripped off the bark and smoothed the surface before etching a series of irregular lines. Soon, he'd finished an oval wooden pendant, its surface engraved with a pattern of intersecting lines surrounding a carved wand and quill. Nearby, a growing pile of pendants took shape in various shapes, oval, triangular, and square. Fred, looking at his own morning's work, dusted wood chips off himself, squinting critically at his creation. Kyle, are you sure anyone would want to buy these? At Fred's words, everyone else looked up, visibly curious. They'd all been roped into this by Kyle 2 days ago, who had mentioned something about a big opportunity. After the success of their previous venture selling enchanted maps, everyone had been eager to join in without much question. But after 2 days of chopping and carving branches without magic, they were starting to feel a little puzzled. It'll be fine, Kyle assured after a moment's thought. Rowan tree amulets are still quite popular in the wizarding world. Wait, we're making amulets? George asked incredulously. His reaction was understandable. None of them had much experience with woodworking, and the odd shapes they'd carved were, to put it mildly, quirky. Even George couldn't, in good conscience, call these crude creations amulets. What you and Fred made may just look like lumps of wood now, Kyle replied, but they'll look different after Kana and the others carve the patterns. The group exchanged skeptical looks. Unless these patterns were magical symbols, like ancient runes or something, even 100 carvings wouldn't make these look like proper amulets. By the way, Cedric asked, unable to contain his curiosity, what exactly does this pattern mean? I've never seen it before. It represents success in exams, Kyle explained, or more specifically, passing every exam. Back in 1790, the Wizarding Congress established the Wizarding Examination Authority, and Hogwarts held its first NEWTS that same year. Students who passed received letters with this exact symbol on the envelope, a crossed quill and wand. That symbol became a good luck charm for exams, and graduating students would draw it on their belongings before exams. But after Professor Marchbanks took over as the Wizarding Examinations Authority, it was removed and replaced with an ordinary envelope. Fred and the others stared at Kyle in disbelief. 1790. That's 200 years ago. How do you know all this? They asked. Read a book, Kyle said with a shrug. If you've read Hogwarts, a history, you wouldn't be so surprised. Read a book, fair enough. Fred and George glanced at each other, then gave Kyle a thumbs up. Hogwarts, a history was so thick it could double as a shield, the idea of actually reading the whole thing seemed absurd. Even Cedric hadn't read it all. But that wasn't the point. After Kyle's explanation, they saw his angle. While these carved bits of rowan wood weren't real amulets, they would undeniably be appealing, especially around exam season. Even Fred and George felt a twinge of interest. If someone had been selling these before last year's final exams, they might have actually bought one themselves. But Kyle, Cho asked, her brow furrowed, can't we just use the doubling charm? It'd be so much easier, like with the maps. We could, but that would put us at a different price point. Kyle shook his finger, explaining, this time, I'm planning 3 product tiers, high-end custom amulets for 10 galleons, handmade ones like we're making now for 2 galleons, and finally, disposable mass-produced amulets for 5 sickles. That's pretty cheap, Cho said, looking a little perplexed. The enchanted map they'd sold was 10 sickles each, and duplicating carvings was even harder than maps. Before Kyle could respond, Cedric seemed to catch on and asked, how much pocket money do you have left? Pocket money? Cho thought for a moment. I spent a lot recently, but I think I still have about a galleon left. Her eyes widened in realization. Exactly, Kyle said with a grin. It's the end of the semester, so most people don't have much money left. If the price is too high, they can't afford to buy even if they want one. And this time, our market isn't just first years, we're targeting the whole school, which is many times larger. So 5 sickles is fair, and besides, it's a way to make friends. The others exchanged knowing glances. Kyle had used the same make friends line when they sold the map, yet somehow he managed to make a tidy profit anyway. 5 sickles might make friends, but what about the other price points? Fred and George glanced down at the twigs in their hands, suddenly seeing them as potential galleons in the making. Oh, and one more thing, Kyle added, as if remembering, for the ones we make by hand, be sure to engrave the year on the end. Chapter 95, Trendy Accessories. Tempted by the lure of galleons, Kyle and the others spent the entire week holed up in a small, stuffy, abandoned classroom. By the end, they produced more than 300 exam-passing amulets. Of these, over 100 were meticulously hand-carved by the 6 of them, each one crafted with a steady hand and undiluted concentration. The other 200 were made assembly line style. First, the patterns were carved, and then the doubling charm was used to transfer them onto the rowan branches. The quality of these was admittedly less refined, but they still looked convincingly authentic. After a week of effort, the group had become quite adept at using the doubling charm, a spell not usually taught until the 6th year. I'll leave the rest up to you, Kyle said, his expression serious, at dinner on the evening before the school year officially began. He looked at the other 5 intently. You all know the process, so just handle it like you did when you sold the maps. Fred and the others nodded with equally serious expressions. Though they'd done this sort of thing before, this venture was on a much larger scale, covering the whole school, and they were understandably a bit nervous. Kyle, should we really charge Hufflepuffs, too? Cedric asked, hesitating. He was, after all, the nice one of the group. Kyle clapped him on the shoulder. It's a necessity, Cedric, he reassured him, but we can offer Hufflepuff a special discount. 50%. No, 5%. Kyle replied. After a moment's thought, he added, but we'll round down a canute. Cedric's mouth twitched slightly. He wanted to protest, but with Kyle firmly holding the reins on pricing, it wouldn't make much difference if he argued. After exchanging a few more words, everyone went off to finalize the plans for the next day. To drum up interest, Fred and George even stayed up late to create a large flyer, which they posted prominently in the Gryffindor common room. Still stressed about exams? Worried you won't score high enough to pass? No more worries. To help you enjoy a wonderful summer vacation, we proudly present the Exam Passing Amulet. As recorded in Hogwarts, a history, this charm was a favorite at Hogwarts for over a century and was the top-selling product of its time. Even Headmaster Dumbledore wore one for his exams. Interested buyers, please contact Fred or George Weasley, 2nd year. Note, this product is purely symbolic and will not increase the wearer's intelligence nor substitute for exams. Please purchase responsibly. The flyer didn't originally include the last line, but when Kyle found out, he insisted they add it to convey stability and avoid any potential refunds. Fred and George were initially concerned that the disclaimer might deter potential buyers, but after only half a day, they realized they had nothing to worry about. As soon as the first student picked up on the hint in Hogwarts, a history, a reference to the illustration of a wand and quill, students began flooding into the boys' dormitory with sickle and galleon in hand, each one anxious they'd miss out on the exam-passing amulet. The dormitory door was pushed open so many times that, by the end, Fred gave up on using the mending charm and simply took it off with a flick of his wand. In Hufflepuff, it was a similar scene, with students crowding Cedric's dormitory. Though no flyers were posted in Slytherin, word spread quickly, and Connor became their go-to contact. Only Cho, who handled Ravenclaw, had a slightly easier time. Most of the academically focused Ravenclaws were confident in their abilities and felt they didn't need the amulet. One afternoon, a few days later, they gathered in the same old, abandoned classroom. The sawdust and pocket knives that had once littered the floor were gone, replaced by a square table stacked with piles of gleaming gold galleons and silver sickles. Clink. Fred swallowed hard. How much is here? Altogether, 709 galleons, 15 sickles, and 5 nuts, Cho announced. I didn't expect so many people to buy the custom model, so it's a lot more than we anticipated. More than 700 galleons. George's eyes were glazed over in disbelief. This has got to be a dream. Fred sighed beside him. If it is, I hope I never wake up from it. Kyle picked up a gold galleon from the table and laughed. Well, you better hold on to the thought because there are 7 years of dreams like this waiting for us. Then maybe I'd better wake up fast, Fred chuckled. But as he laughed, his expression suddenly fell. He had just remembered he was a year ahead of Kyle. By the time Kyle was in his 7th year, Fred would already have graduated and wouldn't get any of the profits for that year. The idea of letting hundreds of galleons slip away filled Fred with distress. He looked at Kyle with a pained expression. Why couldn't you have enrolled a year earlier? Kyle, feeling slightly uncomfortable under Fred's gaze, stepped aside in mock disgust. Not my call when I start school, you'd have to take that up with Dumbledore. Actually, it's the Book of Admittance that decides, Cedric mumbled from the sidelines, so it really has nothing to do with the headmaster. But Fred and George were too busy to hear him, already engrossed in a discussion about ways they might be able to delay their graduation by a year. When they finally left the classroom, each of them had an extra 100 gold galleons jingling in their pockets. The remaining money was entrusted to Kyle as startup capital for their next venture. Kyle gladly agreed. He'd have liked to invest some of the money in the Weasley brothers' joke product ideas, but they were too preoccupied at the moment, focusing on trying to decipher the complete password for the Marauders map. That, he figured, could wait until next year. In the weeks that followed, the professors at Hogwarts noticed a curious trend. Nearly everyone seemed to be wearing a particular style of wooden ornament. The pieces varied, some were simple, undecorated circles or squares, while others were more intricate, decorated with gold paint and finished with a layer of wax for a polished look. None of them had any magical properties. Normally, the professors would overlook such fads. Every year brought some new craze among the students, as long as it wasn't harmful. But this time was different. Ever since the ornaments gained popularity, they noticed the students seemed more relaxed in class, with an overall improved attitude. To be honest, the professors weren't quite sure if that was a good thing or not. Chapter 96, The Entry List and Albania. On the 8th floor, in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore sat calmly, sipping his tea sweetened with 3 lumps of sugar, watching with interest as Snape and Professor McGonagall argued. It was entirely coincidental. Professor McGonagall had only come to see Dumbledore about something else, but as soon as she entered the room, she heard Snape shouting about his intent to expel a certain student. It's that Kyle Chopper again. Over the past few days, he's managed to con at least 500 galleons out of other students. I told you then that he ought to be expelled for encouraging his classmates to break the rules with such boldness. After listening for a moment, Professor McGonagall seemed to piece together the situation. She frowned and said, Severus, we don't expel students for trivial matters like selling a few items. Trivial? Snape raised an eyebrow, shifting his gaze from Dumbledore to Professor McGonagall. With all due respect, Minerva, he's now attempting to organize students to cheat on exams. Cheat? Are you serious? Professor McGonagall replied incredulously. I've seen those items. They aren't even magical, they're just the most ordinary decorations. So Mr. Chopper was selling fake items. Snape drawled, his tone heavy with implication. Ordinary decorations aren't worth 10 galleons. Selling fake items at Hogwarts to swindle other young wizards is definitely grounds for expulsion. Calm down, Severus. At this point, Dumbledore finished his tea, set down the cup, and pulled out a large piece of parchment, placing it on the table. This is one of their product leaflets, which you may not have seen yet, he said, pointing to the large, bold text at the bottom of the page. They've actually made everything quite clear, so it isn't really deceptive. Snape squinted at the flyer, the flashing words causing his eyes to ache. This product is purely symbolic, please purchase at your discretion. And furthermore, Dumbledore added after a moment's consideration, from what I understand, most of the decorations purchased by students cost 5 sickles, with only a few, well, the more eye-catching ones, priced at 10 galleons. Upon hearing this, Snape's expression twisted, as if he'd just swallowed something foul. So, it was the Slytherins who had bought the ones for 10 galleons. And what about this part? Snape demanded, scowling as he held up the flyer. They mentioned you by name. Isn't that misleading? Well, what they said is technically true, Dumbledore admitted, a slight flush coloring his face. I did wear something similar during my graduation exam, but Professor Marchbanks confiscated it afterward. By Merlin's beard, I always assumed no one remembered that. Snape's face darkened like the bottom of a cauldron. Without another word, he snatched up the flyer and stormed out of the headmaster's office. Bang. The loud slamming of the door startled Fawkes, who had been dozing peacefully, and the phoenix fluttered up onto Dumbledore's shoulder, pecking his beard in irritation. Sorry, Fawkes. Severus didn't mean it, Dumbledore murmured, trying to soothe him. But Fawkes, thoroughly annoyed, kept tugging at his beard. With no other option, Dumbledore pulled out some mandrake leaves from a drawer to calm the phoenix. Then, looking up at Professor McGonagall, who seemed astonished, he said, Don't look so surprised, Minerva. I was only 17 then, and it's perfectly normal to do things that defy logic at that age. It was an exam in history of magic, Professor Bince's class. You should understand. Professor McGonagall's mouth twitched. She almost laughed, but managed to hold back. All right. Dumbledore smoothly changed the topic. What did you come to see me about? At the mention of business, Professor McGonagall's expression grew a bit more serious. Ahem, here are the entry lists you requested, from June to August last year, she said, placing a small stack of parchments on the table. The ministry sent them to me yesterday when the owl failed to locate you. Thank you, Minerva. I need them now. Dumbledore took the parchments and skimmed through them, then reached for another stack of similar-looking documents from the bookshelf behind him. Curious, Professor McGonagall tried to catch a glimpse of the top page, but her eyesight only let her make out the first few words, Albania, leaving. As Dumbledore began comparing the two sets of lists, Professor McGonagall quietly left the room. With the door clicking shut once more, silence returned to the headmaster's office. The portraits on the walls, who had been feigning sleep, opened their eyes and gathered closer, eagerly discussing the topic at hand. It's that young wizard, Kyle, again, said a witch. How many times has that name been mentioned in the headmaster's office? At least 3, replied a gaunt old man. That potions professor has been complaining about him every time he's been here lately. Quite the troublesome student. I disagree, said the witch who'd spoken earlier, shaking her head. I've seen the boy in the corridor. He's smart, humble, polite, even greets the portraits. Maybe he's just putting on an act, a caustic voice chimed in. Just like that student back then, all hypocrisy. Enough, Phineas, said a bearded wizard in irritation. This is different, he's a Hufflepuff. True, Phineas Black muttered, wrinkling his nose. He's from that foolish house, probably doesn't have much depth. What did you say about Hufflepuff? The bearded wizard shot back angrily, striding right into Phineas's frame and grabbing him by the collar. Underneath the bearded wizard's original frame, it was clearly noted that he had graduated from Hufflepuff. Let go. Do you want to fight me? Phineas shouted, struggling as he was held by the collar. I've wanted to for ages. With one swift punch, the bearded wizard knocked Phineas to the ground, then stomped on his face. Fool's house, is it? Ha! I'll show you the strength of Hufflepuff today. The other portraits rushed over at the sight, quickly setting up snacks, drinks, and little stools in the front row as they settled in. Watching Phineas get a thrashing had long been their favorite form of entertainment. The headmaster's office couldn't do without Phineas any more than the merpeople of the Black Lake could go without their broomsticks. At that moment, Dumbledore, who had been engrossed in the parchments, finally looked up. He adjusted his glasses, ignored the commotion among the portraits, got up, and walked over to the window, where he stood, staring out into the distance, lost in thought. Chapter 97, The Forbidden Forest. Detention. Kyle asked innocently, standing in Professor McGonagall's office. But Professor McGonagall, we only sold a few things. We didn't break any school rules. This is at the headmaster's request, Professor McGonagall replied sternly. He believes you should be focusing more on your studies or practicing your wand techniques in preparation for exams, rather than diverting your energy elsewhere. Well, all right, I understand, Kyle sighed, deciding not to argue further. It was only detention, and as long as they weren't being asked to refund anyone, things could have been worse. After leaving McGonagall's office, the 6 students exchanged resigned looks and sighed. Cheer up, everyone, said Fred and George, who were well acquainted with detention and the first to regain their spirits. With Professor McGonagall, it's a blessing she didn't ask for a refund or dock points from us, Fred said with a grin. That's pretty rare. Yeah, George chimed in, clapping Cedric on the shoulder. For you guys, this is a great chance to experience detention for the first time. By Merlin's beard. Fred gasped, feigning shock. George, I just realized, apart from us, everyone here is a model student. Indeed, Fred, George replied, squeezing out a pretend tear. Compared to them, we who frequent detention must seem quite out of place. They won't look down on us, will they? Maybe we should go back to studying now, while there's still time. Maybe we can try for more O's on our final exams. That's a bit ambitious, maybe E's will do. The twins' antics, complete with exaggerated expressions, quickly lifted everyone's spirits, and soon the group was laughing. Kyle chuckled. Thanks, but you're overthinking it. Yeah, Cedric added with a shrug, if I could get 100 galleons for every night in detention, I'd make sure to show up in front of Filch on time every evening. Cho and Kana nodded, both agreeing. Yes, absolutely. MHM. As Cedric had said, for 100 galleons, a little detention was hardly a big deal. Fred's smile faltered briefly before he shot Kyle a mock glare. So that's it, you dared to trick us. Kyle shook his head, grinning. Don't look at it that way. You just didn't catch on quickly enough. He had to admit, though, that he hadn't expected Dumbledore to assign detention over something so minor. It didn't seem like his usual style. After passing the corridor leading away from Professor McGonagall's office, they split up and returned to their respective houses. Later that evening, during dinner, they each received a note from Professor McGonagall. Detention starts at 11 p.m. tonight. Meet Mr. Filch in the entrance hall. Professor McGonagall. When did you end up with detention? Mikkel, sitting next to Kyle, asked with a frown. Maybe Professor McGonagall put the note in the wrong place. To him, Kyle didn't seem the type to break any rules, let alone end up with detention. It was hard to believe. Kyle calmly tucked the note away and said, it wasn't a mistake. The detention note is really mine. Well. Mikkel thought for a moment, then said uncertainly, could it be that you got caught for night wandering, but that was during the Easter holiday, wasn't it? Kyle had been busy until midnight on the last 2 nights of Easter break, working on something before finally returning to the dormitory. Mikkel and Ryan both knew about this. Kyle neither confirmed nor denied it. Instead, he gave Mikkel a knowing pat on the shoulder and said, so, remember, don't go night wandering, even during holidays. Mikkel and Ryan exchanged glances, seeming to gain a new understanding of Hogwarts rules. This place is too strict, they thought. That night at 11 o'clock, Kyle, Cedric, and Kana gathered in the entrance hall, where Filch was already waiting, along with Fred and George Weasley and Cho Chang. Follow me, Filch grumbled, lighting a lamp as he led them out. I expect you'll think twice before breaking any more school rules, He gave them all a sidelong glare. A shame they did away with the good old punishments, suspending you from the ceiling by your wrists for days. Filch's sinister mutterings drained the color from Cho and Kana's faces, and even Cedric swallowed nervously. But Fred and George barely reacted, even sneaking grins and making faces at the others when Filch wasn't looking. They'd heard this spiel so often it barely registered. Here we are, Filch finally said after a short walk, stopping before a door. He pulled out a key and unlocked it. In you go. You're to clean the trophy room. He shook his head, muttering, I really don't understand what Professor McGonagall was thinking, making all of you clean the trophy room. This punishment is too easy. Hearing that, Cho and Kana relaxed visibly, relieved that it was only cleaning duty. They filed into the room one by one, but when it was Kyle's turn, Filch blocked his way, saying flatly, your punishment isn't here. Leaving Mrs. Norris to keep an eye on the others, Filch guided Kyle back to the foyer and led him outside the castle. They walked in silence across the dark grounds, with Filch uncharacteristically refraining from his usual jibes. As they continued, Kyle realized they were headed toward the Forbidden Forest. Hurry up, Filch, called Hagrid from the doorway of his hut, waving as they approached. We need to get moving. Filch stopped and said to Kyle with a sneer, the Forbidden Forest is dangerous. Stick close to that oaf, or no school rules will save your life. I know, Kyle replied calmly. Pretending not to hear, Filch kept walking until they reached Hagrid, who was fully prepared with his giant crossbow and a quiver of arrows. Fong trotted alongside him. "Are you ready, Kyle?" Hagrid asked with a warm smile. "He's all yours," Filch said coldly. "I'll be back at dawn. Let's hope there's something left of him by then." "Don't worry about that," Hagrid snapped, giving Filch a dark look. "No need for you to come back, I'll see that Kyle makes it safely back to the castle." With a scowl, Filch turned and headed back toward the castle, his lantern swinging as he disappeared into the dark. "Finally got rid of him. That old vulture," Hagrid muttered. He adjusted his crossbow and winked at Kyle. "It's good to see ya." "Well, not that I'm glad you're in detention, but tonight'll go a lot smoother with ya here." Kyle eyed Hagrid's heavy crossbow and fully stocked quiver, asking with a hint of concern what exactly happened in the Forbidden Forest. "An unicorn's cub gone missing," Hagrid replied, his eyes dark with anger. "We need to search the forest for any clues. And if I find out who's behind it, believe me, I won't let M off easy." Chapter 98, The Centaur. The Forbidden Forest was dark and eerily silent. Moonlight filtered down through the branches above like shattered crystal, scattering silver-white fragments across the fallen leaves below. After walking for a short while, Kyle began to notice that the surroundings felt strangely familiar. Just a few yards away, a group of mooncalves gazed at them with wide, curious eyes, peeking through the trees. At that moment, Hagrid commented, "Besides the unicorn cub, it seems there are far fewer mooncalves here as well." Kyle's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained a calm expression as he asked casually, "Are we searching for them tonight, too?" "No, no need," Hagrid replied, shaking his head. "The other mooncalves don't seem to be acting differently. I reckon they've probably just wandered south to the woodlands where the larger herd roams." "That's good to know," Kyle murmured, feeling relieved as he followed Hagrid deeper into the forest. Before moving on, he discreetly tossed a handful of dittany leaves near the mooncalves, a small snack to tide them over. Hagrid noticed but was too preoccupied with the missing unicorn to question it, assuming Kyle had simply grown the dittany himself. As they continued their search, Hagrid's expression grew more anxious with each step. Kyle noticed and, after a moment's thought, asked, "Could another creature have taken the unicorn cub?" "No way," Hagrid said firmly. "Unicorns are fiercely protective of their young, and they're powerful magical creatures. Even a dragon wouldn't be able to snatch a cub without some kind of trickery." They wove through a patch of moss-covered ground, with mushrooms sprouting around their feet, until they came upon a winding stream. "Ow!" Fong suddenly howled. The loud bark pierced the quiet of the Forbidden Forest, echoing through the trees. "Fong, did you find something?" Hagrid hurried over, fitting an arrow into his crossbow and scanning the area with a keen eye. Fong was pawing at a branch nearby, where a small, palm-sized piece of black fabric was snagged. "Well done, Fong, well done," Hagrid exclaimed, grabbing the rag. He rubbed it between his fingers, then held it up to his nose, inhaling deeply. "It's rough, and there's a distinct smell," Hagrid muttered, almost to himself. "This means someone from outside's been in the Forbidden Forest." "Isn't it just an ordinary rag?" Kyle asked, frowning. "No," Hagrid replied confidently. "This cloth's made from a special kind o' rattan. It's tough, but uncomfortable to wear. Only certain folks wear this sort of material, Aurors who go on long assignments, and dragon keepers mostly. That's 'cause it's durable and can handle rough conditions." This scrap of cloth was their first solid clue. Hagrid encouraged Fong to track the scent, but after sniffing around and circling a bit, Fong simply returned to his original spot, tail drooping. Hagrid's face fell slightly, but he straightened up and nodded for them to keep going. They continued their path along the stream, both carefully scanning the surroundings for further signs of the intruder. Suddenly, a dark shadow flitted through the trees. "Who's there?" Hagrid shouted, raising his giant crossbow protectively in front of Kyle. "Come out, I can see you." A soft neigh echoed through the clearing, accompanied by the sound of hooves. Emerging from the shadows was a creature that was half human, half horse. From the waist up, he had a human torso, with red hair and a beard, while his lower half was that of a reddish-brown horse, with a long red tail. "Oh, it's you, Ronan," Hagrid said, relaxing. "Are you all right?" He stepped forward to shake the centaur's hand. "Good evening, Hagrid," Ronan greeted in a low, mournful voice. "You almost shot me with an arrow." "Had to be sure, Ronan," Hagrid replied, patting the quiver slung over his shoulder. "Got a young wizard with me tonight, so I'm just being extra careful. Ah, this here is Kyle Chopper, one of Hogwarts students." Then, turning to Kyle, he introduced, "And this is Ronan, a centaur." Kyle's interest waned somewhat upon seeing that the centaur was male, but he nodded politely and said, "Hello." Ronan studied Kyle, then placed an arm around his shoulder, his front legs bending slightly. "Good evening, young one. It's a pleasure to meet you." Kyle felt slightly perplexed. There was something odd about this centaur, he seemed unusually formal. Centaurs were known for their pride, and they rarely showed much regard for strangers, typically offering a brief nod at best. A bow, legs bending like this, was usually reserved for someone of Dumbledore's stature. "Ronan, I'm glad we ran into you," Hagrid said, putting his crossbow away. "An unicorn's cub has gone missing. Have you seen anything unusual?" Ronan didn't respond right away, his eyes fixed on the night sky. "Don't worry," he finally said. "Mars is behaving as it always do." "Right," Hagrid muttered, glancing up at the sky with little interest. "But Ronan, did you see anything down here? Maybe strangers, or anything out of place?" "You're acting strangely," Ronan observed, looking at Hagrid with mild confusion. "I'm perfectly fine," Hagrid replied, growing a bit impatient. "I just need to know if you saw anything unusual." Ronan paused, then glanced at them both. "Follow me." He led them through a thicket of low-growing bushes. Hagrid and Kyle hurried after him, their steps muffled on the thick forest floor. Soon, they came to a halt before a massive, ancient tree, but Ronan was gone. "Odd, he brought us here and then just vanished," Hagrid murmured, looking around. Centaurs know a lot more than they let on, but they rarely share what they know. Most of the time, they're only interested in whatever's happening up by the moon. Just then, Fong bolted forward, barking at something at the base of the tree. "Found something already?" Hagrid asked, moving quickly to join Fong with Kyle close behind. There, at the tree's base, was a large hollow, almost as if a chunk had been bitten out of the trunk. The edges of the hollow were uneven and showed signs of corrosion. Hagrid knelt beside it, an unsettled look crossing his face. "This is dark magic, no doubt about it." Kyle, unable to see the hollow from his angle, decided to circle around the massive tree. It was nearly 5 meters in diameter, an impressive size even by the standards of the Forbidden Forest. Compared to it, the surrounding plants seemed stunted and starved, dwarfed by its imposing presence. Chapter 99, Footprints in the Forbidden Forest. Kyle, who had been searching in vain for clues, returned to the large tree. Just as he was wondering how to get a closer look at the gap, Fong suddenly trotted over and grabbed onto his robe with his mouth. "Cut it out, Fong," Kyle said, patting the dog's head. "This is no time to play." But Fong ignored him, tugging Kyle over to Hagrid, who was crouched nearby. Once they reached him, Fong used his front paws to push aside a layer of fallen leaves, revealing something underneath. 2 rows of footprints were clearly visible in the soil beneath the leaves. "This is..." Kyle took a deep breath. "Hagrid. Look. There are footprints here." Hearing Kyle's voice, Hagrid quickly leaned over to look. He saw the same 2 rows of footprints. "Well done, Fong," he praised, petting Fong's head. "But why didn't you tell me sooner?" Fong, looking quite put out, gave Hagrid a reproachful stare and swatted his trousers with his front paws. There, on Hagrid's pant leg, was a damp circle marked by a distinct set of teeth marks. Evidently, Fong had already tried to get his attention, but Hagrid had been too focused on the tree trunk to notice. With no other option, Fong had gone to Kyle for help. "Oh, sorry, Fong. That's my fault," Hagrid said, quickly apologizing. Unlike Fawkes, it seemed, not every pet's attempts at communication were so obvious. At Hagrid's words, Fong's mood lifted, and he happily lay down, tail thumping the ground. Kyle reached into his pack, took out a piece of Murtlap dried rat meat, and offered it to Fong as a reward before crouching down to examine the footprints. The 2 rows of footprints were jumbled, suggesting a fierce struggle had taken place. The prints on the outer edge looked like those of an adult but of normal size. However, the footprints closer to the large tree were different. They were huge, almost twice the size of a regular footprint, and looked just like Hagrid's own. No, these were Hagrid's footprints. Kyle suddenly remembered seeing similar prints in the pumpkin patch, identical in size and with the same tread pattern. He furrowed his brow and said, "Hagrid, were you here before?" "No way," Hagrid replied, certain. "If I'd been here, I'd definitely remember. But I have no memory of this at all." "Then how do you explain this?" Kyle pointed at the oversized footprint. "The pattern on it is exactly like the one on your boot." "What are you talking about?" Hagrid leaned closer, examining the footprint with growing alarm. His eyes widened, and he gasped as if he'd just seen a ghost. "This is impossible. I swear, I've never been here before." Then, as if struck by a thought, he added, "Could I have left them just now without realizing?" "Unlikely," Kyle replied, shaking his head. "Footprints just made wouldn't be hidden beneath fallen leaves." And Kyle touched the soil at the edge of the footprints. It was already firm. If these had been made recently, the ground would still be soft. "That's enough for today," Kyle said, standing up. "Let's go back and ask Headmaster Dumbledore. He might know what's going on." Hagrid, who was completely bewildered, only began to regain his senses upon hearing Dumbledore's name. He nodded vigorously. Yes, Dumbledore must know. Kyle drew his wand and used a severing charm to carefully remove the footprints along with the soil around them. He then took a decayed piece of the tree trunk and used a levitation charm to carry both the soil sample and the wood away from the Forbidden Forest. As they made their way back, Hagrid led the way, but his mind was clearly elsewhere, and he seemed a bit distracted. By the way, Hagrid, Kyle asked curiously, how did you know the unicorn's cub was missing? Professor Kettleben told me, Hagrid explained. He was supposed to come this time, but the unicorn who lost the foal was in a terrible mood. He needed to stay with it to keep an eye on the other unicorns, so he couldn't come. Kyle nodded, understanding at once. Professor Kettleben was a well-known magizoologist and one of Newt Scamander's few close friends. Knowing he was involved reassured Kyle. However, unlike Newt, Professor Kettleben was notoriously reckless, a trait that had left him with only one arm and half a leg. Kyle still couldn't fathom why Kettleben had been assigned to Hufflepuff. With his daring spirit, Gryffindor seemed a far better fit. The Sorting Hat must have been a bit off its game that day, he thought. As they continued, they encountered a centaur, but not Ronan this time. Instead, a young centaur with platinum blonde hair appeared. Hagrid, you look distracted, the centaur observed. That's not wise, the Forbidden Forest is dangerous at night. And don't forget you're with a young one. Oh, Firenze, yes, you're right, Hagrid said, patting his own head as if to clear it, then turned to Kyle. Sorry, Kyle, I got a bit lost in thought. No worries, Kyle replied with a smile. I trust the creatures here won't harm us as long as you're with us. Thanks, Hagrid said, returning the smile. A bit distracted, are we? Firenze's gaze focused on Hagrid, his striking blue eyes full of curiosity. Are you in trouble? I'm not sure if it's trouble or not, Hagrid admitted, scratching his head. Firenze, have you seen me around here in the Forbidden Forest recently? Many times, Firenze replied. I see you nearly every week. No, I mean, over there by the big chestnut tree. Hagrid pointed back in the direction they'd come from. Ah, Firenze nodded, glancing up at the sky. Today, Mars is calm. Right. Knew it, Hagrid muttered, sounding mildly frustrated. Couldn't you just say so outright? Oh, never mind. Let's go. As Hagrid moved past Firenze, Kyle gave the centaur a pensive look. Ronan had said something similar earlier. Mars is calm. Was that supposed to be reassuring? Firenze didn't leave immediately but followed them at a distance until they reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest. There, he finally stopped. Just ahead lay the mooncalf's lair. Watching them dance in the moonlight, Kyle couldn't help but think back to his first late-night adventure, when he'd almost been caught by Hagrid. Wait. Kyle suddenly paused, a thought striking him. If he remembered correctly, Hagrid had also gone into the Forbidden Forest along this same path. Chapter 100, A Place Beyond Memory. Why aren't we moving? Hagrid noticed Kyle had stopped and turned around, asking, did you spot something? Kyle was lost in thought and didn't answer immediately. Hagrid, curious, followed his gaze and soon noticed the mooncalves dancing in the distance. Oh, that's what caught your attention, he said, understanding. Yes, their dance really is something special. But well, since it's a rare sight, we can head back to the castle a bit later if you want. Though anxious, Hagrid didn't press Kyle to hurry, seeing how captivated he was. With Hogwarts curfew in place, young wizards were normally forbidden from leaving the common room after 10 p.m., so he figured Kyle didn't often get the chance to see something like this. No, Hagrid, let's stick to business. We should get back quickly. Kyle shook himself out of his thoughts and continued walking toward the edge of the Forbidden Forest. As he walked past Hagrid, he suddenly asked, by the way, did you come to the Forbidden Forest before Christmas? Before Christmas? Hagrid repeated, puzzled. Why do you ask? It's nothing, Kyle replied. I was just curious. Do you need to come to the Forbidden Forest every day? No, not every day, maybe twice a week, Hagrid said, thinking it over. As for before Christmas, I don't recall anything out of the ordinary. I think it's been the same. No unusual occurrences. Kyle frowned. Like, if you noticed something wrong, would you have come to check on it in the middle of the night? Hagrid shook his head firmly. The Forbidden Forest has been quiet. I only come out at night if I'm collecting mooncalf droppings or visiting Fluffy. Got it. Kyle gave Hagrid a thoughtful look but said nothing more. The two walked across the dark grounds back to the castle and headed straight for the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. As they climbed the stairs, Hagrid muttered, I hope Dumbledore isn't asleep yet, or we'll have to wait until tomorrow. Don't worry, Kyle reassured him. Elderly people are light sleepers, a little knocking should be enough. When they reached the 2nd floor, they ran into Filch and Mrs. Norris descending the stairs. Filch had clearly been patrolling the trophy room on the 4th floor and looked less than pleased to see them. Why are you back so soon? Filch's face was dark with anger. This is against school rules. Move aside, Filch, Hagrid said impatiently, pushing past him. I've got to see Dumbledore right now, no time for your nonsense. Filch, scrawny and frail compared to Hagrid, was no more trouble than a feather. Red-faced with anger, he momentarily looked as though he might try to grab Hagrid, but quickly reconsidered upon glancing up at the half-giant's towering 3-meter frame. Filch, though thoroughly indignant, felt he was a reasonable man. He stepped back, waving his arms and launching into a lecture about school curfew rules, trying to use his words to shoo Hagrid and Kyle from the castle. In his zeal, he didn't notice his arm hitting the portrait beside him. Thud. Ouch. Who hit me in the face? The portrait awoke, clearly unhappy about being slapped for no reason. His eyes snapped open as he scolded, "What do you think you're doing? It's bedtime." Filch muttered an apology, then turned back, only to find that Hagrid had already gone up the stairs and disappeared around the corner of the corridor. Stupid oaf. Filch grumbled as he straightened the portrait, which he'd knocked askew, and then stalked off with Mrs. Norris down the opposite stairs. Meanwhile, Hagrid, who had made it past the second floor, couldn't help but mutter, "That cranky old coot. Every time I come to the castle, he makes the cattail me. I'd like to see what happens if I introduced her to Fong." Kyle shrugged nonchalantly. Truthfully, Fong's timid nature would make him no match for Mrs. Norris. They soon arrived at the gargoyle statue on the 8th floor. Hagrid cleared his throat and said, "Iced lemonade." With the correct password, the statue jumped aside, revealing a staircase behind it. "Dumbledore told me to inform him as soon as I had any news," Hagrid whispered as they ascended the stairs. When they reached the top, Hagrid began knocking, or rather, banging, on the door. Despite his best efforts to be gentle, the heavy oak door resounded with loud thumps. Kyle doubted he could make such a sound even if he tried kicking the door. Inside the headmaster's office, Dumbledore, dressed in light pink pajamas covered with a strawberry pattern, sat behind his desk. With a wry smile, he said, "Hagrid, I won't be going to bed anytime soon, so you could try knocking a little softer." "Sorry, Professor Dumbledore," Hagrid said sheepishly. "I'll be more careful next time." "No scolding intended, Hagrid. It's just that I don't have the time to find a new door right now," Dumbledore replied with a smile. "Now, what brings you here so late at night?" "Well, we found something really strange in the Forbidden Forest," Hagrid began. "I found my own footprints in a spot where I know I've never been." Kyle stepped forward, setting the soil sample with the footprint and the piece of decayed tree trunk on Dumbledore's desk, then described the discovery in detail. Dumbledore bent over, peering closely at the items on the table. His crooked nose was almost touching the soil as he examined it. Then, he ran his hand thoughtfully over the decaying tree trunk. "So, you found evidence of your presence somewhere beyond your memory?" Dumbledore murmured. "A peculiar situation, indeed. But not beyond the realm of possibility, it might only need a small push." Hagrid's eyes lit up, and he asked eagerly, "Do you know what's going on, Professor?" "Not just yet," Dumbledore replied, straightening up and gazing thoughtfully around the room. "I'll need some time to think about it." He turned to Kyle with a gentle smile. "But, Kyle, it's time for you to head back and rest. I hope this time spent in detention proves fruitful." "All right." Though Kyle felt a pang of disappointment at not learning more, he respected Dumbledore's words. He nodded and said, "Well, good night, Headmaster." "Good night, Hagrid." "Good night, Kyle."